guess I'm a minute late. I'm a minute late. And it's time to get busy. Just kind of reviewing yesterday's work while I sip my coffee. Cafe Bustelo, how I love you. How I love you. Whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. Okay, I need to check that. Excuse me. Well, the question this morning really became to Krita or not to Krita. That became the question this morning. And the reason it became the question is because if you really look closely, you start to see some things that you want to tweak or fix. Little hickeys. Mikhail Humphreys, which software is better for 2D animation, Blender, OpenToonz, or Krita? Well, if you had to pick one, OpenToonz. For most people, most situations, I would say OpenToonz for most people is going to be the best, which I'm using Tahoma, which is a fork of OpenToonz, but it's pretty much OpenToonz. It's not that, there's a few differences, but not really enough to shake a stick at. And in fact, I even did this yesterday, just took this exact scene file and reopened it in OpenToonz. So I can save this into Tahoma and turn around and open it in OpenToonz, and I often do, depending on the situation. So I favor Krita almost all the time, and the shot I'm working on right now, I basically did it in Tahoma as an experiment because the one thing that Tahoma is better, it's a little more stable for one thing than Krita. In total, it is a little more stable. But the other thing is you can kind of get away with what we have here, which is a really, really long sequence. It's really not, typically when I'm working in Krita, I'm working on one shot. And so this is actually the same shot I'm looking at in Tahoma now opened up in, well, not opened up, but actually ported over to Krita. And I did that as a safety backup step because I know that there's a few tweens here and a couple cleanups there that I'm going to want to make, and certain things are enormously easier in Krita than they are in Tahoma, and it's a little hard to explain why. So I figured today I'd delve a little bit into showing kind of the real world things you will bump into when you're trying to do animation in Tahoma. And then what happens is that it's easy for the X sheet to become unwieldy. You wind up with many layers. Okay, so I'm just speaking very broadly about what you will definitely normally routinely run into when you're working, trying to get real work done using Tahoma or using Krita. Now I do use Blender, but at this point I will tell you, Mikhail, my use of Blender for the most part is limited to when I actually need to do 3D, or if I'm going to do some very complex camera move where it's easiest to bring image sequences into Blender, just map them to planes so they basically play back in the 3D viewport, and then of course you can move the camera around and get parallax and all those kinds of good things. The reality is that's very rarely actually needed. If you look at the show I'm working on, usually when there's a camera move, it's just a simple matter of cropping the frame, and you just zoom in a little bit, by cropping the frame, which I guess we have this here. Right here's a shot where you got this slow push in, and that was just done by simply setting a keyframe to just crop in the shot a little bit. So I mean, my best answer to your, actually it's a good thing. Okay, so are you still there, Mikhail? You're not talking too much, obviously. So are you still there? Because if you are, you may be very interested in the first thing I'm going to do this morning, because it involves how you work with Krita and OpenToonz, or I should say Tahoma really, but how you work with the two of them together. Because for me, that's actually the ideal, the best answer to your question is work with Krita and OpenToonz. Okay, fine. So this is the thing you want to understand. Let me ask you this. Do you understand that there are three types of levels in OpenToonz? You've got a raster level, a smart raster level, and a vector level. Do you know that, and do you understand what the difference between those three is? If the answer is yes, then I don't have to explain a bunch of extra stuff. If the answer is no, then I'll try to give a brief explanation so you understand what the difference is, because it's kind of important. So does Mikhail know what the different level types are in OpenToonz or Tahoma, which again is the same program? You use vectors? Okay. You can forget it. Everything that I'm going to say, you can just forget it. It's not going to apply to you, because if you love vectors and you want to use vectors for whatever reason, then the workflow I'm describing doesn't apply to you, because it basically involves using raster levels. Okay, so pretty much that's that. I use vectors in OpenToonz very, very rarely. I actually tried doing some inking yesterday once again with vectors, and it backfired. Well, in fact, actually Tahoma crashed, but that's neither here nor there. The point is that in practice, for me, the appeal of vectors pretty much is two things: scalability and editability. Okay? Two benefits: scalability, editability. So in theory, I could create this really large drawing of my character, and I could scale him way down in another shot and reuse the assets. So that's cool. You can do that. But what I've found in practice is the amount of control, the ability to edit vectors after you've drawn them is definitely useful for a lot of people, especially if you're not particularly great at drawing and you have to go in with your mouse and sort of massage your drawing after the fact. That is definitely useful. The question I wanted to answer this morning, so I'm not going to camp out on that, because if somebody's into vectors, then there's a lot you can do with vectors. When I relate it to music, it's like step sequencing. It's actually really powerful because you have total control, because you're basically just keying in one note at a time, as opposed to playing the instrument live in real time. They're two completely different approaches, and to the audience it can look exactly the same, or with music obviously it can sound exactly the same, and it's only the people who have a really strong opinion about one method or the other who feel that the other method really sucks, right? So I'm going to say vectors are awesome. I just don't find myself using them much, because for my applications they don't really help. And if they did, I tell you the truth, if I really needed to do the vector thing for some reason, I would open up Inkscape. I would construct the thing in Inkscape, because the vector tools in Inkscape are much stronger than either OpenToonz or Krita, by far. And so I would just do it in Inkscape, and then if you actually cut and paste your vector art from Inkscape into Krita, it comes in as vectors, actually, because Krita uses the SVG, open vector format under the hood anyway. So it's just that the editing and the interactivity isn't that great in Krita compared to Inkscape. And so everything's a trade-off. If you're in Inkscape, the problem is you can't do animation, right? Well, in Inio-san, I would say this. Um, so what I'm going to do first this morning is actually a really, really important thing to look at, because if you if I'm going to assume Mikhail also, by the way, knows what a raster level is. Okay, so here's the basic explanation for those who don't know. If you're in any paint program you're going to paint with, okay, GIMP, Photoshop, doesn't matter. You're basically dealing with RGB pixels. You're dealing with colored pixels, right? And so you have a grid of pixels and you're putting down the paint and you're coloring in those pixels. That's a raster image. So there's no typically intelligence in the pixels. If you cut and paste, you know, you can think of it as just a stupid grid of pixels, and that's what a raster image is. Now, of course, in Krita, that image can consist of many layers that are composited together, but if you were to flatten it down to a single layer, it's just a plain old raster image. And if you were to do that, bake it down to a flat layer, you can take that flat image that you've colored in and painted with all your wonderful tools that you have in your favorite paint program like MyPaint or Krita or GIMP or Photoshop or whatever, and you can paste them into Tahoma. You can cut and paste them in. Okay, just using the clipboard. So the fact that you can cut and paste art into Tahoma, you can't do it with OpenToonz because OpenToonz doesn't have the cut and paste functionality yet. Okay, but Tahoma is it's like the only difference. There's a few more, but basically there's not much difference between OpenToonz and Tahoma, other than the cut and paste functionality and the ability to do stop motion animation where you capture images out of your webcam or whatever, right? And so my point is that a smart raster level is a little different, because a smart raster level has intelligence built into the colors that you paint on the screen, and it's kind of basically pretty much for animation, because it allows you to change the colors after the fact. As you can see, I'm changing the outline color right now. So I'm changing this palette entry, and everything that's drawn in this smart raster level, you have the ability to do color tweaking after the fact. So that's a good thing. Another discussion, because I have gone deep with the Blender 2.9 palettes, and for me personally, the way they're implemented, they're actually kind of counterintuitive and not that useful. But although the new brush engine is really cool, the stuff they've added in the brush engine is quite useful. At this point, not super useful for me. Not going to be doing everything over in Blender, because everything I can do in Blender, particularly with the grease pencil, I can do much better in either Tahoma or Krita. So anyway, so my point is that what I'm going to deal with first this morning is the sort of thing that you only deal with if you're doing what I'm doing, which is you're not just drawing a picture and seeing if it can move. Okay, we're way past that. You know, you're actually trying to make a cartoon, and as a result, especially with this shot, because this shot is really not one shot, it's like a dozen shots. You know, I'm actually putting the whole sequence into Tahoma, which is probably bad practice. Okay, probably not the smartest idea I've ever had, but I figured, what the heck, we'll try it. All right, so there are things you bump into when you wind up with an X sheet that is becoming unwieldy, where you can see you have many levels, and you've had to kind of rearrange things. One reason being that there's a little bit of nuance to the plastic tool. So right here, I actually have a problem now, actually, because this drawing looks like it, because I moved the layers around, has sort of slipped out from under its plastic tool. So, you know, that's a little annoying. That wasn't supposed to happen. So the way that Tahoma or OpenToonz is managing data under the hood can become a bit confusing. And as I say, once you get into where you've got a dozen or more layers and you're trying to remember what you kept where, which theoretically shouldn't happen. Theoretically, you should be really organized. Like right here, look at this. I'm kind of spitballing here, guys, right? So, okay, Mikhail, I will say this. Look, if your goal is stability, I agree with you. Actually, Blender is spectacularly stable. I just don't. I'm not on board with the tools yet, and it's been a couple years. I mean, just since Blender 2.8. I mean, we're getting into the 2-year zone here. So, you know, things are moving fast, but yet for me, they're kind of moving slow. And I've spent more time with Blender than you can shake a stick at, and the 2.9 grease pencil just isn't my cup of tea. So, so here you have a situation that's a little weird. This is a smart raster level. As you can see, these here are smart raster. So you can see again. Well, okay. Of course, I'm going to try to show it. It's not going to show. Let me grab this. Hit the G key so I can sample this. Okay, so we've got this color, and again, as you can see, this is basically the benefit of a smart raster level. There you go. You're seeing the benefit of a smart raster level in real time. Again, what I'm saying is, as far as that benefit goes, for me it's mostly a phantom benefit, because in a real world project you really want to have your color keys planned out in advance so you know what the colors are going to be anyway. So the idea of changing them after the fact is kind of a joke. You know, if you have to do that, that means you really didn't do your job, actually. Now, that's not to say it doesn't happen. I actually did change the color of Asher's cloak. Initially it was, actually I think it was like green, and then I tried blue. I tried a bunch of different colors. So there is that benefit. You know, sometimes it's useful. But as you can see, here you have a smart raster level with some plastic tool linked to it, so I could animate his arms. But then as we come down here, you see that we've got some frames that really ought to be in this level, but I had to move them over here because I added a different plastic tool, and things didn't quite go as expected. But when I kept them in their own layer separately, it worked. Now, the reason it's broken now has to do with the fact that before I went live I was moving things around, and the fact that it even could be broken now is a little bit bothersome. You know, what the heck? I mean, all I did was move these two. Actually, I'll show you exactly what I did. I moved these, I moved this over here, and this over here. So now you, and then what happened was I lost the animation keyframes. Okay, so this is a small annoyance that you might not even think about until you bump into it, and then it's too late, unless you can hit undo and fix it that way. But all these animation keys, by taking the plastic tool animation keys and just dragging them to a different layer, the animation keys got left behind. They're gone. Okay, so again, this is an example of something, if you didn't know, you wouldn't know. You'd never think, oh yeah, if I take my plastic tool stuff and move it to a different level, all of a sudden all my animation will be destroyed. You wouldn't assume that. You know, it might occur to you, but those are the kinds of things you bump into, and you go, okay, well, maybe everything isn't as wonderful as it seemed at first glance. Okay, so specific to the current situation, when I reviewed the animation we did yesterday, reviewed it with my partner, Valerie, her sense, pretty strong opinion actually, was that it's pretty good, most of it's pretty good, but the overall look and feel and quality of the imagery, especially compared to what I've been getting in Krita, especially most recently, we're not quite there. Now, I see her point, and I didn't totally agree with her, but I do see her point. But the practical application is, what about stuff that isn't quite right that now you have to fix? Okay, so when so I actually took the whole thing, rendered it out as an image sequence, brought it into Krita, duplicated, or I should say deleted the duplicate frames to just clean it up so that I have effectively the same shot over here in Krita. Everything works fine, and initially it was an image sequence. So I'm just telling you guys this story. We're getting in the neighborhood of a year, actually, Mikhail. but things are speeding up a lot. I mean, I gave myself lots of time to figure out my workflow. Okay, so I've been around the block with Blender, OpenToonz, Krita, Tahoma, everything else. I've kind of been down all those roads of software, and usually when people come on here, the first thing they ask me is questions about which software to use or have you tried this or that software. And lately, more and more, what I say to them is, yeah, I've tried it, been there, done that. I'm only like, a year past answering that question, and the reason I'm not using the software that the other person loves is because I've tried it and it isn't better for me, for my workflow. It might be better for them, and that's cool, but it's just, I'm doing what I'm doing the way I'm doing it because it works, basically. Okay, so anyway. So I take this whole thing from Tahoma, and I'm thinking I need to fix something. This guy, Asher, this drawing was wrong, okay? If we go over here to this, there you go. You see this right here, the way his neck is? So there's basically a little problem here. Whereas here, you see it's fixed. It's thinned out. It looks more, he's more on character here. So the problem is that, again, you're not going to run into until you sort of dive a little deeper with Tahoma. But the question is, let's say that happened to you. So you're doing your shot, and all of a sudden, you realize your character is a little off character and you've got to fix it. Okay, so here's the challenge you're going to run into, right? I'm going to zoom in here. When we're dealing with a smart raster level, we don't have an easy way to just mush things around. Okay, if we were in Krita, we could. I mean, honestly, we could. We just, for example, if I want to fix this, I could just, it's this quick. I'm literally going to go grab the liquify tool like this, and probably need to shrink that down a little bit, and I'm going to just, make adjustments, right? If he's a little off character, his eyes are a little too high on his head, things like that are just, it just takes 1 second to do. There really is no parallel to that in Tahoma. The closest you're going to get is to use the plastic tool, which means you're going to set up you're going to do a mesh, like this, you're going to set up a bone system, and then you're going to hope that you're able to make the adjustments you want to make using bones. And it's clunky. Sometimes it works. Usually it works sort of, but there's kind of side effects that you then kind of wish you could get rid of. So it's like it never quite works as well as you hope. Sometimes it does, but usually not. This is actually a, let me go up here. Good example of it, actually, up here. With Mel, okay, so up here I use the plastic tool to just make his arms and shoulders kind of right? Well, the problem is if you look really closely at this area right here, we have a little artifact where I really didn't want his skull to be changing shape. Now that's fixable, okay? There are ways, correct, it's much better in Krita. So there are ways to make the adjustments. But it's clunky, it takes a lot of time, and it's basically like, it becomes this job. So you're not having fun drawing and animating. No, you're basically, you get to a point sometimes, not all the time, but it's pretty frequent actually, where you find yourself feeling like, geez, I'm spending all my time just kind of fighting with the limitations of the software. So that's why I use the workflow I use. So most of the time, if I was going to draw the characters out like I did with a pencil test and then ink and paint them, I'm generally going to do it in Krita because I just have a workflow in Krita that is really, really pretty effective, and it also gives me the ability to quickly bake things down to a single layer. Like this character right here is all on one layer. So the ink, the paint, if I had shadows in there, I could put them all in the same layer too. Right? I have a lot of control. And I can do things on different layers so that I can make adjustments and tweak things out. And then when I'm happy with it, I can bake them down. I can just hit Control E and actually just sum them down to a layer. And that's my personal workflow. I tend to I like keeping things pretty flat. Okay. So, whoops. That's just my preference. It's not everyone's cup of tea. So let me get back to the issue I'm bumping into this morning, because it's a very real issue in this exact shot that I'm working on. Okay, so we get to this point, and I've got to fix some stuff about Asher. And you say, well, Dave, why are you crying about using the plastic tool? Why don't you just freaking redraw it? Just fix the drawing. Okay, you can do that. Okay, so let's do that right now. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to hit G to select this color. Okay, now it seems to me there's two approaches. I could use the smart paintbrush, and it's in lines and areas mode, and in that case I'm gonna kind of paint over this like that, right? I'm gonna just kind of go in and fix things. Okay, I said his eyes were a little too high on his skull, so the only way I'm gonna fix that is with the selection tool. So I got to grab a selection. I can't mush it around, so I have to just drag it around, kind of line it up the best I can, and then I'm gonna hit the B key. So I actually, well, yeah, we'll create a border there so I can hit the fill tool and fill that in. But you want to be aware that with the smart paintbrush, you do have aliasing on the edges. Okay. Now this does not feel as creamy and smooth as the painting that you're used to doing in whatever your favorite program is, Krita, Clip Studio Paint, blah blah blah. You go, well, yeah, but at least you can get the job done. Well, you're right. That's true. At least you can get the job done. So, okay, we're doing it. So now I'm going to grab the ink color, and we'll just see if we can finish fixing up Asher. Okay. So it's not too bad, but oop, there's a problem. Look at right there. Okay, so now as I'm painting over this, it doesn't actually cover up. Look at what's happening. It's not actually covering it up. Okay, okay. Well, maybe that's because this is set to underall and it should be overall. Okay. No, not really. In order to get that fixed, I'm going to have to press really hard, and now my line's thicker than I wanted it to be. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Well, didn't really see that coming. Well, you can always erase to fix it. Yeah, I guess that's true. I guess we could do a little erasing, okay, but the line's not exactly perfect, so, okay, well, okay, finally, all right, right, yeah. Okay, so you see what I mean? And now I zoom out, and this is actually sharper than it really should be. It's like I got to round that out. Oh, well, now I'm back to spending. What I just showed you literally happens all the time when you're using smart raster levels, if, God forbid, you made a mistake. Okay? So the rule is, don't make mistakes with smart raster levels because it's a pain in the ass to fix them once there's a little problem. By contrast, I can come back here in Krita and I fixed it in seconds. I mean, it took no time at all. So people wonder why you do the way you do it. Well, that's why I do it the way I do it. Now, I used the smart raster levels here on this shot because I basically wanted to kind of, I hadn't really used them in a while. I kind of wanted to test the workflow, and they came in handy in the sense that I did wind up changing the color scheme of Asher's robe. So there is that. There is that. But what I have found, this gets back to Mikhail's question. If you're not going to, I don't know why you're getting crashes, okay, so I can't address that. But my preferred workflow today would be to do as much as possible in Krita with simple step-by-step frame animation. And then if I really need the plastic tool for some reason, I'll just cut and paste into Tahoma. So at that point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this whole frame like that, and I'm just going to go Control C, and then I'm going to come over to Tahoma, and maybe over here I'll just throw this in here, add another drawing. Let's see, let's hit the D key, and yeah, well, speaking of bugs, why am I seeing Asher here, but the thumbnail shows me nothing, and I see him here too, so who knows. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and lasso this and delete it. And then what you'll see is if I hit the S key, I can hit Control V and literally instantly cut and paste from Krita into Tahoma. Okay. But the question for me this morning was, how do I get back to Krita? Okay? Your point is well taken, Mikhail. You know, especially if you're into, you know, if you were creating, say, like here on my YouTube channel, there is a link to a couple different like explainer videos that I did for commercial clients, and yeah, infographics. I totally get you. I mean, when I was doing the first explainer video I did, which is a lot of infographics because there's titles and obviously voiceover, which I did, and blah blah blah. I actually used Blender and OpenToonz for the first one, and I pretty much used Krita and OpenToonz for the second one. But most of the animation was in OpenToonz. Anyway, okay. So the question this morning then becomes, well, how the heck can I get? What if I've made a mistake, like I showed you a minute ago, and I want to get my art back into Krita so I can just change it and cut and paste it back in? Well, it turns out there is a way. I've figured it out this morning. So if you're here and you're looking for new information about how to do amazing things, this one you might find quite useful. There is a way. So I've been using smart raster levels, and I bumped into a problem. Let me hit play so I can scan through this and then find my problem spot. There's definitely some work needed there as well. Okay, let me keep going. I guess it's pretty close to the end here. Okay, so what we had, and that's actually a raster image right there, but so I guess we need to go here. Okay, so this was the one that was damaged, and again the question becomes, how do we get this back into Krita? Well, this is what I came up with, folks, and it worked actually surprisingly well. Okay? Hey, Jeff Leo, if you want to do like I do, where you do most of your art and even your animation in Krita, and you just cut and paste over into Tahoma when you need to, usually it's because of the plastic tool, or it might be because you want to do a 3D camera move. If you want to do a 3D camera move, look, I mean, you can do 3D camera moves in Tahoma or OpenToonz. It's actually not even hard. Okay? So you just grab the camera and you hit control when you drag it, and it drags it in Z space. So you can do your Parallax camera move. You don't have to go to Blender for that. So that means that in Krita you can just cut and paste frames, you know, still imagery, into Tahoma, and then maybe use the plastic tool for a little animation and then do a 3D camera move. It's all good. But how do you get back to Krita if you have a problem like this where your drawing is screwed up, and as I demonstrated a moment ago, trying to fix it with the smart raster level is basically just you can do it, but it's a major pain. Well, here's the answer. Turn your background off, and in this case, to keep things simple, I also turned off my shadows. Okay, so I turned off the shadow layer, which actually in this case, where the heck is that shadow layer? I guess it must be this. Yeah. Okay, so what you want to do is turn off your background, hit Alt F, which puts you in full screen mode, and then hit N. Hello? N, which makes it full screen mode. Now, so now this is actual. It's fortunate that my screen, my actual computer monitor is HD. It's exactly HD. So what I did was I simply made it full screen, and then I just hit Alt Print Screen. And now we can go back here. So I actually took a screenshot. Jumped back into Krita. Hey, Dirt. And I'll just turn all these layers off so you can kind of see what's going on here. Jump back into Krita and pasted it in. And then I immediately use the magic wand or the similar color tool to delete the background. Now there is one little caveat, and the caveat is that the alpha edge of this is going to have some artifacting if you paste it back into Tahoma. So what I did was I just added a 3-pixel blur. If you look real close you can see it, but in the final art you won't be able to see it. So just to soften the edge a little bit and solve that problem. But now you could actually modify this and then cut and paste it back into Tahoma, and it actually sits in the mix pretty well, as you can see here. So this is right here is actually the shot that I modified in Krita and then cut and pasted. So I cut and pasted it from Tahoma back to Krita, fixed it, and then dragged it back, or I should say cut and pasted it back into Tahoma. So yeah, that's a lot of steps there, dude. Well, the reality is, after taking everything I did yesterday and bringing it into Krita, it's very obvious to me, pitifully, stupidly obvious to me, that to go ahead and finish this scene up and tighten it up and have it, you know, look great, blah, blah, blah. Well, how long did it take to take this entire, how long is it? It's about a 40-second long shot. Now, admittedly, it's 8 frames a second, so it's not as many frames as a, you know, obviously 24 frames per second. But, you know, it's 263 frames, lots of layers, yada, yada, yada. How long did it take to take all of this work that I did yesterday and get it seamlessly into Krita? It took about 20 minutes. What I had to do was render out all the characters and render out the backgrounds separately, drag them or import them into Krita as image sequences, and then what you do in Krita, once you've imported an image sequence, your memory footprint's going to be huge. So this was 2 gigabytes in memory. Right up here you see in the header here. It was 2 gigabytes, but that's because they're image sequences. So this image sequence, what you actually had was all of these frames were duplicates of this one first frame. So what I do when I have that situation is I click on the next frame that's a duplicate, and then I just hit shift, and I just hit the right arrow until I see a picture that's different, and then I go back 1 frame and I hit shift control X and delete the frames because they're all duplicates. And so that cleanup step is actually where all the time goes. And the cleanup step, you know, like I said, that's pretty much where the 20 minutes went. Importing the frames didn't take very long, and obviously exporting out of Tahoma didn't take very long. So that got me to this, and now if I hit the spacebar, you will see that this is exactly the shot that I had in Tahoma yesterday. So it's a little bit painful to make that, you know, to get it over back into Krita, but frankly, it's going to be way easier to get everything fixed. So actually, let me show us another point about that. Okay, so now you're over here in Krita. Once again, you want to, and I'm going to close Tahoma. I mean, at this point, probably, unless I get into another shot where I need to go back and make some changes, probably as far as this particular sequence is concerned, we're probably done with Tahoma. So if that makes you mad and you really are into Tahoma and want me to be in Tahoma, then you're going to leave now probably, and I'm not going to be mad at you for that. That's perfectly fine. Okay, so now we're in Krita, and what we have here is we've got these images imported from Tahoma that, and remember, just so you guys know, obviously the background is on a different layer. Okay? So the problem we have here is that this picture of Mel, not only do we have these duplicate images, because this one and this one and this one are all the same, but not only that, but this is the entire drawing of Mel. If I solo the layer, you can see it's not just his mouth, even though the only thing that changed is his mouth. But we've got the whole drawing. Well, that's kind of stupid. No joke. It's actually kind of stupid. You really don't want to be, you know, because that's just, again, increasing your memory footprint. And so it looks to me like, there we go. Couldn't get a hold of that stupid icon. So I'm going to show you how to reduce your memory footprint a bit and just kind of clean up your workspace. Okay, what I'm going to do is, I've got this layer already called mouth. That's where I'm putting the mouths. In some cases I'm putting some eyes up there too, but basically it's for mouths. So we've got Mel right here, and actually from this frame, this is 85. From 85 on, everything in here is just mouth stuff. up to here. And obviously we got a little problem there with the mouth we have to fix. So this is what I would do. I'm going to take the first frame. Actually, I'm going to take all of these. I'm hitting shift. And I'm going to grab this one first so I'm clear on what my selection is. I'm going to take these, I'm going to drag these into the mouth layer. Okay? Alright, so now I see a mistake, so let me hit Z and look at where my mistake was. Oh, I see. Okay, so this is actually the first image in that pose, not this one. So that's my mistake. So I want to take these. And what are these ones here? Okay, so that's animated. So what I want to do is I want to take from here to here and, oops, put these in the mouth layer. Like that. Now we're going to clean it up and save ourselves some pixels. Okay, and here's how I'm going to do it. I'm going to hit the S key. I need to make sure I'm in the mouth layer. And I'm going to hit the S key and I'm going to make a lasso around his mouth. Now I'm just going to review and make sure that the mouth shapes are all within that lasso. They are. Okay, so now I'm going to hit Shift Control I to invert the selection. And now what I'm doing is I'm hitting the delete key and then I'm hitting the period key to go to the next keyframe, and I'm hitting delete every time. So what I'm actually doing is I'm deleting everything except his mouth. Okay, so now if I solo this layer, you can see that here we have all these mouth shapes. Okay, now if I go back here, technically I really need to do the same thing here too. So I'm going to go ahead and drag this in, but I'm going to control drag it. And then I'm going to, I think I'll redo the selection just to make that a little cleaner. Control Shift I to invert it and hit delete. Now Mel is gone, but that's because I have the layer soloed. Okay, so now I'm going to go back into the character layer, and if I solo that, now what I'm going to do is hit the G key, sample the flesh tone, and just, okay, I guess the freehand path tool does not respect selections. I did not know that. Okay, and hide his mouth. And now if I unsolo the layer, now what we've done is we've taken all those mouth shapes and put them in the mouth layer. And as you can see, my memory footprint just dropped from 400 and something, I don't remember what it was, but now it's down to 373. Okay, so from the standpoint of memory, this isn't really that important, but from the standpoint of organizing your work, it's very important. I'd really like to only have my characters on the layers. So now you see the problem we just saw. What we want to do here is, let me check one thing. I'm going to take this. I think what I'm going to do is, I'll show you right now, this is why this pays off. I'm going to drag that last mouth shape to here, and then in the Mel layer, what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit the G key again, and I'm going to erase his mouth. Okay, and the reason I did that is because, as you can see, there's really, the mouth needs to be animated here, and it wasn't. So I'm going to go into the mouth layer. If you right mouse click on a cell so the menu pops up and then hit escape, you can click on a cell and it actually moves you to that layer. That's an important point I learned actually just a few days ago. If you just click on this cell right now, like I click on this one down here, I am not working in this layer. So you want to be careful. I've done this a million times where I click on a cell and then I start drawing and I realize I've actually been drawing in this layer, because this is what determines where your drawing happens. Clicking on the cells does nothing unless you use your right mouse button. Then it pops up the menu and it does shift the focus to the layer you want it. So in this case, what I was trying to do is, you see his mouth needs to move a little bit. So okay, so this is one simple fix that kind of needed to be addressed. So I'm just going to give it a little bit of motion and then look at the next frame. And then what I want to do now is just insert a key so his mouth is, so that there is no mouth showing at that point. Right, so here we go. I'll hit the space bar, and now it doesn't look as egregious because the mouth isn't floating around in space while the rest of him moves. Okay, so sip of my coffee. So where we're at is we've got this shot that's about 40 seconds long, and once we do the dialogue, because when we get to the end of this, down here, we're talking there's a fair amount of dialogue between these two guys back and forth. And so when this shot is all done, it's probably going to be, it's going to be close to 1.5 minutes long, I think. There's just quite a bit of, well, yeah, I mean, it's going to be at least a minute. It's going to be a minimum of a minute. I need to really actually open up the script. I had the script, I had to close it because I had it open in my other, in my studio, my office, and Open Office likes to lock the document. So I went in the studio and I was playing around with some of the voiceovers. So I was working with I was trying to voice something like this. Of the era following the Great Flood, much is lost to the mists of time. You know, one of those kind of voices. One tale that survives is that of the legendary high priest, Melchizedek. When Melchizedek was 50 years old, well, not quite. And then it goes into Mel. Now, I don't know if I'm going to keep that idea. Golek, you know, he has a voice kind of like Edward G. Robinson. And
of course, Asher has a voice like this. He's got a this is the guy you see in the scene we're working on right now, at the beginning. He says, just look at me.
So that's Asher's voice. So anyway, I was kind of playing around with the voices a bit, and anyway, that's why the script was closed. But I think I need to go to page roughly 2022. Bear with me here, folks, when I scan through all these pages. All right, and here we are.
I mean, look at me.
Mel says, I am so sorry, Asher. Okay, and so this shot starts, or this scene starts, just a little bit into the page, and it goes to, yeah, I mean, it's a little more than a page long. So yeah, that's why I jumped over here as I was looking at the timing. So I would say it's probably, hey Steve, what's going on, brother? Yeah, it's a pretty huge project, but it's not that huge. I mean, it's not that ridiculous. If I hadn't have written this as a double length, if I hadn't have been stupid enough to take my distributor's advice and write it as a double length pilot, which I may retract that decision and go ahead and release it in 2 pieces. But if I hadn't have done that, episode 1 would be done by now. But anyway, life goes on. We just continue. Nothing bothers us. I ain't gonna let it bother me tonight. Okay, so what we need to do is so this is slightly risky behavior, okay? Because once I get to here, and by the way, you can see all kinds of a mess there, but I don't think the audience is going to actually notice it, believe it or not. Once we get to here, it's probably going to behoove me to set my start frame to like 220 and set my end frame to probably, I'm going to guess, probably like 360, so that I can just loop the animation around that section. But one of the flaws, let me see here, let me just double check, previous keyframe or first frame. One of the problems with Krita, and actually the nomenclature is correct, it says first frame, it doesn't say start frame. So the bad news is, if you're trying to pack a lot of show into a single Krita file, which I almost never do, then when I hit rewind, it's still going to go to the first frame. It's not going to go to the start frame. So now maybe there's a way to go to the start point, actually. I wonder. Let's go to the last frame. I wonder if there's like a hotkey for that. I think it's worth taking 1 minute just to see, actually. Let's go into Configure Krita and keyboard shortcuts, and I'm going to look for the word start. Set start time. No, see. So it would be, this is actually kind of useful to set start time, because I assume that means I'd be able to go to a frame and then click the hotkey and it would actually change the start frame. But The problem is it's a little bit useless if you can't actually rewind to it, because the only real application is if you're looping your playback. So, oh well, that's life in the big city. So, well, that's one of the good things about Tahoma too, by the way. Oops. Bugs, bugs, and more bugs. There's bugs everywhere. We just can't get rid of all the bugs. So what I'm going to do is I am going to actually do a liquefy on his shoulder. Not quite happy with that. This is where flipping your canvas is quite useful. You can totally see how this is out of balance. And golly, so easy to fix. To do what I'm doing right now, to have done that in Tahoma, yeah, right. I'd like to see it. I don't know how you do it except with the plastic tool. And that requires all the setup, you know. I mean, you know, everything's a trade-off. Everything's a trade-off. And usually, it's just a question of how well you put those trade-offs to work. The great example lately for me is the way they changed the masking. The Blender 2.9 grease pencil masking is much more flexible and powerful than it used to be. The problem is it's also not as simple. And so what used to be a matter of clicking one icon and it just works as long as you've got your layers stacked properly, now requires you to go in and tell it exactly which layer you want to use as a mask. So you gain more power and flexibility, but at the expense of simplicity. And that seems to be the way this stuff always is. It's not a bad thing. It's just, you just want to realize it's a thing, you know. So here I think I'm actually going to pull this elbow out as well a little bit. Yeah, I'm going to actually make this a little bigger and just get a little bold with it. Get a little jiggy. Go, baby. Flip that. I think that's better. All right. So this is what we're doing this morning. Okay. Now, one of the things I noticed the other day was that it was kind of fun to do an anticipation. So I'm going to do an anticipation on this. I'm going to just go back one frame, and since he's going up on this frame, and this frame can be a little sloppy, it truly doesn't matter because it's only on the screen for one frame. So what I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to do an anticipation. I'm going to pull this stuff down, and just for fun, just to see if it works, I'm actually going to pull his head up. Boom, done. All right, let's see what happened. Okay, so it's too much. It's too much. The head thing really didn't work, but probably the arm thing did. Yeah, the arm thing's fine. I don't know, let's say 30 frame motion blur. Right? There. Okay. Now I'm going to Control-Shift-A to unselect everything, and let's just see how it feels. See? Look at that. That motion blur just smoothed it right out. I love it. And it's, by the way, that adding motion blur like that is kind of consistent with the aesthetic I've sort of adopted for this show anyway, so it feels good. Okay, it looks like Maria's here. Hey, good morning, Maria. Just finished weekly shopping with my friend. Cats I've got to eat, absolutely. In and out, but great to be here. I had a brainstorm about my project at midnight and have to rewrite my entire script. Oh, girl, we've all done it, baby. Trust me. Nothing wrong with that. Just follow the muse and do what you're doing. It's all good. I've actually had some fairly significant ideas about potentially modifying this show, but it's more editorial decisions than having to actually rewrite the script. Although it could integrate a scene. When I originally wrote this show idea 5 years ago-ish, there was the scene that opened up the whole show actually is cut from the current version of the show, and I'm saving it for a later episode because it kind of reveals a key piece of information that the audience is going to enjoy. So I'm thinking about maybe bringing it back, but we'll see. So he says, look at me. Okay, I'm not happy with the me, so let's fix that. Look at me. Okay, so here, okay, so that's an eye blink. So that's a little bit of a problem because we got this So we would actually have to change the mouth on all 3 of these. Okay, so now the question for you guys out there becomes, how would you do that? Let me show you how you would do that. Okay, so here's the problem. Let me explain the problem clearly here, because again, this is the kind of thing you really will bump into over and over and over again. You're going to bump into it all the time, and if you know how to fix it, you realize it's not a big deal. So what is the problem? Well, we have the mouth shapes, as you can see, on a different layer than the character. Okay? The problem is that we've got to change from here to here with the same mouth shape in all 3 of these keys. The only difference, this is actually a copy of this, and this, the only change is actually in his eyes, not his mouth. So there's actually 2 ways we could solve this. The easiest way to solve it is just create a layer like this and drag the eyes up into a new layer, and let's just call this layer eyes. And then what I'm going to do is I only want those eyes to show up when they show up. Fortunately, when you drag a key like that, as you can see, Krita created a blank keyframe back here. So that means that this only shows up when we hit it here. And then what we want to do is hit insert to put a blank keyframe so that we're now revealing the underlying eyes again. And now this second mouth shape is no longer needed, so we can get rid of it, because what's happening is this mouth shape, so this mouth shape right here, now can just carry through underneath that whole sequence. So this is duplicate. So we'll get rid of that. And then on this frame, the eyes, we'll just hit the G key, the freehand path tool, in erase mode and hide the mouth. Now you can still see it because it's in this layer. Okay, but that's the easy solution. Now the hard solution would be to create a new blank layer and just paint over top of it and then bake it down. But okay, so what does that do for us? Well, it means that now I can change this mouth shape that's less than ideal. And actually, I'll just do what I did a moment ago. I'm just going to hit the G key in erase mode, but I need to be in the mouth layer. And now let's just redo the mouth, and it's all fixed. Piece of cake. I'm going to hit the B key, sample that. Again, I'm in the mouth layer. Oh, I don't want him to be smiling. That's kind of more the expression I was after, so. Because he's saying, look at me. You know, look at what's happened to me, kind of thing. I'm going to add a little bit of nuance, which to do what I just did again, to do what I just, those 2 strokes I just put in there in Tahoma, couldn't do it. You really couldn't do it. Not really. The smart raster tools don't really allow for that level of delicacy. Now, if you were in a standard raster level, then you could do it. And that's why the interaction between Krita and Tahoma works for me, because I'm basically just exchanging plain old raster levels. So yesterday was a major exception to the rule in that I went ahead and did the shot using, you know, what we call smart raster layers. Look at me! Okay, so now obviously we've got a little problem right here because we don't have this little delicate thingy-dingy. And here now, because I put it in there, it's really kind of redundant here. So I'm going to just actually erase it back out. And there, problem solved. Okay, so now I like the eye blinks. I think that's looking pretty good. So this piece of the sequence, I would say, is pretty much on track. Now, if you really wanted to go further with it, folks, sincere apologies, my friends. It appears that stupido Open Broadcaster Software Classic is disconnecting from time to time. Oh boy. Anyway, to answer Mikhail's question, short answer is that if you really want to see shorter videos, there's about 400, 500 of them on my YouTube channel. For now, I'm live streaming, and the reason I'm live streaming is because I am quite specifically not trying to create concise, curated content for two reasons. Number one, it's a bunch of extra work, and also that type of content, although it can be inspiring, it also can create the impression that, I think it pretty much always does create the impression, actually, that this stuff is easier than it really is. And the reality is, when you watch me working, you're going to see the ugliness of the real challenges you're going to bump into. To me, that's more valuable. And obviously, no one's going to sit and watch, you know, my whole video later. That would be insane. You know, who's going to sit and watch an 8-hour-long video? But no, I'm just essentially capturing my work process live as it happens. So that's what I'm interested in doing at this time, because my main priority is not to create just the most amazing YouTube content and grow my YouTube channel. That is not my intent. I'm enjoying the community aspect of having people to chit-chat with while I work, but my goal is to just get this freaking show done. Okay? I'm all about let's just get the show done so we can get it released and move forward and hopefully be able to do all 12 episodes. I mean, that is the goal. The goal is 12 episodes, my friend. 12 episodes, of which we essentially have 2 here baked into the pilot. So, alright, so if anybody has any other interesting questions, blah blah blah, or comments, we're not going to go down the socio-political you know, alt-centered debate situation we did yesterday, although it was fun. It was good. Not really wanting to do that again today so much. Okay, so let's deal with Mel. This is good. It's not great, but it's good. So let's make it great if we can. All right, we're going to try. So in the character layer, number 1, I'm going to just zoom in and sample this so I know I've got the exact color that we're using for outlines. And basically this little line right here is just a little too winky. And you see all that pixelation? You see all the pixelation there? That's what Valerie was seeing when she reviewed the scene that because this is the rendered. This is what OpenToonz or Tahoma renders out. Okay, now you can add anti-aliasing to your levels. There are ways to mitigate that problem. You could even add anti-aliasing or blurring as a post-production effect. Okay. But just the point is, it's something you are going to have to deal with, unless you just accept it, which you might, because it's not the worst thing in the world. But now, you know, the bottom line is that we've just, especially, see these mouths? These mouths were drawn with the smart brush tool, not the regular brush. And one of the unfortunate caveats of the smart brush tool in Tahoma is that it doesn't actually create anti-alias shapes or lines. You know, they're always stair-stepped, so that's just something you have to either compensate for in post or whatever. So anyway, what I want to do is I'm going to actually use the eyes layer. Okay, because what I wanted to do is when Mel is looking down, I want him to, I really want him to have a bit of a reaction in his eyes. So I'm actually going to take these keys and just move them downstream a little bit. So I'm not even hitting control, I'm just going to drag them and hopefully they'll take. Okay, Krita's being a little bit stupid. When you've got a selection that overlaps on itself, it does get confused, frankly. If I was to put it down here and then bring it back, I think we'd be okay. Yeah, it's got to do with the location of the first one in the group. If the first one overlaps the selection, I tried to move it to here, it tends to have a problem nailing it. Sometimes it does it, actually, but okay, so I'm going to go up here and then I'm going to create a key up here on the eyes layer. I'm going to hit the insert key, and now what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab the G key, which is the freehand path tool, and I'm going to go like this. Alright, if you've watched Avatar: The Last Airbender, you've probably seen this type of an effect. So the idea is that his eye is going to go blink blink. Alright, so I'm going to go like this. I'm going to take this, I'm going to hit insert. I'm going to put another one in and hit insert again. So now what I've done is I've overlaid that twice. And then, of course, the last thing that happens is a blank keyframe, which means that it goes back to the standard expression. So let's just see if that worked. Not bad, not bad. It's a good effect, I think, for Mel. Now, the only thing I would say that would be the caveat here. I wonder what happens if I grab the last key in the group. Yep, that'll work. There, problem solved. Cool. Okay, so let's just see how this plays. Okay, I like that. So it's adding a little bit of entertainment value. And, you know, pretty much easy peasy. So, alright. Okay, so not totally sure I'm sold on Mel's expression in this particular shot. And so I'm going to just kind of do this the easy way. I'm going to put the freehand path tool in raw mode. And I just think I want to make his eyes a little more bug-eyed. Like, he does not know quite what to say to Asher in light of the current situation. Alright, I'm going to hit the N key so I can look at this at actual size to see if I'm introducing a little bit of a problem here in the outlines. Again, this is a level of delicacy that you can't do it with Toonz raster levels, no matter how hard you try. Be great if you could, but you can't. Period. I'm telling you. You can try, but you can't. Now, what you can do is use a standard raster level in Tahoma to do the kinds of touch-ups I'm doing here. And that works fine. That's how I did all the backgrounds yesterday, actually. I did all the backgrounds on a standard raster level, and I just, as a challenge, I forced myself to just paint, you know. Just, everything's got to be done with paint. I don't get to lay in gradients. I don't get to do color correction, nothing. You just have to paint. And that's what I did, and it was fun. And it came out pretty good, actually. Well, that's these backgrounds you see throughout this shot. You know, they have a pretty good feel to them. There's a couple things I'm going to fix, for sure. But, yeah. Anyway, moving forward. Okay, so here we've got that. I think an eye blink would be good here, too. And then I'm going to push these two together. Let me see. I don't know. But I think if he's going to have this, I think we should slap in a blink right there. Let's do it, friends. Let's slap in a blink because we love the entertainment value of blinks. And I'm going to do this blink a little differently than normal. I'm going to actually make this blink more of a squinty blink kind of thing. So the only reason I'm leaving the white in there of the eyes is just so I can see where the center line is. And now what I'm going to do is grab my brush and go. I'm going to make a little bit of a squinty blink. You know, and as usual, it might not work. It might not work. We'll see. Ooh, that didn't work. Okay, quintessential mistake. My fault, completely my fault. Looky what I did. I am clicking around in the character layer, but I was not drawing in the character layer. So this is what I've told you is what you will do a million times. I was drawing in this layer. This is what was selected over here. I wish I could tell you how many times I've done that. Now in this case, let me check something. I need to turn it off. Yeah, okay. My bad. So everything I did was in that layer. That was pretty dumb. Okay. In this case, this is a little exceptional thing. I'm just gonna keep working in the eye layer since technically what I'm doing is about the eyes anyway. So let's just do it like that, and I think we'll be okay. Okay, yeah, and then we just have to insert a blank keyframe there. So sorry. Here we go. Okay, you know, it's a little frenetic. It is a little frenetic, but I think it feels good. And Mel, you know, this problem that Asher has, where he's got all this garbage all over his, you know, his ceremonial robe. And by the way, guys, I just realized a mistake in this whole sequence that I didn't notice yesterday. Let it be known. Let it be known that Asher's ceremonial robe is actually supposed to have red stripes. How come nobody told me that? How come nobody reminded me that you're supposed to put red stripes on the ceremonial robe? Okay. How do we fix that? Well, should we stop everything and go back and fix that right now? Why not? Well, the question becomes, how do the red stripes go? Let's go back to the character. Boom, boom, boom. And I was kind of thinking the red stripes were down here. So let's do it this way. Let's grab this brush, hit the B key, and actually set the brush to a width that's pretty much what the red stripes would be. But then let's change the blending mode. Maybe multiply, but then turn the opacity down a little bit so that we can take a pretty bold red color. Let's just see how this goes. Let's see how this goes. And it's going to mix the red stripes with the underlying color. For the purposes of what we're trying to do, that's probably all we needed. Now, obviously, it would make sense to put these in here as well. So if we come back to Asher later in the same-ish pose, which I don't know if we ever did. I don't think we did. So that was easy to fix. Yep. The most egregious problem in the entire sequence, fixed in but a moment. And by the way, right here, we're going to pretend the problem doesn't exist. We're going to ignore the fact that we can't see little red stripes on there. We don't care. We don't care. We are going to show utter and complete contempt for our audience. I'm kidding. No, it's actually one of the things you do to make it fun for the audience is, you know, occasionally you leave a mistake in there so that they can find it. And say, oh, there's a mistake. Ah, you caught it. Good job. Good job. Yeah, we knew it was there. We just wanted to see if you'd catch it. Okay. So now what I want to do is check one thing. We got this pose here. Let's see. Oh yeah. So there's the down pose. Down pose. Let me check this against this. Looks like those are looking about the same. Okay. Alright, so what do we do? So the whole goal today, the only goal. Oh, I forgot about this one. Well, silly me. How the heck did that? Okay, I was wrong. We actually do come back to Asher one time. And look at this. Guys, can you believe it? Can you believe it? Look what I did. I did the same thing again. Those red stripes are not in the character layer. So I'm going to hit Control Shift X and delete those keys. Okay, so now I've done this twice this morning already. And believe me, guys, I've done this 10 trillion, zillion, billion, zillion times. Like, you can't even count how many times that's happened. So I was training this the other day, and it was improving, and so I need to reassert to start training this behavior. The behavior I have to train is if I ever click on a cell, I need to use the right mouse key, not the left. Because if I use the right, I do get the pop-up menu, which I almost never want. But if I hit Escape, now I'm actually in the correct layer. So, oh, Dave, you silly, silly goose. So let's get back to where we were. Let's fix this, baby. Stop. We want this to be in multiply mode with a little less opacity. I'm going to actually crank up the richness of the red a little bit. And I'm also going to make my stripes just a little bit lower on the garment. And since we're here redoing it, why don't we even try to make it a little nicer. A little nicer. like that. Isn't that cool? Yeah, that's cool. So you can see this is actually closer to the effect I was after, where the multiply mode makes it so that it pretty much gets lost in the ink, which is really what you would expect. So, okay, so does it come back to the wide shot or the front shot? I don't think so. Okay, so we're good. Sorry about that, but you saw how to fix it, so it's a learning experience. Huge support for 3D modeling with many free models available. I don't know about 2D though. Oh yeah, well, if you're into 3D and CGI, I must say in the last 10 years, most of what I've used Blender for, actually before I started doing the 2D animation stuff, where I was mapping images to planes and stuff, because there's a lot of shots in the show that were done in Blender actually. But mostly for the last 10 years, what I've used Blender for is motion tracking for special effects. Okay, I had one shot in my most successful film where the girl's laying on her bed, kind of saying a prayer kind of situation. She's got a big freaking zit right in the middle of her forehead. I kid you. In fact, there's a video on YouTube here on my channel about that, where I use motion tracking in Blender to actually track the zit, and then I use, you know, a little digital painting to cover it up. Oh my goodness. Well, we don't want a lovely 16-year-old girl, who, by the way, happened to also be my daughter. She wasn't really into the idea of this big freaking zit showing on a full-size movie screen. And that movie played for 5 weeks here in Fort Wayne, Indiana. So it didn't have a wide theatrical release. Most of its success actually came through the DVD market. Again, as I've explained before, through retail stores pretty much, which don't exist anymore now for about the last 6 years. Okay, let's just kind of go through here, and I'm on the mel layer, so now let's see. Okay, boom, boom, boom. Okay, I don't like I think the am needs to come in sooner, so he says, okay, and also, I think this, so we're dealing with just massaging the timing a bit here, folks. So I think, okay, in this case, the mouth shapes are baked in, okay, to these drawings. So that's fine. But I think what I want to do is, yeah, just on this one, let's hit the G key. I probably should switch my brush back, because the freehand path tool does use, to render what it draws, it actually uses whatever brush is currently active. So now I'm going to sample the ink color and then go back to my brush, my pencil. I guess I didn't get that ink color that I thought I got. Just a little expression. So here we go. Oh yeah, that was much better. I am so okay. So I've ever since yesterday. Okay, actually, I'm jabbering a lot here, but okay, I'm gonna excuse. There's a little problem here with his chin line, but I actually think we can excuse that because of the way we're just bouncing around. The pose he settles into is more correct. Although, gosh, it could be argued that it really should be a little pointier. And if we're going to make it pointier, okay, let's look at this. Okay, so this is a great example of, again, one of those things that's kind of hard to fix. If we go to this close-up, you can see his chin's got a little bit more of a pointiness to it. So how do we fix that? Well, we're kind of in the same situation as before. We need to drag these mouth shapes into the mouth layer, and then we can make the adjustment on the face. So let me see here. Maria did a Blender tutorial. That's cool. Alright, so we've got this pose. Alright, and so these, this, and this, probably this too. Nope. So these three should all be on the mouth layer. So I'm going to grab them and drag them up. Boom. Okay, so now those are on the mouth layer, and within the mouth layer, all we should be seeing is the mouth. So let's turn the character layer off, and we're going to go select his mouth shape, like so. Control-Shift-I, and then hit delete. Go to the next keyframe, delete. Go to the next keyframe, delete. Okay, there we go. Now when we turn the character back on, the only problem we're going to have is that on the very first pose, you can see he's got this mouth shape. And so we've got two choices. We can either erase it here, or we can kind of do the right thing and erase it here, but then put the mouth shape up top. That would be the smart thing to do. So if I hit delete, let me solo this layer and make sure I've got this. Yep. Okay, so we moved that mouth shape up to the mouth layer, and then down here in the character layer, we don't want to hit delete really. What we want to do is just paint over it with flesh tone, like so. Now you couldn't see that. Okay, so what did that actually accomplish for us? Well, now this pose on the character runs all beneath all of the voice stuff. Okay, and obviously we can see right here we do need a keyframe in the mouth layer to get rid of that erroneous shape. But now we can make adjustments to his chin, and that adjustment will propagate. The reason you want to, so I'm going to hit the A key, liquefy, and what we're going to do now is we're going to just make some little adjustments. Make his chin just a little bit narrower, more consistent with our character. We want him to be on character. Boom! Much better, much improved. File, save. Okay. Oh, I see. You said you started a tutorial. I was thinking you meant you made one as opposed to you were just following one. I've got a pretty good, I don't know if it would help you, Mikhail, but one of the most popular videos on my channel by far is Blender 2.8 Grease Pencil for newbies. So if it's Grease Pencil you're wanting to learn about, there's a really good newbie tutorial for that right here on my channel. It's been consistently one of my, I mean, it's got thousands of views, I think. I mean, it's been a really popular video. I just don't understand it. Nothing I do is popular. Okay, so now what we have to do is figure out how we're getting through this transition. And, okay, let me just think about what I did here. Boom, boom. Yeah, I tell you what, here's what we're going to do. Let's go into the character. I'm going to practice using my right mouse button. So now I'm in the character layer. I'm going to hit the G key. I'm going to sample the flesh tone and get rid of the mouth. Now it looks to me like the mouth is already in the other layer. So that's fine. Okay, let me solo the layer. And yep, okay, so that works. I think we need a lead in to the S sound. So what I'm going to do, if that doesn't make any sense, it probably won't make sense to you guys what I'm even talking about here, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into the mouth layer. We'll try sampling the ink color. Grab my brush, and what I'm doing is I'm saying, well, okay, on the previous key, this is the expression we saw. So let's get that back in there. Not exactly right. Let me try. I think I'll do that one again. I'm just going to hit erase. And maybe. Okay, and this is not going to be on the screen very long, but he's going to go. He says so. I am so. Okay. Now he turns his head. Alright, so we can just animate this if we want. We could just turn this like this. And then I only want 2 frames of that. And I'm actually going to rotate my canvas a little bit. I'm going to hit Insert, hit the G key, and I just want to create a shape that pretty much could pass for the S sound. Whoops. Okay, this should be reversed. Okay, so what's happening is he's saying he's trying not to laugh, okay? And I can't say that I've done the world's best job of conveying this. The acting, okay? I'm trying. But it seems to me that he would go, I am... Okay, so I think this would all happen first. And we need to put the little eye wrinkles in there too. So this is a little bit confusing. I'm going to take these keys. What is this right here? Okay, this is just an animated... He's starting to say the word sorry. So I'm just going to move this downstream, get it out of the way. This little batch here, I'm going to move this way, again, just to make room, so I can take these and move them back here. Now, this little bunch probably needs to happen pretty briskly here. Oops. Okay, that doesn't work. Okay, so this whole thing doesn't work anymore because of the way I did the mouth here. So what we're going to do is let's just get rid of that. And now what we're going to do is we're going to take the A key, or the, yeah, let's do liquefy. Let's just do liquefy. Since it's on its own layer, we've got a lot of latitude here to I'm going to keep playing around with shapes. I'm just going to Okay. Now what if this Okay, I think we're getting the gist here. This key probably isn't needed. Let's see what happens when we play this. Yeah, so what would actually happen is we'd have these two repeating. Probably something like that. Okay, this will be fun to see what it does. So, sorry. Okay. Alright. So this... I don't like that pose. I'm going to use this one instead. So... Okay, I like that. Now, I'm going to do the same thing again. This is going to be fun. He's really, really fighting back, laughing. Yeah, again, as I like to say, you know, it may not work, but I think we're on the right track here. Oh, thanks, Mikhail. I appreciate that. That's nice. Yeah, that video, I actually created that for my son. Who was, oh gosh, I think he was 17 at the time, but right. Well, yeah, if you want vectors and you want in-betweening with interpolation, yeah, you're going to have to be into either grease pencil or vectors in Krita. If I had to make a choice, if you put a gun to my head and you say, okay, you got to pick grease pencil 2.8 or even 2.79, actually, either one, or OpenToonz. But you got to do everything with vectors. You're after scalability and you're after keyframe interpolation. What do you pick? I would pick Blender. Not OpenToonz. By a landslide. There's no question. I would not even This is no contest. This is actually not too bad. It's like he's really fighting. So, okay, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to leave the word so on the screen a little longer. Okay, so we're basically going to run this right up into when he goes into the other pose. So look at what he's doing here, saying, I am so sorry. Okay, now this is what doesn't work for me. It's the hand poses are all wrong, blah, 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 blah. There's a bunch of crap wrong with it, so. But we're going to fix it. That's what we're going to do. Okay, the other thing I want to do here is I want to go into the eye layer, G key. Okay, stop. Boom. Did it again. Hit the Z key, Z, 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 Z. If I want to be in the eye layer, I cannot left mouse click. I must right mouse click. Now everything's working. Insert a key. We'll make this one a little different. Maybe a little more extreme. Insert a key. Okay, let's just see if the acting is happening here. Nah. Now maybe it'll be okay if I do both eyes and put in the outlines. So we'll try it, and again, this is one of the great things with Krita is, you know what, if it doesn't work, just delete the keys. You know, the cost of trying an idea is pretty low. Pretty low. Pretty low, my friends. Pretty low. Yeah, like I said, it might not work. I don't know. This is probably some of the most subtle acting I've ever been trying to do, you know, in recent days. Because I mean, this is a guy who's internally fighting himself. I am so... Okay. Now, because of the way I did this, having him do this at all, these mouth shapes are not helping. I do not think they're helping at all. I don't think we even want them in there. Okay. I'm going to save my work. Just pull back here a little bit. Sorry. Okay, that actually works. Now probably we could leave this on the screen a bit longer. Let me try maybe about there. I'm not even sure what this keyframe is. I think it's just a blank keyframe, yeah, to get rid of the mouth, so. Sorry. Okay, I don't know. I'm just curious what happens if we get rid of the animation completely. I'm gonna... Okay, what I'll do, I'll do a double safety backup. I'll hit save, I'll save my work, then I'll just cut them to the clipboard. So, okay, yeah, and I did, in fact, make a mistake. I need this pose in there, so boom, boom, boom. Okay. Sorry. Okay, it kind of would work. It would kind of work if the hands weren't so stupid. Okay. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to take a bold step here, folks. I'm taking a bold step. Bold. I'm getting rid of these keys entirely. I'm taking the character, and I am going to go into full-on 100% hardcore Krita mode. What do I mean by that? Well, I'm going to take this pose down here, drag it to here, and we're actually just going to modify this. We're going to modify it. Modify. What would actually happen, one wonders? Well, this is a very, very delicate operation. I'm going to stick with my trusty liquefy. Let me see how much this distorts. Okay, that's not too bad. That's not too bad. Okay, we'll fix the bottom here, obviously. Okay, what I want to do, I'm squinting at my screen. What I want to do is I've got to see this in my head. I gotta visualize this. This is tricky because I have to see it. Okay, I'm gonna sample that color. I'm gonna hit the erase tool, and this is where, again, this is really about visualizing. This is how good are you at seeing in your mind what you want. The greatest skill you have, I'm telling you, this I know. The most important skill you have has nothing to do with what software you use, and it really doesn't even have to do with animation technique per se. It's how well can you generate a very clear picture in your mind of what it is you want to do. Can you visualize? Such a powerful skill. Okay, so I'm wanting him to throw his weight back just a little bit. Look at that. Do you see what's happening here? You see it? I'm going to say, I'm actually going to add a second keyframe, and I'm going to modify this even a little bit more. Just because I'm going to keep the extremes and see if it works. If it works, great. If it doesn't, that's okay. But if I do this, okay, now I'm going to hit the G key. I'm going to do this all with shapes of color. And I'm going to take the very bold step of doing it boom, boom. That'll have to be smoothed out a little bit. Smoothed out. Mel's not particularly muscular, but he's not completely a slouch either, of course. I'm in erase mode, obviously, right there. Okay. I'm going to grab this color and then make it even a little bit darker and put these wrist straps. Do you see it? Can you see it coming onto the screen? Okay, the question then becomes, what are we doing with the other? I'm actually, it's funny because I've got this hand that I've drawn in there and I'm about to cover it up. mm. Mm. Mm, 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 mm. I'm going to go into behind mode. Not quite far enough out there, I don't think. Ooh, didn't mean to do that. Can't be in, gotta be back in normal mode here. All I want to do, so I'm really having to see stuff that's actually not there in the shot, and of course I'm actually literally painting over stuff that's not even there because I'm seeing it in my head. Kind of a strange thing. Very strange. Very strange. Let's see if it works. We'll give it a crack. We'll give it a try. Sorry. Okay, not bad. Not bad. Not bad. I'm going to hit the A key and we're going to go ahead and just liquefy this a bit to kind of sort of try to make it work and see if the picture, again, the picture in my mind, is becoming clearer and clearer. Or is it becoming worser and worser? Oh dear. Oh my. Yeah, that's a little questionable. But you know what? We'll roll with it. I don't know about the pacing though. Okay, this is problematic. Holy cow, that's like super problematic. This is risky behavior. Okay, 9 times out of 10 what happens with something like this is it turns out that getting rid of the tween usually looks better, actually. So in this case, I feel like I had his one hand about right. I'm going to take the tween out, though. I'm taking the tween out so that he jumps right into... Okay, so the problem is, this is an exceptionally difficult drawing, actually. It's a bit of a strange pose. And so I'm gonna keep working with it though here. I'm gonna keep fiddling. Just not sold on it yet. Especially the hands. What I'm seeing as being problematic is this. Because really, I wonder how far back I can go. You know what I really want to do? I don't think this is going to work, but I'm sure there's not going to be enough undo steps probably, but maybe. Oh, I got it. Oh, I was lucky. Man, was I lucky. Okay, so I'm going to put this pose here and save my work. Because I like the way the hand is cupped over the mouth here. And I don't like anything really about what's going on with the right arm, right hand. So I'm going to go ahead and get this inked so I really can see what's happening with the left. And then we'll deal with the right maybe a little more. What's happening is the software would respect the fact that you hit the key. Because I know I hit the key. Oh, I really want to make that a little darker, and I'm going to zip in really far. I'm actually just going to erase that. Erase. Do. And then let's just go to black and just lighten it up a tiny bit. Okay, and I'm going to turn on the smoothing, which for me is the Q key. So if you guys are into like really rapid fire pencil test, you know, all the stuff that's like inspiring and looks kind of glamorous and easy. That's not really what you're going to see here. Not today. What you're seeing is grunt work. Grunt. Try this, try that. Maybe it'll work, maybe it won't. But when it's all said and done, we've got a sequence here that's going to wind up being about 1.5 minutes long, which was accomplished in 3 days, which is pretty good. If I can knock out 30 seconds a day, that's where I want to be. That's where I want to be, people. Okay, hitting the 5 key. Little touch up right there, obviously. And the N key brings this down to size. Okay, so this is the part that's going to be tricky. I see what the problem was. That's why I was having trouble with my ink density, if you will. I was having trouble because it was set to actually about 70% opacity. So cupped is the term. His thumb is kind of underneath. His thumb is underneath. This may not be the most actually natural sort of pose, but I think it works for this. So I'm going to get this in here. Whew, 5 key. N key. Now I'm going to pull out. And let's see, just ignoring his right arm for the moment. Okay. I can kind of see it, so what I'm going to do is instead of being stupid, I'm going to be smart. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the right arm on a separate layer. Excuse me, then if I make a boo-boo. So there's the hand. There's the wrist wrap. There's the forearm. Of course, it's like completely way too small, but and all my lines are a little winky. Little winky. Winky is not good. We want them to be not winky. That's what we prefer. Not winky. Right? Isn't that true? Yes, of course that's true. We want them to be not winky. Okay, see, it's not bad. It's not bad. You know, it's not bad. It's just not great. Not bad, but not great. So let's see if we can fix that. Here, what we're going to have to do is go something like this. And the positioning, I'm totally thinking out loud here, by the way, folks. This is the kind of stuff that I might be, it's like I sound like I know what I'm talking about. No. I'm guessing, and I'm just expressing out loud what I'm thinking might work. Okay? Just so you know. Just so you know. Not lying to you, I'm just not really 100% sure that I actually know what the heck I'm talking about here. So what I'm going to do is try to get these fingers in here, and actually let's hit the G key and the E key, and let's just chisel back out of that a little bit. B key, E key, which switches me back to the brush, but not in erase mode. Okay, now it looks like he has 6 fingers. I get that. We don't want that. You're not supposed to have 6 fingers, sir. You're supposed to have a mere 5. A mere 5 fingers. Boom. Okay. I am going to hit the Q key so that I can actually get some stabilizer assistance. Right here. Right here, let's get some stabilizer assistance. Stabilizer assistance. To bring it around the horn, drive it home, baby. Bring it around the horn, drive it home. Right on. That's probably okay. That's probably okay. Alright, can we actually... Well, what we're going to do here is obviously insert a key. We're going to come back here, just make sure the keys are doing what they're supposed to do. So here's what I'm going to do now. Watch the magic happen. Now I'm going to take the paint layer that I just created and hit Control E, which bakes it down into the character layer. So now this pose is baked into a single thing, which is a good thing because that means I can now get busy with my shadows. So I'm going to go black, hit the G key, turn on alpha lock, and turn my opacity down to about 11%. But why did you do that? Well, so I could do this. Now I can draw outside the lines all that I wish. I don't want to go too far outside the lines. Actually, I'm going to redo that. It's not simple enough. That's probably okay. And actually, let's think about this. If his arm's there, then I guess that would be kind of having a cast shadow, wouldn't it? So, how about that? That'll work. That'll work. I think that'll work. Yes, yes, yes. I think I like what I see. Oh, I do, I do, I do. As Abba would say, I do, I do, I do, I do, I do, I do, I do. Oh, that looks wonderful. And maybe we're even going to put a little bit of shadow around here on his face. Just because of the acting, you know. We're talking about really subtle timing, blah, blah, blah. But I'm liking what I see. I'm so sorry. Okay, and I'm just going to allow him to say that under his breath. So now the question becomes, do we have him sort of trembling in this pose? And the answer is, well, there's no reason we can't try. I'm going to hit the A key and let's just try to make a little mod to this. Like so. Just a little mod. Up, little up. And, okay, did I just undo that? Yeah, like a bonehead, I just undid what I did. Up, 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 up. Enter. Okay, so now I'm just going to loop on these. Okay, 2 frames doesn't cut the mustard in this case. It's going to have to be 1. And I think it would be blah, 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 blah. And then it would only happen twice. Is this the right pose? Down, down. Okay. So it would only be, sorry. Yes, that's it. That's it. I got it. Sorry. Yes. And while he's saying, okay, guys, we got it. This shot's actually almost done now. The hard part, I think I have conquered. Feeling pretty good about that. Feeling pretty good about that. Yes.
Are you feeling good about that? Melchizedek?
Yeah, Asher. I mean, you know, it's all good. It's cool. It's cool. We're having a good time.
Look at me.
Blink, blink. Blink. I am so sorry. Guys, it worked. I think I got it. I think I got it, which I usually do. You know, if I keep working, keep trying, keep rocking, yeah, I tend to get it sooner or later. So I think we're in good shape. Okay, so let's deal with this. Right here, we're going to really break the rules in a major way. We're gonna seriously spank it. Here's how. On this character layer, we got this pose. Okay, so here's the background image. And by the way, the background image. Okay. I thought that the background image had the paper in it. So if I'm not going to be like really stupid, then the thing to do would be to just grab this and go Control X, Control V. Now the paper is on its own layer. So we'll just, seems like overkill. I mean, you know, we could put this on the same layer as, say, the mouth or the eyes, just because. But this is what happens, by the way, when you, normally in Krita, I keep everything on a single, like every single shot is a separate Krita file. So all the editing takes place in Vegas, in the actual show edit, right? Back here, where I obviously do a lot of editing, chopping shots down a little bit, trying to work out the pacing, yada, 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 yada. So this is risky behavior, to a degree. Okay. So if you're gonna do a sequence, meaning half a dozen shots, which I think in this shot we have, I mean in this sequence we've got, let's find out. 1, 2, well no, that's still one shot. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, even though that's a repeat of the early one, 8, 9, 10. So this sequence has 10 shots in it. Now, I tell you folks, I never do this. I never have even 2. I rarely even have 2. So this is an exceptional thing. I'm totally experimenting here. And that's fine. I mean, I'm saving my work frequently and no big risk. And besides, if I wanted to break this down into separate shots, it wouldn't be that hard to do. It would take about 10 minutes of dinking around. Well, what's my point? My point is that if you're going to have multiple, every shot is going to have 1 or 2 utility layers that are used for something that moves when the rest of the shot doesn't. Right? Eyes, mouth. Well, if you're going to pack a bunch of shots into a sequence, you're going to wind up with more and more utility layers. It's exactly what I ran into in Tahoma, and Darren T, with the comment he made yesterday, was quite correct. If I would have done the work in Tahoma and limited it to just one shot, Tahoma would become much less unwieldy. So my general advice to anyone is just do one shot at a time. Don't take my example on this particular sequence, because usually, I mean, I very rarely do this. It's almost always just one shot per Krita file, and then I just edit it. Just like taking, footage that you shot for a movie and you go edit it together. Okay, so one question that arises is, I guess we asked about the paper. I'm going to come back to this, though, because I think Asher needs a blink of his eyes there. So here's the paper layer, so we don't completely belabor what I'm talking about. I'm going to sample the paper color, and then just go to the next keyframe on the paper layer. Careful to be on the right layer. And I'm going to go Insert, and I probably should turn on the onion skins and turn off the background. Okay, that'll work. Now I can go and curse you, I have all my settings wrong, so now I have to do that over again. Okay, next. And obviously you could actually take the first drawing of the paper, and you could actually use transform tools. Like I could take this, I mean, gee, let's just have nothing but fun and try it. So if I hit the A key, but then go into, I would assume we probably want to be in perspective mode, maybe. So we can essentially just do that. Yeah, there's really no reason why we can't do that. Now it's going to be slightly fuzzy. It's a little fuzzy. So let's see if that's a problem. It might be a problem, and it might not be a problem. We just don't know. Nope. A little consistent. I'm going to insert a key, and I'm going to insert another key after it. And then on this key, I'm going to hit the G key, which is the freehand path tool, and I'm going to actually just cover up his eye. Cover up his eye. And then I'm going to grab the B key, my brush. Get your brush. Get your brush. Come get your brush. And put in a blink. Ba-doom. Ta-da. It's a little touch, but it actually helps. It actually brings it to life a bit. Okay, so the one thing I was thinking, okay, I actually have to go forward. I was thinking I had to go backwards, but actually I have to go forward. Sorry. Let's go here. Proclamation by Lord Golek. Read it. Okay, stop. Alright, this section, we've got, I believe this is all baked into one layer. I don't think his hand moves quickly enough. Okay, so what we want to do is essentially take these keys and just boom, copy them over, skip one, go back, copy them over. So I just basically am taking out 2 keyframes. Okay. Alright. File, save. Save your work. Save early, save often. Okay. I'm actually going to do one other little thing here. I'm going to actually take the transform tool. Hold on a second. The paper is baked in, isn't it? Okay, I guess I'll live without that. I was going to make the hand a little bit smaller, but... Well, no, I think the paper's in the... yes, the paper is actually baked into the background. So now I need to be on the character layer, like the point here being Dave. Don't be stupid. Don't be stupid, Dave. Don't be stupid. You can be stupid if you want to, but you really should not be stupid. Not stupid is better than stupid. And you know what? Let's go a little further. Let's shrink this down even more. All right, and you say, oh yeah, but that just caused a big problem, didn't it? Yep, it did. We're gonna fix it. Ready? Go. Solved. Problem solved. Okay, so now the key here is this timing is like pretty lame-o. So we're going to take everything and scoot it back up. And, okay, yeah. And then this segment here, I'm going to grab the right hand key so that it's very tight to the... Yeah, that worked. Okay, hey there. Just here for a few minutes. Wanted to say your backgrounds yesterday turned out really nice. Didn't get a chance to say so yesterday. Appreciate that, brother. Yeah, and I'm sorry to say that we're back in Krita today, but I basically rendered the whole thing out as an image sequence and then imported it. And early in the broadcast today, I did show why I did that. Because if you take like the characterization here, which by the way on this very drawing is actually a little bit flawed. You know, just fixing the kind of things you can fix with either just raster type painting over top of something, and or the liquify tool to do the same thing in a Toonz or a smart raster layer is extremely difficult. I mean, you can do it, but I actually tried it here today and I kind of demonstrated, and it's like, yeah, it's pretty clunky. Pretty clunky. So now there's one thing that's bugging me a bit, which is that I thought I already fixed this. But we got the up. Now we do have the problem, obviously, here that the shadows, we've got all these erroneous shadows because the plastic tool, it really wasn't mapped through the plastic tool properly. So I gotta kind of go in here and fix some ugliness. The reality is it doesn't really matter much, and you'll see why here in a minute. So I'm just going to do that, and then what I'm going to do is, I think I'm actually going to motion blur this. Yeah, this frame here could be motion blurred. See, I mean, you know, it's like, okay, that isn't really even a problem. Now this area here could actually, because his head does a squash and stretch, which I don't do a lot of, but we actually could do a slight motion blur on this, but it should be much less, and it should be essentially vertical. So what I'll do is I'll set this to 50 so that I can crank this around and get the directionality of the motion blur correct, and then we'll turn it back down to like 10, I think. Yeah, just like that, just like a little kiss. And then if I like it or I want more, I can just hit Control F to repeat that filter. Yeah, look at that. I'm gonna repeat it. Boom, boom. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. You know, we're really in motion here. Why not just use the tools that are available to our advantage? Okay, so the basic problem we have here is that Asher's face is kind of boogered up. Yeah, it's pretty useful, but really it isn't just the liquify capability that is why it's problematic. It's the problem, as you know, of what I did was I went in and I had to kind of erase a little piece of his cheekbone, and then I draw it in with the outline, and then I fill the color, and I use the smart brush tool, and then the lines don't actually get covered up, and I switch it to overall, and it's like it's almost right, but it still looks like it's not quite right. And that happens really, really frequently, where it's like, yeah, it's close. So when Valerie looked at this sequence last night, she was like, you know, yeah, I mean, it's pretty good, but it's not quite it's not quite there in terms of the image quality that you've been getting with Krita. And I agree with her. I think it's slightly subpar. So that's not necessarily to be blamed on the tools, though. So let's be clear about that. All right, so now what I want to do is, first of all, before I go too far here, what we've got these two shots, and the only difference between the two of them is what his arms do, okay, with the paper, okay? Darren, you just nailed it. In fact, Mikhail, if you're still around, see what Darren just posted? That's what you probably want to do. If you're going to get into 2D, you know, you're asking me what software, that's the strategy I employ right there. Do everything in Krita that you can, and if you really need a camera move, I wouldn't necessarily use OpenToonz or Tahoma for timing. I do just fine working out timing in Krita in most of the animation, frankly. But if you've got to do the camera move, if you need anything that requires parenting of 2 layers, certainly puppet animation or the vector stuff you were talking about, yeah, you know, go over to OpenToonz for that. The great thing is they are interchangeable. And what I did, Darren, today, just for your information, I know you can't stay long, so I'll tell you. What I did was I'll show you this, just so you know, because you may actually want to use this technique at some point. All right, so I'll just show you really quick. Sorry, I just opened the wrong freaking software. I kind of followed some of the tips you gave yesterday, and it wasn't this frame, but I'll show you what I did. I basically said, okay, let's turn off the background. Let's turn off the shadows. Let's hit Alt-F and the N key, so we're actually full screen. And that technique right there of making it full screen in actual size allowed me to cut a perfect HD frame from OpenToonz into Krita. As far as I'm concerned, Blifton, I mean, the 2 softwares actually integrate really well together. I would just say, you know, Darren, if you're in contact at all with Jeremy on Discord, I would just say, can you see if actually pasting back from Tahoma to the system clipboard is a problem? Because if that's doable, the problem you're going to have with Tahoma is that you're talking about taking a smart raster layer, which really is not just a pixel grid, and copying that to the clipboard. How do you do that? Internally, you'd have to actually convert it to a standard raster layer and then cut that to the clipboard. So I'm sure that's probably why he hasn't even poked at doing that. You can. Darren, the standard output format in Krita for rendering image sequences is exactly what Tahoma requires. It's a file name with a dot and then 4 digits. So the image sequences that I use in Krita are completely interchangeable with OpenToonz. So if you're willing to take the step of rendering stuff out to your hard drive, everything's fine, everything's easy. Then it's just that you have the extra step. I want to say that for the audience. Be aware, if you're willing to take 1 minute from Krita or OpenToonz and just render the stupid thing out, then you're good to go, because they both have the identical file naming convention. Yeah. No, they're not. Blifton, both applications are built on Qt. They're actually built on the exact same cross-platform C++ programming framework, actually, surprising or not. No, there's a lot of differences under the hood, especially on the Krita side. It's a lot messier. It's bigger and messier. There's a lot of dependencies. I would say trying to successfully build Krita is going to be more difficult than successfully building OpenToonz, or obviously Tahoma. Okay, so let's think about our strategy here. When he moves his hands this way, obviously the shadow's in the wrong place, so when he moves his hands this way, we're okay with these shadows being wacky because this is only on the screen for essentially 1 frame. So we go from this to this, so we've got to decide how do we fix this. If this was brought back to here, so the whole thing is literally on 1s, which in 24 frames a second would actually be 3s, obviously, it may be that none of this stuff I'm talking about matters if we just don't have this languishing on the screen for 2 frames instead of 1. Let's find out. I would say no. I don't like it, because for me, going from that to that is a really cool little bit of animation. So let's just fix this one. Let's do it the hard way and just use painting to fix it. All right, so I'm going to take it one little section at a time. So right now, I'm just going to toggle back and forth, and what you see is you've got this floating shadow. So that's not really acceptable. So let's go ahead and just add some difference to this side of it so that it kind of sort of makes a little more sense. So that's fine. That worked. I'd say that should probably be. Okay, so all right, so now what about his hands? Let's just deal with the hands. I'm going to deal with fixing this one little piece at a time. Okay, so here I would say, oh, there's Valerie. Wonder how my baby slept last night. I'll have to ask her. Okay, boom. Okay, so that's fine. I would say this, probably something like that. So the shadow is sort of crawling into position. And this, I would say on this frame, we probably want to go like that. Alright, so what I'm going to do right now, since I just saw my baby, is I'm going to go hang with her for just a couple minutes, and then I'll come back and finish fixing this up. And we're actually getting mighty close to the end of the line here. We're getting close to this whole sequence being ready to render. Now, to be fair, there's a whole nother segment of, once we get to the last two poses, one of which is this one, by the way, where there's dialogue between the two characters. So whether I'm going to continue that in the same Krita file or go to another one, I haven't decided yet. Since I'm pushing the envelope, cheers, Darren. Since I'm pushing the envelope and I only have a memory footprint of 300 megabytes, I'll probably just keep going and see how it goes. So I'm going to take 5. I'll be back in 5, folks. I guess while I'm gone, I'll loop the stupid thing so that y'all can see what the heck's going on, and that'll keep you entertained, maybe. So rewind. Is that going to loop? I think it's going to loop. We'll see. Well, it looks to me like while I was on break we might have lost a couple viewers. It looks like also that it is looping, but I believe we also got a we had a little bit of a connection blackout, which does happen from time to time. Not as much with the version of OBS and settings I'm using now, but whatever. Rock and roll. So, what's next? What's next? That's the question. Okay, hold on a second. Oh yeah, that's correct. I'm like, where'd the animation go? Sorry, it was in the prior shot. Back here, I believe. No? Oh, it was back here. Yeah. Bloop. Okay. A little bit of dialogue. What is it? Okay, yeah, this is what I was fixing. Okay, cool. So I want to have... Alright, that's what I was doing. I know what I was doing. I was fixing this. Okay. So here... Okay, so why don't we just kind of make this little mod right here. That'll be fine. Just a little... I'm hitting Control to sample the underlying color. So I can just make these little judicious corrections. Fill in a couple of these little blanks. Probably that's a bit too much shadow over top of his nose, and I definitely don't care for that. Shadow. Okay, so basically that's fixed with one little caveat, which is that his characterization is slightly off. Now this is going to be risky behavior. This is where it gets ugly, and I probably should go to a second layer. Alright, so what we want to do here, let me see if his head moves between those two. Yeah, it does actually move a little bit, unfortunately, doesn't it? Hit play. Yeah, it does. Okay, so I'm going to have to animate it. So I'm going to make a bold move here, folks. You're going to go, what are you doing, man? I'm going to hit the G key and the E key, so I'm erasing, and I'm erasing the guy's head. I am chopping his head off. Goodbye, head. Gone. But how could you? How could you chop up his head? Well, there's a method to the madness, and the method to the madness is, now I'm going to go into this head. I'm going to select it. Okay, I just blew it. Let me do that again. I'm going to very carefully grab Asher's head. Like that. I'm going to go Control X, Control V. Okay, so now his head is in a separate layer. As you can see, Krita's pretty nice to us in that we only get the head. It inserted a blank keyframe at the beginning, so the only time we see his head is when it appears here, and then here it's disappeared. Now this one's going to be animated a little bit. So what we're going to do is we're going to fix the head, and the cool thing is, because it's in its own layer, we don't have to worry about screwing up the body if we go in and try to liquefy his head. So this becomes kind of easy. So what I'm going to do is actually just move this down a little bit. And I'm just going to make a few little adjustments here. Little adjustments. I could obviously go in and do some painting if I wanted to. But I think what I want to do is... Yeah, actually, I think I'm going to do this. I'm going to actually go like that. Okay. So what I'm going to do is copy this over here first. And then I'm going to take this and stretch it up a little bit. And then here, I'm going to just hit standard free transform and lean that in a little bit and get it in position. So now what we should have is boom, boom, boom. Okay, I don't like this. This is too much of a move. This is where I might turn on the onion skins, probably turn the background off. So I can see how much of a change there was, and it looks to me like that's just too big of a change. So I'm just going to sneak that back a little bit. See if that does the trick. And in my opinion, this is actually a mistake. I'm thinking that... Let me put this one back here. I can always hit undo and see if what it looks like if it's just the same pose. Because really, yeah, absolutely. So I'm getting rid of this. Because what I want is I want the audience to be clearly focused on the paper, not his head at that moment. Okay? Yeah, absolutely. So leaving that pose the same is definitely better. Okay. So there's that. We fixed that issue, and now there's a little bit more that needs to be fixed in terms of characterization. So I'm going to again hit the G key and the E key, and I'm going to cut a little piece. Sorry, I hit the E key and it didn't take, and so now I have to go, I want to have a little bit more of a curve around there, so give it a little skinnier. Let's get his ear in there. Again, hitting the E key to just do a little chiseling. Okay. Alright, and vis-a-vis what Valerie had mentioned, I think maybe I want to do a little liquefy here too and push that in a little bit. That was something she kind of mentioned. She just felt like he was a little off character. Okay, so now having done that, I'm going to hit the B key because well, actually I'm going to strike that. I'm going to grab the G key and get rid of this line and maybe peel that off a little bit right there, because what's actually missing here is let's sample the eyebrows so we got the right color here. But what's really supposed to be happening is his face is skinnier, and I kind of blew the characterization there. So now we'll go in here again, GE to just chisel out, and then the B key to reinforce the outline, and I think we're probably going to be good to go here in half a second. So this is what happens. I mean, you're always going to have little bits of characterization, you know, or I should say being off character. It's a really common problem. I'm going to hit the G key again, and I think what I'm going to do here is I'm going to just add a little bit there and a little bit of flesh right there, and then go in around this and just smooth that out a little bit. Not horrible, maybe not amazing. Let me see if that helps. I think that helps. So I'm actually going to go ahead and fill that little area in there. Yes, there. Now that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Now, by the way, B key, sample. His brows really shouldn't have all those holes in them. So, and we'll fix that little glitch right there. And as long as we're here, why don't we fix this glitch as well? Let's go ahead and make that shadow line a little nicer. Just because we love our cartoon characters and we want them to be happy. We want them to be very, very happy. So we fix the problems. And we make them look better. Like so. Okay. Maybe a little tiny kiss right there, because his brow is fairly furrowed, as we like to say. And as long as I'm here, again, I'm going to actually just tighten up this shadow a bit, because there's no reason not to. And now, what should happen here is the head continues like that over top, which is of course wrong. So now I'm going to hit Insert to insert a blank keyframe, and now I can take this head that I just fixed and I can bake it down into the rest of the animation so that we have something more like that. And then if I want to change it a little more, which I kind of do, yeah, no big deal. Change it. Do it. Rock and roll, man. Rock and roll. Okay. Cool beans. Alright. Hello. Whoops. What is it? Okay, so here we're going to go G key, sample that, and get rid of his mouth. File, save. Okay, now I think we can go back to the beginning. I think our sequence as conceived and executed, I believe, is done. Now it's a question of all the dialogue that comes after. Okay, and there's one other thing I wanted to try. As long as we're here, as long as it's not too tough to try it, let's try it. This is, again, a little bit risky behavior. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go like this. I'm actually going to use the scaling tool. This is the scaling tool. There we go. I'm going to do that. Then I'm going to go back to the regular liquefy mode. Don't know if I like the shoulders going up. There's a little bit of a, if we're going to do this, we don't want his volume to appear to increase. Okay, so then what we can do is go like this. I'm just adding this in just because it seems to me that maybe it'll be a nice touch. What do we got here? Let's see. Okay, the movement on this left edge is too strong. So I actually went too far. So this is the pose, and that's the modification of it. So this really needs to come back out, I think. So let's just see. Okay, I can live with that. So this would be copied here, and then we're going to actually let this keep extending. We'll see if it works. It might be too much, but I actually think it's going to work pretty well. So he says, "Look at me." I'm going to leave it in there for now. You know, I might change my mind and say let's remove that later, but I'm thinking I kind of like it. So sorry. Proclamation by the Honorable Golick. Read it. What is it? Okay, there you go. We did it. We're done. That's a very, very long sequence. Now, I mean, we're not really done. We're done with what I set out to do initially. Now it's time to keep going and see if we're going to just keep working here in this Krita file. Well, I've saved it. There's no reason I can't. So if we're going to do this, we're going to go into the mouth layer and insert a key right here. Boom. And hit the G key. And I guess we'll grab this color. What is it? What is it? Okay, the is didn't work. This is actually probably what we really need is a little sort of a closed mouth thing. What is it? Okay, and then this closes or settles too quickly. What is it? That's, and then this is not quite the right pose. Not quite the right pose. Okay. And if I really want to make this good, what I'm going to do is go up here, because this is, we don't always do this, but this sequence is a lot of sort of delicate acting. So why don't we go into the eye layer and just give him a blink, just to see if it makes everything feel a little better, a little more alive. And then we'll just hit insert to get rid of it. So he says, what is it? And this probably needs to be a quick blink. Okay, I'm liking it. I'm liking it. File save. Okay, so what I'm going to do is go back to my dialogue here, and what is it? Prince Vespar to be betrothed to Tianara. Okay, who's Tianara? Carliana's daughter. This should have an A in it. Carliana. What? You mean that one girl? Mm-hmm. Lucky prince. Okay. There's quite a bit of acting here going on. I don't think I want to continue here. I think that's just stupid. I think that's stupid. So what I'm going to do is render this out, cut it into the show, and then what we're going to do is take the keyframes, basically these last two poses, put them in a fresh Krita file, and we'll use them as a starting point to go ahead and create the next sequence or segment. So this is 248, 250. See, he says what is it? 240. So let's go to 250. We'll do 250. Oops. Yeah, 250. That's what we want. Come on. Oh yeah, Krita, you're being stupid. Gotta click something. Click something, click anything. Just so that Krita doesn't try to keep typing letters into the numeric entry box, which I have ranted about at other times as being like the stupidest idea ever, that it's even possible to type letters into those boxes. Okay, one little thing right here I'm seeing. Let's do it. By gum. Let's do it. Let's see. Okay, so his whole character is there. So I'm going to actually go here, and this is going to be really ugly. Really ugly. I'm going to actually turn the background off and turn on the skins so that here I can go like this, and I'm going to put in two things. I'm actually going to put in an anticipation and a bounce. This is probably not going to be a good idea. Because it's kind of contrary to the stylistic, or you could say aesthetic conventions of the show. So in other words, I'm kind of doing too much here, probably. Definitely, that sucks. That's horrible. Oh boy, is that ugly. And I would also say if I'm going to do something with this, I need to do it with this one. So that would be a little rotation, a little bit like that. And then actually I'm just going to throw in a little bit of that motion blur. So that one will probably work. But it might not. And if it doesn't, we'll discard it. Yeah, it does. It just adds extra noise for no good reason. It's yuck. Yuck. Okay, so now you can see one thing way back here. You can see this little flaw in Asher's ear, which is more than a little bit problematic. So it's gone there. Now this is one of those rare cases where I probably can fix this by just painting over it repeatedly, and it's probably going to be fine. So I'm just going to go like that. Go back a key. I'm just going to do this the hard way, because it's not a situation where there's really much possibility of introducing some visible chatter. As long as there's no visible chatter that we're going to see, then it's okay to try to duplicate the same paint job over multiple frames. If we were getting into the perimeter of it at all, there's no way. There's no way. You're not going to ever paint the same thing exactly the same way twice, which means you will introduce chatter. So it's better to put it on a separate layer and then bake it down. If you don't have any idea what that means, then I don't really want to explain it right now, but Zuko's over there chirping up a storm. I'm actually going to do something tricky here. I'm going to save my work, just in case. And I am going to put in the sort of the eye, the squinty thing here. Whoa, that's the wrong color there, Jack. That's the wrong color. You better not use the wrong color. That would be uncool. And then I'm going to go back here and do the same thing again, even more. And this goes by really, really fast, and he lands with his eye lines, so we might be able to actually leave his eye lines out. I just want to see what that looks like. Yeah, actually I think it works. Do we want to put the lines in? Yep, we want to put the lines in because it makes too much of a chatter. So, okay, so B key, boom, and then we'll just go here to the next key. I'm actually going to flip the screen. Ooh, there's a little problem right there, isn't there? Okay, G key, boom, surround that, B key, okay. Put that in there so we just don't see that. Your eyes are really, really sensitive to chatter. So if there's a rapid change like this, the loss of these lines, this is a good example of it, from frame to frame, it really jumps out like a sore thumb. So again, in this case, probably better to put the old lines in there. Got a little hiccup right there. I'd like to erase, which usually requires going over it twice because I'm using my pencil right now, and my pencil has a certain amount of transparency baked into it. Okay. Okay. So all these little eye blinks and things are definitely an unusual level of detail, but no great crime. No great crime. I think I can live with that. Okay, so instead of a blur, would a half opacity work? Oh boy, probably not. I mean, the problem is that one of the fun challenges of this project is that I am sticking to 8 frames per minute or per second, and really trying to develop, you know, how do you animate well, especially with some stuff like this that amounts to full animation, really, but at 8 frames a second, because I'm trying to maintain that aesthetic of like an anime or this kind of thing. So generally speaking, I've seen it happen over and over and over. What happens is just putting in an extra tween causes the whole motion to just take too long. So everything winds up looking better if you just snap from one pose to the next. Now, I'm getting into a little bit more than maybe I have in the past to a degree by putting in, like, let's see that anticipation there? So that's an anticipation. He goes the opposite direction before he blurs and snaps to the final pose. But I'll show you something. I'll save this because I'm really sure I don't want to do this in the show. But if I take these 2 frames, both of them out, for the style of cartoon this is, you're going to see this still works just fine. Boop. See? It still works. So it's very much a judgment call. Do you want to do the tweening thing or not? And basically, I would say I don't. More often than not, I don't, but once in a while I do. It just depends on the shot and what I'm trying to do. So I happen to really like the aesthetic of the limited animation. I really, really do. I like full animation too, but for this show, both from an economic standpoint, you know, just from a sort of cost containment point of view, in other words, if I really wanted to do gorgeous 24 frame per second Disney style animation, at this point I'm pretty darn confident I could do it, and I think it would be very good. You'd go, whoa, right? But that's not what this show is. This is this is more of your to use the ancient term, I'll say your Saturday morning cartoon type of show. The whole point is to have the aesthetic more of it. Well, I mean, it's more like Avatar: The Last Airbender, really, is kind of the stylistic parallel. If you go back and watch, like that shot right there with the soldiers, if you go back and watch Korra, which is a pretty gorgeous looking show visually, you'll find that most of the animation is like that. I was surprised. It's a show where they judiciously add more detail and more keyframed animation here and there. So what you come away remembering is all that motion, but if you actually watch the show, you realize most of it's pretty crude, actually. So that was kind of an interesting thing to note. In my opinion, on balance, I actually think the original Avatar looks a little better than Korra. Most people would probably disagree because I'm referring more to the I don't know. It's probably pretty close actually. Korra is sharp. It's really sharp. Yeah, Blifton, my suggestion to you is try it. You do it. I won't do it. You do it. And you let me know what you learn. I think what you're going to discover is that it creates a lot of visual noise that's contributing nothing to your storytelling. Once in a while it will work, but I suspect what you're going to find, and you tell me if I'm wrong, is most of the time you're going to find out that it actually made the storytelling and the visual effect a little worse instead of a little better. But, you know, your mileage may vary. When I was working on the anime project, which was basically at 24 frames a second, but most of the animation was really on 2s, so it was basically 12 frames per second, kind of the Warner Brothers approach. I tended to do more tweens, but I don't think my animation was better. I think it made my animation worse. So having to work at this frame rate, I believe, has made me a better visual storyteller, actually. I feel pretty strongly about that. I think one of the great mistakes that people that are like into animation make is that they think that moving things around will make your storytelling better. And what I've found repeatedly is not at all. It's like this shot of Asher. I mean, okay, there's an eye blink, but basically it's just a hold. But it works. So why does it work? Well, what I've been finding more and more is this. If you get the pictures right, if the pictures are pleasing to look at, you know, nice characterization, you know, it's pretty easy on the eyes, then the animation part's easy, really. And it's a hell of a lot more work. It's a lot more work. 12 or full animation. Way, way, way more work. It becomes economically unfeasible, actually, for what I'm doing. Because I want to be able to crank out a 24-minute episode, and ultimately I'd ideally like to do it in a week or a month. But if I want to do it in a week, I would need a team of about a half dozen to maybe 8 people. If I want to do it in a month, I'd probably need 3 people. I, by myself, can definitely do it in 3 months. So I can, at this point, that's my plan. 1 episode every quarter for a year. 3 years later, you got your 12-episode epic. So it's really just about the same as Avatar, actually, other than the fact that there's a lot fewer episodes per year. You know, instead of having like 24 or whatever they had, there's 4. So, well, that's what you get when you're, you know, dealing with one guy just doing his thing. So let's render this sucker out. This is shot number 326. Glad to see you're still here, Darren. That's great. I think you ducked out and now you're back. I'm glad you can confirm that, though, because that is something that I have had to do a fair amount of experimentation to learn. And it's been a bit surprising to discover that usually, to my surprise, the tweening helps more than hurts. What happens a lot of times is I'll put in like 3 tweens, and then I'll wind up taking 2 of the 3 out. And having the 1 is fine, 3 is way too much, and having none at all looks a little worse than having the 1 tween. That type of thing has happened over and over and over. So, you know, you live and learn. Let's go back to our show, and let's see how this sits in the mix. Okay, so what we've got here, quite interestingly, as you will see, is we've got all this, all this, all this, and this. Okay, so I'm going to take this stuff and move it downstream. All of this is getting chopped out right now. Boom, gone forever. And I'm going to clean my media pool because all of those storyboard images were in fact encapsulated in this sequence that I just created.
Wow, that's amazing. Amazing, sir. How do you do it?
Alright, so I'm going to take this and select this in the media pool so that sort of gets me in the right area of the media pool, so that when I bring in my image sequence, I'm not going to have to fish through the media pool to find it. So what did I say that was? 326. The backgrounds, I'll leave that there. This is all the background shots are just in that folder. Boom, boom, and we're going to open the sequence. The sequence will be interpreted as being 8 frames per second. There it is. I'm going to drag it in here, and look what happened. It looks like I almost got my my timing correct. Okay, and actually I can tell you something too, by the way. Let me show you something, Blifton. Here we have a sequence that is on a 24 frames per second timeline, and what it's doing is it's interpreting this clip as 8. What that means is that only every 3 frames is it changing. Okay? So here's the deal, Blifton. If I go in here and I turn on the resampling, let's force resampling. Now you're going to get exactly what you asked me about. Now what's going to happen is every 3 frames, Vegas is going to put in a bunch of tweens using a semi-transparent, you know, effect. You tell me if you think it looks better. Well, there you go. Just keep watching. See that? Blankety blank blank blank. There it goes. It's obviously putting dissolves in between the cuts for the same reason, because it's interpolating between them. Okay? Does it look better? You know, it's debatable. To a degree, like right there with the mouth, with the lip sync. Yeah, maybe right there. That looked terrible. That looked terrible. Pretty much. Didn't look, okay, it didn't look terrible, but it didn't look that good either. So I would say generally a resampled style tweening, or in other words, ghost frames, as you say. Let me see, like right here you have one. Boom, boom. That's what the resampling in Vegas does. I have it turned off all the time. I just don't use it. And in my entire life of using Vegas, which is about 20 years, I've used the resampling effect precisely 1 time. And it was actually on this show. It was way back here when it was right here, this shot. This is the only time I've used resampling, because I had this shot of the door. Like you're hearing all kinds of noise, and it's like somebody's trying to get out of the room. So I went ahead and allowed the resampling, and so that right there, that's the only shot in 20 years I've used resampling on. Wow, that's some crazy stuff, man. That's some crazy stuff. Now I can see there's an error here, because it looks like our background disappeared. It kind of fuzzes it. You know, it's a good way to put it. Kind of fuzzes it. Okay, so back here, what the heck happened on our background layer, which, by the way, shouldn't we really rename this BKGD? Yeah, I'm thinking we should. So what happened here? Something went wrong. Why do we have the final frame with no background? Well, that's a good question. Oh, I know why. I know. The naming convention from Krita is exactly the same as the naming convention from Tahoma, and because of that, after exporting from Krita, Vegas thought that the remaining extra frames from Tahoma were part of the image sequence, and that's why I got a bunch of frames at the end with just Mel and no background. So there you go. There you go. There you go, people. Okay, so one of the things about this sequence, see, this is the deal. What do we got here? We've got only 31 seconds. Okay, okay. Well, according to my careful calculations, this whole sequence should be taking about a minute. We've got 20 seconds if these dialogue clips turn out to be about right. And we got just under 10 seconds here, so yeah. It is a minute if you include the background painting that represents the beginning. So now I'm going to, I've only got 4 concurrent viewers, so we have a choice to make friends. We can continue in Krita doing this dialogue exchange between Mel and Asher, or we can stop the presses, go back and paint this admittedly pretty cool background painting, where you've got the mountains in the background, you've got the village down here, the Taj Mahal, which is actually the palace, and then up on this ledge overlooking the town is this monastery where Asher lives. What are we going to do? Are we going to do background painting? Or are we going to do lip sync? Paint background. Okay. Blifton wins because Blifton was firstest with the mostest votes. And so that's what we'll do. So I'm going to save my work. And I believe, if I am not mistaken, unless I accidentally shaved over it, I do believe the background painting is already baked in. I'm going to just do this. I'm going to go to my storyboard and drag and drop into Krita, because I think what I did was I expanded my background painting to be 4K, so it's really, really big since we've got that big camera move in there. But I don't know that I saved it as a Krita file. I probably just saved it as a... Zuko, why are you making so much noise over there? Okay, so I'm going to drag this in and just see... Yes, yes, you can see actually right there that this is actually a 4K image. So, okay. That means we're ready to rock. So, we will save our work, and we'll actually add a dummy layer, because by adding a dummy layer, a ping obviously can't have layers like that. So then Krita knows that we want to also save it as a Krita file. There we go. All right. And Steve weighs in to do the background. Okay, so, all right. How do we want to do this? Let me think about this for a minute. A couple approaches we could take. I'm going to say, let's just rough in the scenario thusly. I'm going to go ahead and expand this because I don't think we'll probably have much going on layer-wise, but we shall see. So I'm going to go here and say, I'm going to hit the G key, and so with the freehand path tool, I'm actually going to just kind of ballpark some sky. Now, I've never failed to see it happen, but I always wind up wishing the sky had been on a separate layer. So I'm going to go ahead and put the sky on a separate layer. Now I'm going to come up with just a neutral tan color and just kind of chop in little something. Little something. Okay. Now, before we get too far, let's get jiggy with our airbrush. Because what I want to do is go into the sky and do a couple things. Number one, I want to make the color a little richer on the top. Little richer on the top. Like that. Not much, a little bit. So you got a little bit of atmospheric perspective down here. Doling out near the ground. But there's another key thing here, and I'm actually going to really, really play it safe and put this on another layer. I'm going to take a little bit of red and go like that. Okay? Just going to go like that. And then I'm going to put this in overlay mode, I think. Because all I'm trying to do is sneak in a little bit of red in the morning, soldiers take warning. Why? Because this is actually kind of an ominous sequence we're about to enter here. Okay, and then I'm going to bake them together. I'm going to go ahead and commit to that. That's fine. So I'm just putting a little kiss. I'm gonna actually turn my opacity way down and just see if, what if I add a little bit of even yellow in that, just a little bit of that orange kind of thing going on. I would say yes, because it's kind of a dusky morning kind of situation. So I'm going to stick with that. I'm going to commit to it. Now, well, it is an establishing shot, so I guess it's not ridiculous to think that there might be some clouds that we will in fact animate. So let's do that. Let's put in some clouds too. Let's do the Bob Ross thing, and let's just happy cloud, right? Let's just do some happy clouds with our happy cloud brush. Remember this, I'm going to make the clouds a little smaller than normal because this is 4K. So actual size is pretty free. Is Enio. Why wouldn't you work some background scenes in Blender so you wouldn't have to redraw over some shots? why wouldn't I do... I don't know if I understand the question. I mean, it's just a background painting. Are you talking about because the individual elements of the background painting might be animated? Is that what you're talking about? Because that's kind of easy to do here in Krita, too, actually. So I'm not sure I understand the question. Work some background scenes in Blender. I mean, what are you going to do? Use the grease pencil to create the backgrounds? You could, but I'm not quite seeing what the benefit of that would be. So what I'm trying to do here is create a situation where later, and by the way, I can put these over here too. Okay, I'm creating a situation where later I can just do this. I can just have a little slow animation of the clouds while the whole scene is being panned from, you know, what we're going to actually see on screen is going to be something like this. Okay, enter the scene, and then it's going to pan over and in a little bit to this. So we start here, essentially, and we wind up kind of sort of here. Okay. No, I mean, it's a bit of a judgment call. Not this kind of background, actually, but some indoor backgrounds. Why wouldn't you work some background scenes in Blender? Well, but I don't redraw them, actually. I mean, the backgrounds that I used for the different camera angles on the last sequence, I didn't redraw at all. In fact, not only did I not redraw them, but the only one I ever drew was this one. And then I just resized them and flipped them and stuff like that and did a little bit of touch-up. But any shots we come back to where we're, like this background and this background are literally the same painting, just flipped. This one is literally the same one you see at the beginning. So I'm reusing them all the time. Well, yeah, but there's no 3D moves. I mean, look at the action here. Where are you going to do a 3D move? I mean, you could argue that, well, yeah, if the camera was pushing in and we saw some parallax, maybe that would make it a little more exciting. Okay, we'll go with that. I don't think we need to do it in 3D, but if you wanted to, you could literally take this entire sequence, because it's a bit of a scary situation. They've got this letter, and they don't know what's going on. Okay, let's add to the drama. Watch this. Okay, we're going to add to the drama a little bit. Right? So through this entire sequence, we've got this really slow push. Well, a little slow push like that doesn't necessarily require parallax, right? Nope. Usually when you're doing a push, the truth is you don't need parallax. You don't need to spend all kinds of time doing it in 3D. You can. There's no reason you can't, but it doesn't really help that much. Helps a little, maybe, sometimes. So, hope that answers your question. In this case, to maybe add this final answer to your question, Enio, is indeed what you're describing. I may, in fact, do. I've done it many, many times. So, the clouds, the sky, the foreground, and maybe these two pieces, like the mountain, and then this part back here. So basically everything in here would be one layer, this foreground would be another layer, the sky would be another layer, and the clouds would be another layer. And then you bring it all into Blender and do a camera move, right? That's what you're talking about. Well, okay, let's just roll back here the clock a little bit. Roll the clock back, buddy. What the heck do you think this is? That's all Blender. That's exactly, I think what you're describing is this shot, right? Except here we've got the castle in the foreground. In the shot we're working in right now, the castle's in the background. Okay, so if you want to let me know, Inio-san, is that what you were saying? Because I may very well do exactly that for this very shot. I just don't know yet. I mean, job right now is just to get this stupid thing painted, right? So, anyway. It's a fair question, though. People are always asking me questions like that. Well, why don't you do it this way and that way? And the question always has to do with the software. Okay, so one reason to do the painting here is that now in the mountains, in this background with the mountains, guess what I can do? I can hit alpha lock. I'm sorry, alpha lock. Which means I can now take the freehand path tool, which I want to have in raw mode, by the way, sample that, and go down to a fairly dark color. I'll make it kind of a rich brown color. And then I'm going to turn the opacity way, way down. And then I just want to see this in my mind. Oops, wrong brush. Boom. Okay. Okay. Boo-boo. The opacity didn't quite take. Sorry. Stuff happened. Okay. So we got the monastery in the foreground. So clearly, we kind of have the scenario Inio-san was alluding to right here, where we really need to put this, you know, overlap that. So now we've got this shadow situation in the background. You know, it's like it's not perfect, this stuff, but usually for like rocks and things, I'm usually going to be kind of going to a shadow color that's kind of really transparent, and then just build the stupid thing up, you know. Doesn't take all day. So we'll just add some little plateau here, you know, a little shadow there. It's not going to matter much. Okay, that's obviously you're going to have a problem here, but at this moment I don't really care. I just want to get these shapes in to just kind of indicate what's going on, and maybe for the moment we'll just turn the guides way, way down, right? And okay, so I definitely want a little bit more shadow action here, and I'm allowing a certain amount of chaotic serendipity to prevail. You know, and I reserve the right to screw it up. I mean, it might turn out it looks really stupid. Okay, but maybe not. So let's go like this, and I would say we'll continue to use the freehand path tool. So I'm just going to add white. Let's keep it low actually, and now I'm going to say, okay, well, you know, the tops of these rocks are going to pick up some sunshine, a little bit of sunshine. Now keep in mind that the sun is kind of not so much up as over in this case. It's a little bit of an unusual situation, so. And I'm going to solo that layer and see what I really have. Yeah, that looks pretty awful, actually. That's okay. I'm just going to keep working with it. I'm going to actually say there's a lip of land, a little lip of land here that's like a plateau right there. It's going to kind of pick up. Okay, and if you're going to have that, then you're going to actually have to... I don't like that. Well, actually, I guess I do like that. Strike that. I was wrong. I'm going to go like that, but then I'm going to feed back into this. Okay. Yeah, again, build it up. So this over here is looking a little better, or more complete, or more correct than this stuff. This is all noise over here. That's all going to get fixed here in a minute anyway. All going to get fixed. Fixy, fixy. Okay. We'll give that a little texture. All right, I'm going opaque now. This is where I'm going to get bold. Bold, I tell you. And again, the freehand path tool is actually making closed shapes, so there's not a lot of latitude for for delicacy at this point. I'm allowing the fact that it's filling in the shapes to sort of spontaneously create texture and variation that I can't really predict, right? So again, this is what I refer to as risky behavior. Risky behavior. Let a little bit of light sneak in there, but basically this is going to be kind of in shadow, right? There we go. Not horrible, not horrible. Okay, now I'm going to grab, let's see. I think I'm going to stick with my oil paintbrush. I've been having a lot of fun with that. So I'm going to turn the alpha lock off so I can go in here and hit the B key and maybe just what's going on here? Turn the opacity up. Turn up your opacity, Jack. And I'm always thinking about the light though. definitely. I'm always thinking about the sunshine, what it's doing on the rocks. It's coming this way, and we're going to have to add a little bit of a red tint to it, you know, because it's early in the morning and the sunshine has kind of this red tint to it. So you're always thinking about what's the light going to catch. Little catch like that, right? But then some of it's going to be kind of lost in shadow, right? So a little bit of lost in shadow, a little bit of shadow there. Because you got shadows being cast by these rocks too. Is this insane? I don't know. You guys tell me. Exactly. Okay, so yeah, what Inio-san was suggesting was exactly what I'm telling him. Yeah, I'm probably going to do exactly what you're saying. But what you were asking me is why not? And the answer is because Blender sucks for painting by comparison to Krita. It's actually pretty good, if the truth be known. Like if you're using the UV editor, the painting capabilities are actually, even in Blender 2.79, are actually really sophisticated. You can do really amazing animated brushes using animated masks or animated textures. The capabilities are huge, but I'm only personally aware of one guy that's really done anything with that in conjunction with a little bit of Python to sort of take the you know, just the plain old one layer painting capabilities of Blender to the next level. And I've done it myself. I've programmed animated brushes and things like that, like for foliage or whatever. It's super cool. It's just that it doesn't compare at all to what you can do in Krita, you know, with everything that's right there built in, ready to go. So, okay, so I think you guys would agree. This is actually looking okay. The thing I'm trying to do is, in my mind, I'm thinking about how this feels. How does this imagery feel? Does it feel like rocks to me? And if it's not, this is the biggest challenge of it, and it's why I like doing it. It's why it's fun, is because I have to picture in my mind what, you know, I want to put a little, just a little thing there that's catching a little bit of light or a little bit of shadow. And learning to feel that, for me, has turned out to be kind of a lot of fun. You know, and then I can go in here and say, well, I can feel that this is jutting out just a little bit, so let's just, let that catch a tiny highlight of the sun. I think I actually made it a little too bright, actually, but you see what I mean? So it's kind of an emotional exercise, actually. It's about getting in tune with your feelings. Everyone needs to be in tune with their feelings. Yes. Oh, you do want to be in tune with your feelings. Your feelings will guide you, Luke. Luke, you must trust the Force, Luke. Trust the Force. The Force will guide you. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is grab that brush, because what I want to do is, I did this on the door. You're drawing in 4K. Well, yeah, I mean, it's not exactly strictly 4K, but it's about double HD. And I'm doing that because I know that I'm going to be doing this big camera move over top of it. So I just want to keep the resolution reasonably high. You could do it at HD and it would probably be okay, but the purists out there will be having a cow. Dude, you can't do that. It's got to be high res, man. Yeah, okay. Whatever you say. Okay, so what I'm doing is I'm taking a mid-tone here, and I'm doing this, and I'm actually creating some cracks in the rocks. So by taking the tone that's between the highlight and the shadow, it makes it so that the lines I'm drawing create a shadow on the light side and a highlight on the dark side. It's quite a useful technique. And then I'm going to go in with a highlight and say, oh, let's just catch this lip. Oh, we just want to catch that lip right there. Just a little catch. And as I say over and over, I might zoom back out and go, wow, that really sucks. That looks stupid. It happens. It happens. Disconnected and reconnected again. So, you know, here I'm thinking about the volume of it. You know, what the actual directionality would be, how it's sticking out into space, and what the actual 3D shape is. And then what the implications are of that 3D shape in terms of how the light affects it. So up here up top, interestingly enough, probably we want to have a little bit, I'm going to say, let's grab this tone, let's make it a little bit lighter, because actually, remember, the sun is down below. I mean, it's coming up over the horizon, so we almost want a little bit of actually shadow on the top of these plateaus. That's interesting. So I'm going to go ahead and do a little bit of that, and then I'm going to just be kind of bold here with my reds and see if I can. Let's go with a really rich color. I literally don't know if this is going to work. I have no idea, but I think maybe if I just kind of say, well, you know, we're going to catch that sun. Catch that sun. Yeah, I think this is going to work. I think it's going to work. I hope it works. One can never tell. One can never tell. We want to keep it a little cartoony now. I don't want to get into, I'm not going for photoreal here, but I do want to at least take the light into consideration while still keeping it a bit on the cartoony side. Now, if we were going to do that, though, it is actually true that this would really be more shadow than highlight. And the highlight would be here on the side. But if you want to be really picky about it, think about it. The light's going this way, so what's really going to happen is this tone should probably be here as a cast shadow, and then this is what we should have here. And this is very non-intuitive. If you're just thinking like a cartoonist and you're not really thinking like a painter, you're going to probably miss that, and you're going to do what your brain is telling you should make sense, but your brain is lying to you. What actually makes sense is to think about the real direction that the light is coming from and respect the light.
Respect the light, Luke.
Respect the light. Okay, that's probably going to look pretty good, I would say. And just because I'm having so doggone much fun doing it, I'm going to actually give stupidly bright highlights right here. I'm going to actually let the sun really hold sway, as we say, on this edge. I'm going to go a little more yellow here. Like that. And then we'll come back in here and just say, well, where is this going to go? It's probably going to be something like that. So I probably should be using my freehand path tool. So you guys can see what, you see how it goes. I mean, it's all just kind of feel anyway, but so this, you can say this kind of bends this way, so why don't we put a shadow underneath it like that, right? And the problem with that one is it's not only is the contrast is a little too sharp or harsh, but I would say the shape is a little too broad as well. So that's why I tend to use a little mix of opacity, because then by using this a dark color but turning the opacity down, I can ease those shadows in like that, right? And then again, that's going to create a shadow area back here, right? I think. And I'll just kind of darken that in, maybe make it even darker. And so then it kind of creates a little shadow situation. Light and shadows, folks, that's what it's about.
We are painting with light.
And then I'm going to do one more radical one over here. I'm going to go like this. Okay, one key little idea, by the way. You will find when you're painting, if you want to make the thing pop, you know, like in the most stupidly easy way possible, then it's not a bad idea to consider using the complementary color in, oops, I don't like that one. I'm losing my plateau concept. So use the complementary color in the shadows, meaning, okay, I'm going to turn my opacity way down, and here's what we're going to do. We're going to jump across the color wheel to the blues. And we're just going to ease in some blues in the shadow region. And that tends to make it pop a bit. I'm not totally happy with the way that turned out, but conceptually it's often a good idea to use your complement in your shadows. And I turned the opacity way down so I can actually put a cast over it like that. Yeah, that's not too bad. And you can sort of ease that in. It tends to make things pop a little bit dimensionally. Okay, and then you could go in here. Now that's created some sort of mid-tone colors. So now I can go in here with that nice mid-tone color and just maybe build that up a bit. So, yeah. Am I going to win any, any awards? No. No. But it looks okay. Looks good. It's working. So I'm going to stick with that for the moment, maybe with the small caveat that I want to actually, ooh, that was a little extreme, wasn't it? I want to bite into this a bit. Bite in and out a little bit. Boom, boom, boom. Just give that a really kind of a rough edge. The edge, I feel like it's a little too... And by the way, okay, so this is going to be tricky. How do I want to do this? I guess I'll do this the hard way with my paintbrush. So I'm feeling like this, just need to darken this a little bit. Go to the, sorry, I want to hit the B key, so I'm using the brush, not the freehand path tool. And then I want to just ease a little bit of a gradient. I'm just kind of feeling it, really. I'm just feeling it, that this wants to be a little bit darker coming out of there. Are we even going to notice this detail? So this is where I'm just kind of enjoying painting, right? I'm just having fun because most of these details are going to be completely lost at showtime. Completely lost. Not even going to notice it. It's going to go by so quick that you don't even get to see it. But I'm just kind of speckling in some texture there. Little texture here. Little texture. Boom. The main thing is don't be freaking blending everything. Don't be blending everything. Allow yourself to have some bold strokes that just stand, and let your eye do the work of converting it into what you think you see. Hope that makes sense. Okay. I'm going to leave this alone for now. I think I've kind of beat it to death. And I don't even know that it looks that great, actually. The truth be known. But that's okay. We'll come back to it. A lot of times if you come back to something later, it becomes stupidly obvious what you need to do to make it better or fix it or whatever. So we'll leave that alone. Alright, let's grab the background. Okay, we don't want to be in solo mode. Yeah, I mean, that does look okay. This is everything about the ground, so I would say we probably do want to put, I would say we want to, let me make this a little darker so I can see what the heck I'm doing, but I want to grab this. As Lucas said, they aren't looking at the background, they aren't even looking at the foreground, they're listening to the music. Yeah, to a degree. That's going to be one of the most fun things about this show, is writing the score. I've already started playing around with some ideas. Okay, XV. Okay, so now we've got the plateau that the monastery is on, up in the sky. Why don't we do this? We'll hit Control M, and absolutely non-intuitively, what we think we want to do here is put this, is highlight this a little bit. In point of fact, I'm thinking we want to actually do the opposite. Because again, we've got the sun coming from below. We don't really want the additional saturation, frankly. We've got the sun coming from below. Yeah. We need to actually make this a little darker. And then we will pick up some of those sun highlights here on these edges right here. Okay. Okie dokie. So that kind of works. Should this be... I'm actually gonna... Let me think about this for half a second. Okay. So first of all, I feel like we've got a real perspective problem here. This is actually wrong. So I've spent all this time creating this plateau that I'm now going to delete, more or less. And I don't care. I don't care. All I care about is what looks good. So, boom, gone. Excuse me. I'm getting rid of that. And this plateau up here, excuse me, again, little cough there. Alright, G key. I'm going to delineate this a little better. And then I'm going to say this is actually going to follow through all the way like that. Maybe we'll chisel that back out, I'm not sure. But here, hopefully I don't have COVID-19, I'm not sure why I'm coughing a bit. Fortunately, I don't have COVID-19. I actually may have had it last year in February. I just don't know. But the flu that we had at that point, at the time, nobody was really talking about COVID-19. But the flu that we had at that time looked suspiciously like COVID-19. So we just don't know. We just don't know if we had it or not. So I'm going to just rethink this a little bit. Okay, that was wrong. Because we are not actually... I mean, we're looking down here, and we're looking down the village. This, we're not really looking down onto this. I mean, this is really kind of more in the background. And in fact, the more I look at it, the more this whole sequence, this whole piece, feels like it doesn't even belong in the painting, actually. What we really think, you know what, you guys, I know you guys are going to cry. Oh no. Nope, I'm doing it. This is what we got to do. We got to be ruthless. I'm going to actually take this, go like that. Yep, and now this kind of sort of works, actually. This is more like it. We want to take this piece, XV, and then we're going to put it below the other. And then this piece really needs to be kind of spread out wide like this. And then it needs to jut up and down more. And I would even say that it probably needs... Oh, whoops. Yeah, the main problem, okay, I'm noticing something right now that I want to address. Yeah, right here. So this, G key, E key, I actually want to chop that out. Hello? Taking that out of there. Why is it not erasing? Why is it not erasing? I am using the G key. Let's make it black so we can see what's going on. It was in erase mode and nothing's happening. What the heck is going on here? Ah, selection. Control-Shift-A. Sorry, my bad. Whenever there's a mysterious situation in Krita where you can't grab anything or draw anything, it usually turns out that you had a selection. Okay, so obviously the sky is screwed up. So we're really learning as we go here, folks. We're learning as we go. This is becoming painful. I think we can fix it, though, in this way. I think if we take our sky and just actually, okay. Where is it? Oh, there we go. We'll just do that, and so we... there we go. Resize. Okay. Sky's probably okay. But when I flip this, I am not liking the whole world is tipping over. Okay. The whole freaking world is tipping over. That's not cool. So this is one of those cases where this is almost really a pretty embarrassing painting. Definitely feel like I'm pretty badly botching this up. But, you know what? For most people, most of the time, including myself, spectacular paint. I'm actually liking this better. I'm liking it better. spectacular public failure. I say to you guys, chase after it. Chase after spectacular public failure. It has its benefit. Okay, this is not actually too shabby. I'm actually feeling a little kind of a down there too. Okay. Little kiss up over the horizon here. Little kiss. Oh, that's a tangent. That's not going to work. Okay, I want to pull this way back and see. Okay, so it's better. It's better. But, oops. Okay. I don't think the extreme slant in this particular case is helping us. I think it's harming us. Let's find out. Probably, but then this. So I tell you guys, I do not consider myself great at composition, actually. Okay? And you're out there going, yeah, Dave, I kind of noticed that you're not like the greatest at composition. Your composition is a little bit lopsided. Okay, this might kind of sort of be okay. And then obviously we want to... So I'm not even painting now. Now I'm just trying to rethink the composition. At 4K, obviously our liquify tool is a little anemic. That's okay. That's actually okay. I definitely feel like... So it's an interesting study, because what we're seeing is we've got a situation where we're definitely looking down at an angle, and I hadn't really considered this, but I would say that my proclivity to make this background horizon slanted is kind of an emotional reaction to what I'm feeling from the idea of looking down on the village. But it's not what you would actually see. What you'd actually see in the real world would still be a flat horizon way in the background. At least, I mean, I could be wrong about this, but I think that's what's going on here. Hence, I wind up with this really unbalanced composition because, and it's actually still even a little bit tilted, because the Earth, way off in the background, is still, you know, the horizon's pretty level. Okay? So now what we could also do here is on this layer, let's go ahead and, whoops, let's hit the G key. Hello? That's not what I wanted to do. I'm going to hit the E key. Okay. I'm going to take that sketch out. Okay. And then what I would think is, I'm just going to take a kind of a rich color, really transparent. And it seems to me that maybe we'd have something like this in the background. Maybe. I'm still really having a hard time with this edge. This is quite an interesting experiment. I'm really having a hard time with this. I feel like it's sucking me over the... Yeah, that's better. Okay.
We're getting there, people. Well, I told you. Look, you simply need to trust. Trust your feelings. Trust your feelings.
Okay, technically horizon is curved, but I know what you mean. Well, exactly. I mean, for this shot, you wouldn't see the curve of the horizon. No. No. Okay, and then it remains a fair question whether this is still a little problematic. I think it probably is. Sorry, I'm going to grab this whole section right here. Because, let's just see. What if this was like that? I almost would want to double it. I'm going to go Control C, Control V, and take this, move this over here, move it down a little bit, kind of make a little echo of it. Since it's on another layer, I'm going to make it a little bit transparent. I'm going to move it down, and then I'm going to, let's see here, and then I'm going to bake it. I'm going to bake it just to see what that feels like. Okay, and I think that's probably okay as long as this range, ground that's covering it is kind of sort of doing its job. So I think that's not too horrible. That's not too horrible. You like that? Okay, good. So, excuse me, the whole idea of being tuned into how it feels is, for me, pretty much the whole point. It is the challenge of this type of a painting. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, well, look, this thing is going to be picking up a fairly good amount of its environment, so I'm just going to put a base of color around the monastery that kind of sort of is based around the same color as the surrounding environs. This is going to be a really long shadow, obviously. And then these doorways, at this distance, we probably could just make them very simple. Very simple. Very simple. And then, okay, let's think about our values here. So this value maybe there'd be a little indication of that thing, but basically we're going to have something like that going on. And if we're going to have something like that going on, then we're going to also have something like this going on. B key. Boy, that looks pretty stark when you look at it actual size. Right there is what we're really painting. So it's quite difficult actually to find the balance between the correct level of detail when you know that once it's on screen it's only going to be half as big, right? But it's really hard to go into full size and you go, oh my god, this looks terrible. But we're going to keep rocking here. We're going to keep on rocking. And we really want to favor a more impressionistic approach. So I have to deny myself and keep it rough and keep it simple. Okay, let's turn this way the heck down. See what we've got here. I think that can be even bolder. Boom, 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 boom. Well, something's wrong here. Oh yeah, I knew it. I'm painting on the background. You silly goose. You silly, silly, silly goose. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Trying to make it rough. Keep it rough, people. Keep it rough. Get... Nope, that was a little too rough. Nah, it's probably not too horrible. It's not too horrible. I don't know. It's a freaking monastery. What's it supposed to look like? Sometimes it's helpful to pick the local color for whatever it is you're drawing. Say, okay, the local color is going to be this mid-tone. So you paint in the local color. And then you say, well, okay, let's go a little bit below it to pick up a shadow. And a little bit above it to pick up a highlight. And there you go. So we do have this kind of a lip around the roof. And then let's just grab this highlight. Little kisses of highlight. Little kisses of texture. Oh, I don't know. I don't even know what this is. Is this a is this a chimney? If it's a chimney, then it would have a hole in it, wouldn't it? Okay, if it had a hole in it, and by the way, I'm just tightening up the shadow side, but if it had that, then it also would probably be picking up a little bit of highlight. A little bit of highlight. And this down here would be a little more delineated. Delineated. Oh, what a good word that is. Love the word delineated. Shadow. Just letting the paint kind of do the work. Letting the paint do the work. Okay. Man, this is exhausting. This is all part of the same layer, so I guess I can just chisel back into that with the color of the stones, and without a doubt this is not, let's go like this. Yeah, typical Dave. Typical. What are you talking about, Dave? The this shape isn't even remotely close to correct. Okay. Not even close. That doesn't fix it, but it is an improvement. So, oops, that's not actually what I wanted to do. I just wanted to grab my brush. Grab your brush. Paint, paint, paint. Well, I knew this was going to be a somewhat challenging background. Oops, that's not what I wanted either. A, liquefy. I knew it was going to be a little bit challenging. M, let's lift that up, pull that down. Okay, we seem to be improving a bit. Okay. Why, this is exhausting. Alright, so speaking of local color, I don't like my local color. Why don't I like my local color? Well, I'm feeling like I want to get a more... We want this monastery to be... it is, in fact... Sorry, that's too bright. This monastery is a beacon of hope to its community, one might say. And overlay mode is not working. That's a little better. So what I'm trying to do is put a little bit of some nice sweet bluish local color into this. It's pretty subtle, people. Pretty subtle. But I must say, I like the way that looks better. Okay. And then we know that the opposite of blue, the inverse, is going to be this, but that's what we really want on the foreground side, because we're picking up a bit of that sun. Picking up a little bit of that sun. A little bit of that sun. Sunshine. Sunshine on my shoulders. Looks so lovely. Oh, John Denver. Remember John Denver? If you don't, it's because you're probably too young to know John Denver. Yeah. Only the old fogies in the audience know John Denver. Only the old. Nothing wrong with that. We're still painting in overlay mode, and as you can see, it's got kind of a good feel to it. Now, let's try to expand our perspective from a simplistic and arguably, shall we say, stupid approach to a slightly more intelligent and thoughtful approach. To wit, gee, don't you think there'd be more than just this building out there? To which I say, yeah, there kind of would. So now we got to think about that. Let's think about that. Well, I'm going to just start to have a little fun. First of all, question number 1. All right, I'm just going through this, looking at these questions in no particular order. Number 1, how's the roof held on? How are they keeping the roof on the building? Answer, I don't know. But I'm speculating that the roof would have had to have been applied or installed in pieces. So, let's give some indication that the roof has some pieces to it. Okay, well, if you're going to do that, we zip right in here, then you're going to be picking up just a little bit. Little bit of that sunshine, baby. Little bit. Okay. That's okay. Not great. Not amazing. It's okay. We're getting there. Okay. Number 2. What about food? What about going down into the village to get supplies? Well, you're not going to... Let's really think about this. Not trying to get too hung up on the whole story thing, but it probably wouldn't be dumb to at least think about it. Okay? So, you got to go get supplies, and you're not going to have a road that runs off the edge of a cliff. And if these are doorways, then I'm just thinking out loud here, people, by the way. If these are doorways, then it stands to reason that this is roughly the size of a human being. So if we went like this, okay, if we just smack in a, and I'm going to go back to normal mode here, by the way. If we just put a path in here, let's say, like that. Presumably it would have a size something like that. Well, admittedly the land is going through a drought. But it's not complete desert. So it seems to me there might be, just a few plants. Just a few plants, a few maybe slightly rough looking plants maybe, but it seems like there'd be something. Maybe planted around the building. Anyone is wanting your lip sync, do you use the Rubric command line? No. What I did on the most recent shot for lip sync was kind of the traditional anime approach. There's not really like a rule about it, but what I did, usually lately I've been actually drawing the lip shapes for the most part, but for this guy for example, I just did it anime style. I said, okay, here he goes. So this guy's talking or yelling, he's making a proclamation. So I just did it the old anime way, because the idea, the thing that probably a lot of people don't think about with anime is this has to be translated into a bunch of different languages, right? Therefore, what you have is closed mouth, and really open mouth. And then when the guy's talking, you just toggle between open mouth and wide open. And then when he stops talking, you allow his mouth to close. And it works remarkably well. So I don't need any plugins. I don't need anything special. We just go, proclamation from Lord Golek. Read it. Right? There you go. What does it mean? You know, what is it? Blah, 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 blah. So it just depends. Sometimes I draw the shapes. Sometimes I don't. Okay? So I'm going to actually say, be a little decoration around here. We'll put some highlights on these plants shortly. But yeah, I think they'd maybe have some bushes floating around the exterior. Gives Mel something to do because he's got to like take care of the greenery, you know, water them or whatever. Just saying. So let's put some bushes. Some bushes. Little bushes. Okay. And the bushes are going to pick up just a little bit of light. Da-da-da-da. Boom. Just a little. That's it. That one's going to obviously pick up quite a lot. And even be pushing slightly towards the yellow because the sun's coming up. Okay. So that looks a little too uniform. So I'm going to say, okay, well, we're going to have shadows on all this stuff. This is kind of challenging. Thinking about all the, you know, what would really be there. And how it would look, and why it would be there, and what you're going to do with it. So I'm going to just tighten up those shadows a little bit. Not going to use a foliage brush. Not for this one. Have you tried using or teaching how to do lip sync with Papagayo or Rhubarb? No. You look at here. Go to this guy's YouTube channel, or YouTube. Go to that guy. He knows everything there is to know about OpenToonz, and I believe he's got some stuff specific to lip sync that you would probably find useful that I personally it's like, yeah, those are great techniques and people use them, but it's not really what I need to do. Using the anime convention for lip sync is really pretty appropriate to the project I'm working on, you know. So I think what I'll do here is I'm going to say that they actually put a bit of a hedgerow, little bit of a hedgerow. Is Darren out there right now, by the way? I'm guessing he's not. He pops in here pretty frequently. He and I are sort of YouTube friends, and you know, so he hangs out. Darren is the man. If you want to learn OpenToonz, you are stupid if you don't tune in to a little bit of difference between OpenToonz and Tahoma, but not enough to shake the proverbial stick at. Okay, so now I'm going to grab this, and let's go ahead and say, well, okay, if you're going to have hedgerows, fine. You can have hedgerows, but they're going to cast a shadow. So, don't be stupid. Put in the shadow. There we go. Now we're starting to move quicker. Now we're starting to move. Okay, it's actually starting to look good. It took a while. Oh my gosh. It took a while. But it's actually starting to look good. I'm going to... boom! I'm actually going to put a cactus here as well. Cactuses factor somewhat heavily into the story in terms of backgrounds, at least the outdoor exterior desert type backgrounds, so why the heck not go ahead and let's just allow a cactus to be part of the physical plant of the monastery, or the whatever you call this place where Asher operates out of. And then what I'm going to do here, I don't know if this is going to work. I'm going to try. Boom. So I'm going to deliberately make this cactus really tall, specifically so that I can make its top overlap, and so we don't have a weird tangent, or like the idea that these two cactuses or cacti would be the exact same height is pretty stupid. That wouldn't really happen. So why don't we just take half a second and kind of sort of make the dimensions a little bit. Hey Amar, what's going on, brother? Not as much you know, spirited and potentially adversarial conversation today. Probably a good thing. I don't even know what's going on in the world today. Don't think I want to know. I'm kind of taking a break from it, actually. It's been such a shitstorm for the last... It really has. So... not a good time. But, in a sense, one of the most amazing and bizarre times to be alive. So... boom, 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 boom. Okay, another month just got online. I'm working on zero sleep. Well, why don't you go to sleep, man? Go to bed. Don't kill yourself. Don't stay up. One thing you learn is there's literally nothing quite as important as actually having enough rest. It makes everything else work better. Everything else feel better. All your moods will be better. Sleep is a gift. It is an absolute freaking gift. Okay. All night at the casino? You gambling, man? Are you serious? You're a madman. Casino. I told you, I don't know, I told everybody sometime in the last day or two, I mentioned that I've never bought a lottery ticket in my life. Never been to a casino. Don't do the gambling thing. Totally risk averse. But with the caveat I did give yesterday that a month ago I guessed right on my timing of going ahead and loading up a bit on Bitcoin. I wonder what the price is today. So like when it peaked about a week ago, I went ahead and converted about half of it to cash. It turns out that's been a good policy because it's pretty much stabilized. Make it up later. All right. Hey man, whatever works for you. Everybody's got to make their own decision, right? I've sort of gotten to a place where it's like if I'm like tired and just like not feeling like working or whatever, it's like screw it. There's nothing gonna make me work because I know if I get my rest, I'm gonna get so much more done later. You know, that it's like no contest. So yeah, a couple cactuses. Don't really quite like the way they look, to be honest with y'all. So I think I'm gonna maybe just add a little bit more noisy, kind of just some rough deserty type foliage crap around it. Just you know, just to kind of give it some little bit of noise, a little bit of texture, a little bit of something. If I hit, half is it going into my entertainment company? Okay, so if I may ask, how many times have you ever hit? Like what's the actual? You don't have to. I'm going to disagree with you on that one, Amar. You do not need $50 or $100 million to pump out all your ideas. It's like I told you the other day, man. I'm like, just do one idea. Just do one. You don't need to do 50. Do one. And then fail miserably with it, which you probably will. For the same reason I failed miserably when I first started doing like movies. And then you'll learn. You'll make adjustments, and the next one will be a little better. And on the third or fourth try, all of a sudden, boom, you start getting some success going on. You'll do it. You don't need $100 million. You need zero. You don't even need $10. You need zero. You got Blender. Use Blender. Create something out of nothing. I'm telling you. Too old for that. Dude, you... Okay, then I'm too old for that. What are you... You're not... You're younger than me, aren't you? I'm 54. I admit it. Dude, no. Too old for that. Okay, so yeah, you honestly think I'm going to challenge you on this one, Amar. Do you honestly think, if you think about the energy it would take to execute one idea, let's say just using Blender, using that as an example. Okay, you think about what the energy would take to do that. Okay, now do you seriously think if somebody gave you $100 million that you're going to expend less energy trying to manage a team and have your ideas executed by other people? No. No, 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 no. You're going to be working 5 times as hard with your $50 or $100 million. You're going to work 10 times as hard. It's going to be much harder, not a little bit harder. No. No, you're wrong on this one, brother. You're wrong on this one. You got to just do the one idea. And it doesn't have to be your best one either. Don't pick your best idea, because the whole idea of trying to pick your best idea is like stupid. Because if you guess, you're going to guess wrong, no matter how hard you try. No. Just pick your middle of the road crap idea and just do something with it. That's what I'm telling you. You can tell me I'm wrong. You can be mad at me if you want. I don't care. We're still friends. But no, you don't need your $100 million. Shit. I'm doing this with nothing. What do I have? Nothing. I have Krita. I got Krita. I would rather do that than doing all the work myself. Well, yeah, but you still have to... Those are huge compare. Okay, thank you. Thank you. You know what? You are so correct. I'm sitting here talking and yakking and... Oh my goodness. Well, you know what I'm going to do? See, the answer to that problem is always the same. Thank you so much, Blifton. The answer is be bold. Just erase them. Get them out of there. Forget it. Bad idea. See, this is what I'm talking to Amar about. I just failed. How many times have I failed spectacularly? Just today. Just on this stupid painting. How many gross, ridiculous, stupid mistakes have I made? The takeaway isn't that it's okay to fail or anything like that, although that is interesting. The point is that there's no way I would have ever not failed. The only way to success is through failure. And the law of the jungle is it always works and there's no other way. That's the problem. This is what I try to tell young people. You've got to understand. If you just go, then you're going to actually make all kinds of terrible mistakes. Welcome to the real world, because guess what? You have to make those mistakes. There's no other way, but it always works. And you can prove that. How do you prove that? Well, by definition, when people fail, why do they fail? Well, because they quit. By definition, they will always quit, and hence they fail. So the question one has to ask yourself is, did you fail because you quit, or did you quit because you failed? Well, what you're going to do is you're going to tell yourself that you quit because you failed. That's what you're going to tell yourself. You'll make up all kinds of lies you'll tell yourself of why you quit. And when the dirty little secret is, you quit. Period. You didn't hang in there through the hard part, and you made up all kinds of excuses why, oh, it's so hard. Life is so hard. Everything's so tough. No. No, you just quit. And because you quit, you would look back and you would define that as some sort of failure. Or if you're like a lot of people, what you'll do is you'll make all kinds of excuses and you'll blame it on the man, or you'll blame it on the market, or you'll blame it on the tools. Blame, 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 blame. Not saying that people don't have some hardship, because they do. Hardships are real, especially now. Hey, brother. Hey, come on, man. I'm not ranting on any people. This is encouraging stuff. If you want to be successful, this is what you have to do. I mean, it's like you. Okay, Darren, you can concur on this. Look at what you've done in the last 3 months, let's say, maybe 4 months, on your YouTube channel. How much of it has worked perfectly? And if something didn't work perfectly, how did you get it to the place where it did work? You did exactly, I'm sure you did exactly what I'm saying. You kind of did something, and it's like, well, this isn't really working. Not picking up subscribers or, whatever. And so then you made a change. And if you had just simply stopped, and by the way, Bunwa Jigozi, the guy that just tuned in is the guy I was talking about that you want to tune into, because he's the guy who can help you with all your OpenToonz questions and stuff. So the reality is, I may quit. I may go, oh, you know what? This is too hard. I don't want to do this anymore. It's too hard. And you know what? That's not bad. There's nothing wrong with quitting. There's nothing wrong with trying something, finding out it doesn't work for you for whatever reason, and deciding, you know what, this isn't for me. And it might just be because it's too hard. It might be, I just don't have the constitution to do this. That is not a sin. I'm telling you, I'm not telling everybody we should all be rah, rah, rah achievers. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying be honest with yourself. Realize, you know what, this isn't for me. You know, I'm actually a pretty lazy guy. And I'm talking about myself now. I asked the question yesterday. In the realm of becoming successful, the three things I have said are important is you either have a great work ethic, or you have, you know, really exceptional talent, or you're just a person who's really easy to get along with, people like working with. If you have all three, you're absolutely unstoppable. If you have two of them, you're going to be successful. If you have one, you'll probably be okay. You can be a real SOB, but if you're really talented, people still want to work with you just because you're just so bad, you know. It's true. You won't be a happy person. You can be a pretty miserable person, but you can still be successful in worldly terms. So I've told my son this many times. I've said, Kyle, you know what? You know, you're on a certain path. Go on the path. You can change your mind, kid. If you get 2 years out and you go, you know, this just really wasn't my thing, then quit. Quit. There's not a problem. It's perfectly okay for you to quit. It's okay because you're learning. You're learning that, oh, this isn't quite what I wanted to do. I thought it was. And I couldn't possibly have known in advance all the things I was going to bump into. And you found out, actually, that's not your thing. That's okay. That's a good thing. A lot of parents will get down on you for that. Now, there is a value to sticking to things. That's why having good advisors or mentors is kind of a good thing, because they can help you realize when it's time to kind of hold your course and put your nose to the grindstone and try a little harder, versus, you know what, it probably is time for you to shift gears here. So I have no problem with the occasional shifting of gears. But let's not make excuses. Chamonix. What does Chamonix mean? I know, I'm just teasing. Fail big, fail early, and keep trying. I fail plenty. I plan to fail even more on my new streams this year. You're gonna. You're gonna. And it's not even a problem at all. Nope, not a problem. You just keep making little adjustments. No, I think the hardest thing in life is when you truly do have like financial hardship or whatever, and you're essentially living paycheck to paycheck, so you really are just so overloaded that you don't really have the time or the energy to sort of gather up your gumption and try something. In that sense, I think the age of COVID-19 is a bit of a gift for a lot of people if they can see it this way. Because you realize, okay, now you're forced to sit your ass at home. You're forced to, like, you can't work. Well, okay, I know it's demoralizing, especially if you don't know how you're going to pay your rent. It's really tough, but at the same time, it's also an opportunity if you can reach out there and just grab it and try. And you might fail, you know. You might lose your house. It could happen. It does happen to people, but truthfully, I don't know, not really that often. It usually goes to quite, because it's a pain in the ass to find a new tenant. You know, it's actually kind of a real pain to have to replace a tenant. Especially as people are starting to flee the cities. No, there's always opportunity if you... So you know, this is finally, I think it was Sebastian yesterday's like, he's like, so I'm guessing you're kind of right-wing leaning there, Dave. And the reality is it's completely the opposite. I'm actually left-wing leaning. Very much so. I used to be more right-wing leaning, but but I just think we have a strong proclivity to try to put on the brave face. It tends to cause us to make excuses because we don't want to, because we're embarrassed. You know, it's hard. It is hard. Embarrassment is kind of a drag. You know, I could get this whole show done, and we'll get it out there, and I'm like making no money. It's like a complete failure. It could happen. It literally could happen. I don't think it'll happen, but it could. So, you know, whoop-de-doo. I know eat wings so lean to neither. Chamonix. I never heard that or was familiar with that. Okay, this is kind of sort of okay. I mean, we're doing okay here. I'm going to say this. Let's just leave the monastery behind for a bit and come back down here to the village and kind of see what we're doing. So the first thing I want to do is kind of put in the local color of the tippy tops of the castle, because the castle is kind of a key feature of the town, and they're basically stonework, so we need to kind of have a shadow side to the stonework. I'm not going to put a lot of detail on these guys because we're just panning over them, and actually we're not going to be very long into the shot before we will have panned away from it. So we're probably going to start, it'll be something like this actually, and it's probably going to pan over like this with a little bit of a push in. So it's not a strong push, but it's a fairly strong pan. So, you know, you're going to fade in, so you're going to dissolve in. By the time we're done dissolving from black, we're probably going to be about here. So 1, 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000. I mean, that's it. There's your shot, right? Blifton says, how far along are you on this episode? Well, I can tell you that, Blifton. I can tell you, my friend, after I save my work, I am at, as of today, 20 minutes and 11 seconds. You say, whoa, 20 minutes? What does that look like? Okay, here's what it looks like. That's what the first 20 minutes looks like, and then the back half is actually what I started on. The back half is all this stuff, so there's 8 minutes on the back end. So I'm 28 minutes in on a 48-minute show, which means I passed the halfway point basically in the last day or two, which is pretty cool because the pace is picking up a lot. I'm actually getting to the point where I'm hitting a good 20 seconds or so of show every day. Obviously, this background painting is going to take a long time. Kind of slows me down a bit. I'm going to grab this. Let me think about this. You know what I should do? I'm going to cheat. I am going to cheat. I'm not going to show this to you guys because, actually, you know what happened yesterday? I was going to say I don't want to get zapped with a copyright slam, but you know what? Actually, yesterday, I showed the trailer from my 8th film, Healed by Grace 2, the chick flick horse movie. I immediately got slammed with a copyright claim. Okay? I'm not joking. Yesterday's live stream, I get hit with a copyright claim saying, you're showing this movie, this commercially available movie called Healed by Grace 2, and you've gotten a copyright claim from thus and such an entity. Well, I fired off a message to YouTube right now that said, excuse me, I own this movie. I own every character in the movie. Everything about this movie is mine. And anybody who tells you different is either lying to you or they have been authorized and licensed by Bridgestone Multimedia, which is my distributor. BMG is the only entity on the planet, internationally, that has the right to be doing anything at all with this film, and I know that because it's mine. I own it. Well, 2 hours later, I get a message back from YouTube, because it's like the people that made the copyright claim, they're going to review the claim, right? 2 hours later, I get a message that says, yeah, this claim's been released. So I don't know if it was a fraudulent claim and they don't want to actually get in hot water with the owner of the property, or if the company that made the claim is some subsidiary of my distributor. I literally have no idea. But anyway, copyright claims are not fun. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump up here and I am going to type Ba Sing Se into a Google image search because I want to get a picture of Ba Sing Se. You're kidding. Ba Sing Se is an actual town? I thought it was just invented for Avatar. So I'm thinking I'm going to see a nice... No, this is the Avatar wiki. So these are just different images that must be generated. But yeah, I want to get a big sky level view of a town. That's all. That's what I'm looking for. Just to get a feel for how the light hits the tops of the buildings and stuff like that. Yeah, this is going to be a little challenging. This is going to be a little challenging.
But I am unafraid. I am utterly and completely unafraid. I will not be deterred. On this.
Well, I don't know, man. I don't know. I have no idea. I'm not going to waste my time trying to figure out who made the claim because I just frankly don't care. But I guarantee you, I was like, no. No, that's not happening. Whoever made this claim is either lying to you or else they've made a mistake. That's actually what I told them in my response. This is either a boo-boo or it's fraudulent. And if you want copyright papers, I'll show you copyright papers. Because that movie is 100% written, directed, edited, the whole creeping deal by moi. And ain't nobody making a copyright claim on it. But by the way, to be fair, it actually has happened more than once. It's happened a couple times where I've gotten a copyright claim on my own stuff. So, yeah, it can happen. So we'll just keep this really, really simple. Yeah, I get a copyright claim on my own stuff because, you know, it is kind of weird. You know, if you're like a filmmaker or whatever, just the idea that you're kind of out there on YouTube just kind of doing your thing is kind of weird, I know, but so what? Who cares? I don't care. I'm having fun. Fun, I tell you. Okay, so I'd actually like to get a hold of the Film Courage YouTube channel because they've got some really good tutorials, good information for independent filmmakers, and they really, quite frankly, need to interview me because I learned the hard way how to create a reasonably good film for less than $10,000, and very few people are able to do that. So, I have a lot of advice I would give to people that just really practical stuff. Like I have techniques I've developed for getting really, really good quality audio on the set when you're on the set with your actors. How do you get really good quality audio so that you never have to do any looping? You never have to do dialogue replacement. I can tell you guys the secret. I've never heard it from anyone else, and I did it, and I would have just this incredible audio. Really clean dialogue. How do you do it? And by the way, it's not 100%. I've had a couple scenes where, you know, there's scenes in the movie where the dialogue is less than stellar, admittedly. But for the most part, really good quality audio considering the fact that we don't really have a dedicated audio person, we're not running a boom, and we don't really do hardly any dialogue replacement like in the studio. So there's two secrets. Anybody want to know the secrets? If you want to know the secret, put something in the comments that says, yeah, what's the secret to great audio? If you don't care, then okay, don't post anything. And if you want to know, then I'll tell you the secret to great audio for a movie. It's so stupidly obvious and simple that nobody thinks of it. Boom. Whoops. Yeah, we want to have a little bit of greenery around the edge of the castle zone. Maybe even I think Robert. It's not Richard. It's Robert. Something similar for El Mariachi. Now, El Mariachi. What he actually did was really, really challenging in the sense that he was looping his dialogue onto a cassette player, actually, and it's not at that time it was pretty much all you could do, really. And he had to dig a lot of the dialogue out. But you're on the right track, Amar. You're on the right track. And the right track is the idea that you are recording the dialogue separately. But here's the secret. I'll tell you the secret. The secret is that after your actors have run a scene like 3 or 4 times, which I never did a bunch of takes. You don't do a bunch of takes. What you do is you do a variety of angles. Okay? Yeah, his budget was $7,000 for El Mariachi. My budget for all 8 of my movies was $8,000. I mean, like in every case, it just happened that it always came out that they cost about $8,000 because all the money went to the actors because I never had to pay for locations. You know, locations are easy. Any idiot can get locations. You just ask people; they love it. Yeah, I want to put your restaurant in a movie. Oh yeah, that'd be cool. That's what they do. They don't, anybody who pays for a location is insane. It's like the dumbest thing in the world. You don't pay for locations. If you do, you're stupid. But no, the secret is once your actors have run the scene 4 or 5 times, they tend to be repeating the lines of dialogue about the same way every time. So then what you do is you gather your actors around the camera and you have them do a radio play. After you're done shooting the scene, you say one take on your camera, on your film, so it's right in with all your footage, that has like perfect clean audio. Well, believe me, on the one hand, you could probably, in most cases, just use that dialogue pass to replace every bit of dialogue in the scene, number one. Or, if you do what I do, like I use Reaper, which is a pretty cheap audio software, you can actually do time stretching. So if the take on one of the lines of dialogue just, it's not quite right, you can actually cut it into pieces and time stretch pieces of it, and you can make it work. I promise you, you can always make it work. So, there you go. That's the secret to killer budget feature film audio. It works really well. And the other secret about that has to do with dialogue replacement. If you're going to do dialogue replacement, so you got your actor and you're thinking, okay, I'm going to tell you guys, this is what you're going to think. You think, oh, okay, I'm a budget filmmaker. Well, we got to do this the way they do it in Hollywood. What do they do in Hollywood? Well, they play the video, they run the film, as it were, on a screen, and the actor watches the film roll by, and then after watching it like 3 times, they try to ape the dialogue. They try to match the dialogue. Okay? I tried it that way. Guess what I learned? That's like the stupidest possible way you could ever do dialogue replacement. Like, I'm not kidding. For your multi-million-dollar Hollywood films, I promise you, I swear to God, they are doing it the most stupid way possible. The most expensive, and it doesn't even get particularly good results. What's the secret to great looping? If you've got to do dialogue replacement, how do you do it? I'll tell you what to do. Here's what you do. You tell your actor, I don't want you to think. Okay? What I discovered was that if somebody takes even 1 second to think, they will botch the line. They will not make it sound exactly the way it was originally. So you tell them, what you do is, you listen to it and you immediately, with no pause, you immediately just ape back what you just heard. So you hear the line, say the line, just like that. Hear the line, say the line, hear the line, say the line. It's that quick. You from Chicago. He was involved with Second City in Chicago. And Tommy, he was in Healed by Grace 1, and he did all of his looping, all his dialogue replacement. We did every line in the movie of his. We replaced every line of the movie in 1 hour. Because he did what I just said. I said, Tommy, I don't want you to think. I don't want you to act. That's not what this this role, this activity is not about your acting. This is about, can you simply turn your brain off and just copy what you heard immediately as soon as you hear it, so that there's no time to think about it. And he did it, and we did the whole movie in an hour. Yeah, I'm not joking. So the way they do it in Hollywood is beyond stupid. I mean, I'm not even joking, because I've done it that way. It doesn't work. I mean, you get through it, you do it, but it takes 5 times as long, and the results are not any better. They might be as good, but they're no better. So yeah, I'm not even joking with you guys. Hollywood does dialogue replacement the stupidest, most expensive, time-consuming way possible. And there's no upside to it. There's no, oh yeah, but at the end of the day, it sounds better. No, no, no. Believe me, I've tried. It doesn't sound any better. Aping, instant aping is the answer. Okay, so there's 2 tips about feature film or TV production, obviously, dialogue replacement that you can take to the bank. Take it to the bank. All right, I'm going to go hang out with Valerie for 2 minutes, and I'll be back. Oh, I'm back. And everybody's probably fleeing because, oh, this guy's so opinionated. No, I'm not trying to be like that guy that Darren mentioned a little while ago. He's pretty opinionated too. No, I am actually pretty opinionated. But, I always encourage people, though, to, you try it your way, whatever it is. And if it works better, let me know, because I'll try it too, So usually when I'm really opinionated, it's because, like things I'm talking about filmmaking, these things were learned of necessity, because it's like, oh, how do we do this, man? How do we do it so it actually is good, but doesn't take forever, and I don't have to, uh-oh, the postman is knocking on the door. Hang on, I gotta go check. So now Dave's a happy camper because Dave just got the check from one of my larger commercial media clients. Just got the payment, and that's a good thing. On top of the letter stack. And that's what I'm talking about. We always like it when we get paid. We like getting paid. Everybody wants to get paid. Do. So who's out there now anyway? I don't know if this is going to work. I'm just trying to... Yeah, I mean, I think this is going to be okay. Actually, I think this is going to work. I'm going to actually pull out here, make the brush a little bigger, and just be a little more sketchy about it and just see if that works. This may backfire. It may backfire in a big, big way. But I'm going to try. Well, the other thing is if somebody's out there and they know more than I know about what I'm doing right now, like background painting, man, chime in. Tell me. I'm not... If anybody's coming here to learn about how to make great background paintings, you probably found the wrong guy because I think I suck at it. I am not the world's greatest background painter. In fact, I'm not even... Yeah, I suck at it, basically. But I'm improving. I am improving. Some aspects of this work have improved a lot in recent weeks, but it's still a bit of a struggle. You know, I mean, it's okay. It's okay. I'm going to actually go a little darker and start to kind of just see if I can do this sort of the Peter Ellenshaw way. Just really smack in some impressionistic lines and actually see if that sells the concept. Because if it does, that's all that really matters. I'm going to actually go real highlight here. So by pulling way out, you sort of get this, like I said, impressionistic, just kind of a feel. How's it feel? And then let's add a little splash of color here and there. So remember, what we're going to see on the screen is not only going to be about this size in reality, but it's also going to be moving. Okay, so we do have a fair amount of latitude. Now this matters a little more. This definitely matters a little more. And I think animating maybe some smoke coming out of here would really help. And actually the other thing that would help would be just when we finally land over here, you know what I'm probably going to do? I'm going to have a bird fly by, like in the background. Just tweet, tweet, tweet. And that little bit of motion, that little bit of life will cause you to forgive quite a lot, actually, as far as the detail or the the quality of the drawing goes. You're not going to be thinking about, oh, that I don't get the lip on that roof. That doesn't look quite right. Well, yeah, you're right. Actually, it looks pretty bad. But you're not going to care because it's zipping by so quick. Now, I say all that as if I'm super confident, but the reality is, as happened earlier when I was working on this part, I can be jamming along and things are just going great, and then I go, you know what? This pretty well sucks. I think I'm going to just erase all this and start over. So that happens all the time. Who cares? It's no big deal. No big deal. No big deal. We're just here to have fun. We're making cartoons. My goal is to make cartoons. Well, that's why I was happy I got a check in the mail, because when the commercial clients pay their bill, that means, okay, that just bought me another, few months or whatever of being able to keep working on my cartoon, right? So, we all do what we have to do to be able to do what we want to do. So, yeah, I don't know. Nobody's really saying much, so either I'm really annoying everyone, or they're so mesmerized by my amazing painting. I don't think so. I don't think that's what's going on. I don't think so. You're not that good, Dave. You're just not that good. You actually suck pretty bad there, dude. Okay, got these little alleyways, little shadow going on. So, does anyone have anything out there to offer this juncture? Like, what are we talking about? I have more fun when... Actually, I'm going to turn this off for the moment. Just to see what we have. You know what? I am going to say I actually think this is working pretty well. Remember, if you saw the terrible Star Wars movie from 1999, The Phantom Menace, you might know that the big race that they did with the I forget what they call the little flying machines they use in Star Wars, but all of the people in the crowd in the stands were actually popsicle sticks. No, not popsicles. They were Q-tips. They were all Q-tips. They took Q-tips in Star Wars. They took Q-tips, dipped them in dye, so they were sort of a mishmash of different colors, kind of like what I have here with these buildings, and they just used Q-tips for the crowd, and they knew they could get away with it because the camera's really flying by pretty fast, and nobody's going to notice. They just don't. You're just absorbing the story and the movement and the action, and you're constructing a story, in fact, in your own mind as you're seeing it. Yeah, I mean, that's not horrible. It's not great, but it's not horrible. So, yeah, again, like I said, if anybody's got an opinion, feel free to chime in here, folks. I'm going to just actually maybe put a little bit of a border here. I'm going to put a little bit of a, just a little thing here that just kind of says that maybe there's actually, maybe the town is kind of built you know, it's a deserty situation, partly because the story is supposed to be taking place at a time when there is a kind of a major drought and famine going on. It's kind of a bad situation. So what we see here, at least I think what I'm seeing, is that just some really soft shadows that sort of allow the whole town to sort of have a little bit of a shadow effect to it. Looks kind of, yeah, I think that's kind of what we would maybe have. So, alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to grab a little tiny bit of the sunshine. Little sunshine. Little sunshine. Let's catch that edge. Oh, yeah, that's pretty. See, that feels good. I like that. Just catch that. That's too much. That's too much. I don't know. I'm just trying, you know. Little of this, little of that. How about up there? Yeah, yeah, that's okay. That's okay. Okay, I'm feeling like maybe some more shadow area down here. So this is kind of maybe selling the idea that you have to kind of, you're up on a bit of a precipice for the castle. If you're going to go to the castle, you're going to be climbing a little bit of a hill situation. So, I don't know. I just don't know. I don't know what to do. But I like the way it feels, broadly speaking, so if it feels good, it is good, right? I think. It's always useful somewhat to allow your shot to be vignetted a bit. Just a little bit of vignette. Doesn't necessarily have to make perfect sense, but kind of suggests that maybe the actual arc of the land, there might be actually a hill here that's kind of partially occluding the village, like so. And the more you can get that sort of three-dimensional texture going on, probably the more realistic it's going to look to the viewer. I don't know. I think it's probably okay. Now, are we actually going to maybe even have a little tiny indication of maybe what's left of the forest kind of creeping out here on the outside edges of town. Yeah, maybe a little bit. We'll actually sneak a little bit of green into that. I don't know. I guess I keep saying I don't know. Well, it's because I don't know. And again, nobody's saying anything. There ain't no check going on. There's nothing going on. There ain't nothing going on around here. Ain't nothing going on around here. Just Dave painting. I am not too unhappy. I think for a matte painting slash background blah 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 that's going to be in motion, maybe is this really needs to be fading from black, not white. So let's just move this downstream a bit. Yeah. So we got this little sequence here with the evil wicked mother and her henchmen, and then little music starts right here to kind of introduce a new scene, and then here it comes. And I think Vegas is struggling a little bit because it is essentially a 4K picture. So I'm not really totally happy with the way this is blocked in. So I'm going to stick to my guns, what I said earlier, and I'm going to say let's actually start the image over here. Let's go ahead and push that over to there. And then by the time we get over here, I want to lock that to my timeline, by the way, so that I can actually scan through this and actually see what it's going to do. So what I was going to say is I want to be here, and obviously that's not quite working. Let me see here. We want to match the output aspect ratio. Make sure our aspect ratio is correct. And then I'm going to say we're pushing in a little bit on the monastery. So, you know, it's a cartoon. It's a cartoon. Let's see. Let's see if it's working. Okay, I would say we're a little bit quick. And I'm thinking, let me see if this feels about right in terms of the pacing of it. Still feels a little fast to me. Feels a little fast. So what I think I'm going to do is, let me look at, I'm going to actually get rid of this key right here. Just delete that. Let's go back here. Maybe make this a little bigger on the screen so I can kind of see what I'm doing. I am going to wrap this right around. Well, no, I want to go wide, actually. Yeah, let's do this. Maybe kind of go there. Okay, and the reason I'm wanting to go wider is because, I'm going to go back here again. I'm going to redo that even one more time. What I want to do is, I'm the vain artist who doesn't want all the hard work I did on my gorgeous background to be lost for the audience. So I'm going to do it wider so I can get my gorgeous mountains in there, right? But we're not really going to be able to get those mountains in there very well. And so now my question is, what if we do a slight push here? Okay, so that means what we're actually going to see is going to look something like, just easing in. Moving the clouds is going to be unnecessary, by the way. So it's going to, and then it's going to push in a little bit, and we hear Asher's voice, and then we cut to inside. You know, I mean, I think we're pretty close. This right here I don't like at all. It's too, it looks hand-built, it looks man-made, it doesn't look natural. So that's definitely a bit of an issue. So, still no comments from my 7 concurrent users. Alright, what can we do right now to make this better? Not just from the... I know what we're going to do. Look at this. You guys, you're going to like this. See, this is why you have to fail before you can succeed. Because I cannot get this right without having gone back there and seen what it was going to look like. See what it's going to look like on TV. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to actually chop this out. I'm going to boldly chop all this out. Okay. Delete. Okay. And now what I'm going to do, because I lost all of this stuff, right? So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this layer. I'm going to squish it down a little bit so these mountains are just kind of way back behind there. I'm going to grab the G key and the E key, and I'm going to erase this segment of it. Oh, sorry, that was too much. Yeah, I still don't like that. That's better. Okay, and then this is the what do they call it? The piece de resistance. I'm going to actually move this down here. Do I want to make it a little wider? Right about there. That feels about right to me. Let me flip this. What if this was flipped? I'm sorry. What if that was flipped? Maybe. Maybe. We got a little bit of atmospheric perspective going on. I'm actually thinking I like that better. Interesting. Anybody want to weigh in? Anybody want to render an opinion? We still have to fix this lip here on the... Yeah, but at least now we... Okay, that's not it. That's not the image. So Vegas was taking a minute to sort of catch up. Hello? I'm trying to save my work. And it's still got a star right there. What the heck's going on? Krita? There we go. I still have Jim P. Animation. Jim P. Animation says, yes. Are you referring to the flipping? And by the way, there's a major problem that I've just introduced by flipping that. Unless I put the sun over here. If the sun's over here, coming up actually behind here, then this really works. If I keep the sun over here, it doesn't work at all. So the sky's obviously got to be changed. But Jim, what are you referring yes to? Are you talking about flipping that? If you are, then thank you, sir, for... Yeah, I think so. Yes, it just feels more balanced. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Okay. Okay, so now we got a bunch of stuff we got to fix. Bunch of stuff we got to fix. Should I take the bold step of flattening everything except the sky? Boop. Yep, I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Save. Too late. Oh, can't change my mind. Okay. Why did I do that? Well, because I want to be bold here. I don't want to be dicking around with, oh, I'm scared. I'm scared. No, I'm not scared. I'm not scared. I'm not scared at nothing. I ain't scared at all. There's no... Ooh. I actually... Yeah, because I'm not going to do it... Okay, I'm going to actually retreat from that decision only because I forgot that I was thinking about doing a parallax camera move thing. So, fine. I'll leave it. I'm going to leave it on separate layers only because I want to do a camera move. So, oops, because it serves my purposes, I'm going to go ahead and leave it in layers. Okay, and now what we're going to do is we're going to say, well, all right, the skies, the beautiful blue sky, we're kind of drifting into atmospheric perspective here towards the ground, with the caveat that that orange sun is going to be just kissing into it, baby. Kissing into it. And the farther down we go, the richer this is going to be, and most of it will not even be seen. Yeah, it won't even be seen. Okay, but we can... Okay. Now if we're going to do that, just for... Let's just see what happens if we go ahead and put what kind of sort of ostensibly could be a sun coming up over the horizon. Not bad, actually, not bad. Okay. Okay. Now if we're going to do that, let me see here. I'm going to say these two can be married together, so I'm going to hit the E key and I'm going to bake this together. I just blew that. That was a mistake. That was precisely what I don't want to bake together. I want this and this. So I'm going to take these two and make them one layer. Okay, now, having done that, whoops. Well, actually, it wouldn't be a bad idea to do that. Okay, so I'm going to take the G key, I think. Really dark color. Kind of, sort of transparent and... wrong brush. Okay, got to get the opacity down, and we're going to... yeah. Kind of, sort of, but not really. Not horrible. We'll fix it. Let's just introduce some noise, and then we'll go back in with our... Whoa. We'll go back in with our oil paint-ish brush. And, by the way, it's supposed to be a brush, not a... Is, the sky will be on a separate layer as well, though. And frankly, if I'm going to do the parallax thing, I'll probably do the clouds. But the clouds, see, the clouds should be probably maybe more like that. And then if we're probably going to have them a little lower in the sky. And I would say we could probably make the layer bigger. And then let's just go ahead and smack a blur on it to... we'll just do a little Gaussian blur. Gaussian blur. Gaussian blur. So, that's too soft. That's too mushy. That's probably okay. Alright, so now as far as Krita's concerned, this layer is actually much bigger than the drawing, and it will remember that in the Krita file, so that's a good thing. So if you're going to do parallax, then the question, of course, becomes, are you going to do parallax in Blender? Sunshine. Or are you going to do it in Tahoma? Really, 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 unfortunately, friends, and if you're going to do that, then really the distant mountains should either be on their own layer or even baked into the sky, because they are not going to shift. And this doesn't have to be super clean, actually, because it seems to be determined to keep disconnecting and reconnecting again. I thought we fixed that. Damn it. So as we pull away from the town, we get this increasing sense of vagary with the buildings and whatnot. And I just, you know what, I think we're probably in good shape here. I think this is probably kind of sort of what we were looking for. It feels good. I mean, I think it feels good. Okay, and I just made a critical mistake. I'm going to reverse that mistake in a hurry. That's the quintessential Krita mistake, and by gum, I am not going to even screw with it. I'm just going to erase it and start over, because like a complete bonehead, I put those new shadows in the wrong freaking layer. That's okay. Every time I'm forced to completely redo something, it always turns out better the second time. So we don't mind if we have to have a boo-boo here and a boo-boo there. So this part was looking pretty good, though. It was looking pretty good. I'm gonna just let that darkness creep in there. Okay, whew, take a breath, take a breath. Okay, this is on top. So this is the part I said sucked. Sucked. This needs to be chiseled, man. This needs to be... Probably that's okay. We'll go with a little bit of... Catch a little bit of sun. Now the problem with that is that it really needs to be just literally a rim light. Otherwise it not only takes over, but it also doesn't really make sense. So, I mean, in other words, it's the walls of the cliff that you can't see that would actually be picking up that highlight. So to just maybe sneak it in there like that might be okay, but it looks a little unnatural to me. I think that's wrong. I think we should actually do the opposite. We should say, no, this is going to be picking up nothing but shadow, because we're up above and the sun is coming up over the horizon. So if anything, it's going to pick up shadow, not highlight. Maybe just a smidgen right over there. Just a smidge. A smidge, I tell you. And we can't, you know, I mean, it's got to affect all the tonality of this for the most part. So this looks stupid. Okay, that's actually not too bad. Just gonna. Okay, and then what I'm gonna do over here is, I'm actually gonna go like this. This is what you say. What is that? It's nothing. It's absolutely nothing. I'm actually just putting it in there just to have some sort of noise that looks like maybe in some alternative universe, maybe it could actually be something like this is where they keep the hens or something like that, right? It's just something. Yeah, I mean, that's not too horrible. We'll put that edge and shadow, and then we'll let it pick up a little texture, and then we'll just chisel back into it with the ground so that we don't have that stupid looking border. So it's just a little something, and then what I'm going to do, the thing that's going to actually make it useful is this right here. Go ahead and chisel some shadow back into it, right? Because it would be casting a shadow, like so. This, again, is just, it's nothing except just imaginary something. Imaginary something. It's not real something, it's imaginary something. And there's some rocks. Oh, yeah, there's some rocks. A few rocks. Rocks laying around on the ground, just kind of doing what they do, which is nothing. Okay, guys, this is not horrible. It's a little stylized, it's a little impressionistic. Seeing something I'd like to fix. Yes. What I'd like to fix is I can feel this, man. I want to feed a little bit of greenery or something back into this area, bleeding up under the cliff, if you will. And maybe I'll regret this. Frankly, this might be where the foliage brush would come in handy. Let's try it. I may regret this. Usually it's just boop. Look at that. Not horrible. Not horrible. Boom. Okay. What do you think, guys? Front clip should be out. Okay. Okay, so let's go back to. There's that. The sun's coming up. There's that. I'm going to do a little modification here. I'm going to hit the A key, and I'm going to do a little bit of a liquefy on this. This perspective is a little bit whacked. Pick up, baby. Pick it up. Pick it up. Pick it up. Okay. This might be a little too uniform looking, so I'm going to flatten that back out again. Come on. You know, not too bad, not too bad. Remember, we're not even really going to see this too much, because by the time we get really into the shot, it's already made its way over there, so. Wow. Okay. Okay, Valerie just looked at the painting and she said, and when Valerie says, that's like a normal person saying, "Oh my God, it's amazing. That's beautiful." Valerie does not dish out compliments easily. She's not into animation or any of that, but she keeps me honest. I just, yeah. If there's a problem, I don't know, it doesn't look right, Dave? You know. and I've always appreciated that. You know, this is the one thing I've always noticed with filmmaking too, is even a child, even a 4-year-old, well, not a 4-year-old, but certainly a 4th grader, can tell when a movie is like cheeseball or it isn't working, or they can't tell you why. They can't tell you why it's a stupid movie, but they can tell. You don't have to be trained to know when something's not working. Trust me on that. Even a child can tell when it's not working. Now this is the part, whoops, the brush is a little too large. This is the part where I'm being this is my oil painter, actual painterly attitude coming out, where I'm saying, I'm just like John Howard Sandon, the way he does portraits. I'm just looking for those little magical strokes that just push it. Just give it a little bit of a pop. Little bit of a pop. Okay, save this. Okay, so now one question I'm going to ask myself, I'm going to say to myself, what about, let's hit Control M. What about, let's try a few different things. Definitely not. But what about this? What about a real contrast push on the foreground? Okay? Say, well, maybe. But if you're going to do the contrast push, you probably want to dial down the saturation a bit. But, or not, actually. Or not. You're not going to, let me see what happens if we push it up. I don't know, I almost think it's better if we push it up. Now the good news is that we can do this as a filter mask, which means we can turn it off anytime. That definitely looks better. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Therefore, you know what? I'm going to flatten this layer. Flatten layer. Boom. I just committed to that contrast and saturation tweak. Now, back here, theoretically, I would say, as I'm thinking out loud here, I think this XV should be on a separate layer. That layer should be under the other one, and then I'm thinking that this layer would have the opposite situation. This layer would actually be a little bit ghosted out. And we'll do it, again, as a mask. And then this layer, we probably split the difference. I think we want to punch it up a little bit, partly because it's going to be, that's way too much. That looks stupid. Yeah, I'm not really feeling that. Reset. Tiny bit, maybe. Yeah, tiny bit. And then what if we push the blue? Okay, let's just try different things here. Definitely not. I don't want it trending towards green. Maybe blue though. Let me just see. Yes, that makes it pop just a little bit. And then we need to basically fix the alpha channel on that layer a little bit. So I'm going to take my paintbrush and I'm just going to kind of okay, what's going on? Okay, so I'm actually going to flatten this layer. I'm going to, as I say, boldly commit to my decisions here. I mean, if it's popping, it's popping. Why fight it, you know? It's a little bit winky. I'm going to say maybe I can fix this a bit here this way. I'm going to grab this brush and I'm going to go about that big. Wait a second. And as usual, as happens like all the freaking time, I'm in the wrong layer. Okay, I want to pick this brush up quite a bit bigger. Yes, okay, now this is the matte painter attitude coming out. It's like, I'm squinting actually. I'm squinting so I can just see how that's gonna feel when we add. I'm gonna turn the opacity down so I can sort of at least have a little bit better ability to dial it in. Come on, baby. Come on. Oh, it's probably okay. Probably okay. What if we go the opposite direction now? Boom. Oh, we want to really crank down the opacity. Really push that in there. Not quite enough opacity. Okay, now we got to grab this. We need another row. Nope, that's not it. Not too bad, not too bad. Bossing say it's not, but it's okay. It's okay. It's not bossing say. It's Newsy, actually, is the name of the town. Matter of fact, Newsy, which was an actual town in the ancient Middle East. Checking my messages. Oh, nothing going on in the messages. Nothing going on. Nothing going on. Nope, that stroke did not help. It harmed. Okay, I think, I'll say it again. I don't know that this is the best painting I've ever done. Kind of thinking it's not. But it is pretty much okay. Pretty much okay. Pretty much. Okay. I'm going to stick with it for the moment. I'm going to commit to it for the moment. Now, the question was one of Parallax. Melchizedek, look at me. So the question about Parallax was, Are we doing that in Blender or Tahoma? I don't know. I don't actually know if the... I mean, if it was... it's up to me. I don't really... The only reason I would do a parallax on this shot, I think... I mean, it'll help a little bit, I guess. Okay, so here's what we'll do. Here's what we will do. This is shot number 325. So File, Save As. And we're going to go ahead and go into... Well, it's going to be saved, and then the Krita file is going to be saved as well. So let's give this a try. This is 325, so let me go in and actually make sure we have a folder for 325. So I'm in here, and we'll just call this 325. Boom. Okay. Now I'm going to go into folder 325, and what I'm going to do is we're going to do a little experiment and see if it's possible to use this export layers. We'll give it a crack. I haven't used this. When I tried to use it, I think I tried to use it once. I can't see that very well. Initial directory. So it's asking me, I can't show you guys this right now because it's just too hard to see on the tablet screen. So I'm going to go to 325. I'm just navigating to folder 325. Okay, so I'm selecting that as my initial folder. Okay, so it's saying export in batch mode. Not sure what that even means. Ignore invisible layers, export size, JPEGs. I don't think I want JPEGs, I want PNGs because I need the alpha channels. So there it is, and we're going to hit OK and select one. Oh, jeez, how stupid. Really? Okay, okay. Well, I guess that makes sense since it's conceivable that you would want to yeah, that's what I figured. Okay, okay, all layers have been exported. Let's see what that actually did. I'm going into, well, actually, to my shock, it worked. Look at that. It actually worked. Okay. That makes it easy. Okay, well, obviously you could solo the individual layers, Jim. So what you could do, if you want to do it the hard way, is you just hit the, where are you? Isolate active layer. You could do it that way. Isolate the active layer and just one by one save them as pings. So what I did was I used the built-in script to export the layers, and it looks like the main thing is you have to specifically select your document, and then you have to navigate to a folder to tell it where you want to save the images. And then you're probably, in most cases for us, we use ping, because if you use JPEG, it's going to have a white background instead of a transparent background. So I would say that did the trick. So my question for Jim, because the only reason I'm doing this really, at least right now, is mainly because you asked me to. So my question for you is, are we going to do this in Blender or are we going to do this in Tahoma? We can do it either way. So you have but a moment to put forth your opinion, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go get I'm going to refill my cup with water, and when I come back we'll go ahead and do the 3D camera move. Alright, here we go. Okay, my water, which is going to be warm, is actually still heating up. But yeah, Blender will. So, but are you okay? So you're curious if Blender will honor blah blah blah. So okay, fine. We're going to use Blender then. Fine. I don't care. Save. I'm not going to use Blender 2.8 though. Ain't going to do it. If I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it in 279. If that's going to be a big problem, then well, tough cookies. Okay, so all we got to do is we're going to import images as planes. We're going to go to the L drive, anime, salt and light, scenes, 325, 325, boom. There they are. Okay, and I'll just select them all, even though I think that first one is actually the pencil test drawing. But okay, so what we want to do is put these in emit mode so that we can actually dial up the opacity and brightness of them. And we are not treating them as an image sequence, and we don't want an offset unless we're going to offset maybe on the. For me, with my basic setup, if you shoot an arrow into your computer screen, for me in Blender, the way I have it set up, that is not the Z-axis, that's the Y-axis. So for me, I would probably want to offset this on the Y, and I'm not sure if I want Y positive or Y negative. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this small, 0.05 for the offset. So that means that each of the images are going to be in a slightly different position. And I'm going to guess Y minus. I don't know. So I'm going to try. Boom. So we import these as planes. They're pretty darn big, obviously. And okay, I made a mistake. I'm going to hit the X key and undo that and do it over again. Okay, what went wrong? Even though the Y-axis is the depth axis for me, actually the plugin that does the import images as planes does not know that. I forgot. So it actually needs to be Z minus, not A. Okay, are we in, we're in emit mode here? I think so. I think all's good. Boom. Let's give it another crack. Okay, there we go. And so we see that's exactly what we wanted, although maybe in a perfect world the ordering would have been a little different. But so we'll make it easy by hitting G, Y, which is going to go on the Y-axis. And I'm guessing, I don't know, but I'm guessing this is the clouds. I'll set them there, for lack of a better idea. GY, again, we're going on the Y-axis, and we really want to have our sky be pretty far in the background. So we'll put it way back here. GY, that's the clouds. So I'm going to put the clouds kind of near the sky. So this one, I don't even know what that is. I think that's probably the... We could find out by going, if I switch over to this screen and I look at the texture, well, I probably have to grab the material first and then go to the texture, and that's background. Yeah, so that's the sketch. Okay, cool. So let's get rid of that. X key, boom, gone forever. All right, so now the sun. Okay, G to go, but I'm going to hit Y so it goes back and it's locked to the Y-axis, right? GY. Okay, so now the sun would actually be in front of the sky, but behind the mountains, right? So now we're going to say GY and see what this is. And you know what? I don't know what this is. I'm deleting it. GY. Okay, so this is the mid-range. Boom. This is the background, I believe. GY. Nope, that's the foreground. Okay, so we'll grab this one. GY. Move it back here. And then we'll say this is our foreground, GY. And we'll just kind of get it kind of sort of where we want it to be. And now we're going to look through the camera. Okay? Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit the A key a couple times so I can actually scale everything up together, but we have a problem. I really don't want to scale from the cursor. All right? And we don't see the cursor. Well, do we see the cursor? Where the heck's the cursor? I don't know why I don't see my cursor. But anyway, I'm going to go scale this up, and what is it? Using it. Oh, is it scaling up from the active item? That's weird. Or, well, okay. Tell you what, I think it's the opposite. I think I actually do want to scale from the cursor. Yeah, I think that's what we'll do. Okay, so we're going to just scale everything up so it's kind of, sort of, kind of, maybe a little bit close-ish to what we're after. Now, I don't usually do this, but what I'm going to do in this case is, since I have this other screen that's looking through the camera, I'm going to say, okay, there's my camera, and I'm going to go ahead and close the extra panels. I don't really need them for what I'm doing here. And I'm going to turn this on the 3D so I can zip in and actually start sizing things. This one, oh, I know what that one layer was. I have to actually go around like this. This is kind of stupid, but okay. I'm going to hit the G, Y. I'm going to move this back a little bit. The one that I didn't know what it was the mountains. So I may bring the mountains back in, or I may just leave them out. We'll see. We'll see. I don't have to decide this minute. Okay, so now here I'm going to put my mouse over the camera layer and just put those guys down there. Now I'm going to grab the sky. Is this the sky or the sun? It's the sky. Now the sky really needs to get the heck back. Get back and then size up sky. Just size you up so that you are absolutely where you need to be. And now we've got the sun. Now the problem with the sun is, whoops, grab the sun. The sun layer is so freaking close to the other layer that it's a little bit unwieldy. So I'm going to hit GY and just kind of move the sun back a little bit. Now let's size the sun up and see where it rises in the sky. Now, here's the thing where you're a little freaking out. You're saying, oh, that's not working, man. No, it's working. Trust me, it's working. What you're seeing is the OpenGL. When I do an actual proper render, you'll see that the transparency, the graduated transparency of the ping is preserved just fine, but in the live viewport it sort of clamps it so it looks like it's got a hard edge when it really doesn't. Okay? So now I'm going to hit the tilde key, which for me makes the camera available, and we're going to have to do some serious animating here. So file, save. We better save this sucker as, what was it, 325, I think? 325. Okay, and we'll just call this 325.blend. Boom. Alright, so now we're going to take the camera, and we're going to hit G to move the camera, go on the y-axis, and we're going to move it in, and then we're going to go G, just kind of loosey-goosey, here, and we can see the problems that are going to occur, so that's alright. We're just going to go like that. And let's check our timing. So here what we've got essentially is what is that? That's about 8 seconds actually. So let's go back here into Blender. I am going to stick to my normal routine of keeping this at 8 frames a second. I'm not going to do the somewhat conventional thing one would do in anime, which is say, well, if it's a camera move, we do the camera move at 24 frames a second. We're not going to do that. We're going to stick with 8, okay? Just because that's what we're doing. So 8 seconds, 8 times 8 is 64, so I want to go to, and by the way, I'm just going to set this to 120 so it's kind of long, and then here I'm going to click, put in 64, I'm going to go to frame 64, and where are we going to land? Well, go on the x-axis. Okay, stop. We got to go back here. I guess we did set a key, so I'm just going to make sure by wiggling that a little bit. Alright, so now we're going to go to frame 64. Boom. And we're going to GX, which is going to go on the x-axis. Now I'm going to hit GZ to go on the Z-axis. And we've got auto keying turned on. This should be on dope sheet, not the grease pencil. Okay, and now I'm going to say the amount of variation, like if you want to dial down the amount of parallax effect, because this is pretty strong actually, the way you dial it down is to get the layers closer together. So going back to the beginning here, what you would do is you'd say, let's hit this GY. Let's move this way closer. So you see it cross right there. Let's go like that. And now, because we moved it so much closer, we can shrink it a bit. And now, at least for those two layers, you're not going to see as much of a shift. Now, I'm going to say that was a big mistake. I actually don't like that at all. I liked it better before. But I do think that this layer probably... Whoops. Wrong layer there, Jack. This layer probably could be adjusted slightly. I mean, overall the effect is not horrible. So if we're going to do this, what I was going to do in the what I did in Vegas was, at this point I then went, I'd be G on the Y, and I just move this in a little bit. And frankly, just to be accurate, I would probably massage that positioning even a little bit like that. So the idea is for the camera to move over like this and then push in a bit. And then by that time we're actually fading. We're actually going to be hearing Asher's voice and kind of transitioning. So again, this is not like the most amazing ever. Let me see what this looks like when I render it. Okay, so I hit the 1 key, so I'm seeing actual size. Boy, that is really impressionistic, folks. That's like, doesn't actually look that good for me. But okay, we're going to go with it. I mean, as far as what we're doing in Blender, we might as well keep it, because even if I go in, and I can always go in and tighten up any of these drawings and then just re-render it, right? So one thing we need to do as well here is go here, and we're going to turn this obviously into a rendered image sequence. So let's go scene number 325, and let's create a folder called render. Boom. Okay, and we're going to render 325 period, and then Blender is going to be stupid and change the period to an underscore, but if we change it back here, then it will do it properly. Okay? Sounds like a bunch of insanity. And obviously anything that you... Yeah, I did lose the clouds. You're right. Well said, my friend. Well said. Where the heck did the clouds go? Okay, so we lost the clouds and the mountains. Yep. I thought I saw the clouds in this one because... Let me see this. Let me go back to frame 1 so I can wiggle this without it actually doing any damage. Nope. I guess. Ah. Ah ha ha ha. There we go. What the heck? Let's render that and see what that looks like. That's the mountains. Okay, so it is the clouds that I lost. Okay. Alright. So in that case, a couple points. This needs to be probably back pretty far, I should think. And then, of course, it's basically impossible to even see what we have here, which is kind of a drag, but let's just go like this. I'm going to guess. I'm just going to guess. Okay, they just need to be a little lower, and the, yeah. So, is that kind of sort of okay? Kind of sort of? No. No, that's not okay, Dave. That would be a no. Again, not quite what we're after. I'm going to scale this guy up a bit. I don't enjoy having to like keep guessing and rendering like this, but if it's what you got to do, it's what you got to do. So why the clouds have this? I guess I did have that piece cut out of them, so I guess if I wanted to have this lined up properly, it'd be something like this. This must be, yeah, this must be what we had. Okay, so obviously that's going to be a massive problem because the parallax is actually going to cause the... Well, no, it's not. Because by the time we see what's going on, those mountains aren't going to matter anymore, I don't think. Yeah, they're not going to matter. So the problem is there, but we're not going to see it. So it is what it is. However, your point about the clouds is well taken. La 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 la. Okay, I'm gonna spread this. Wait a second. Let me just double check here. I want to grab the camera. There. Okay. And what I really kind of prefer here is to have only the selected items showing in the dope sheet. Okay, I'm going to go with that for the moment because frankly my brain's getting a little fried on this shot and I don't really want to just keep massaging it forever. So I'm going to go with this and cut it into the show and see how it looks, and then if it's going to be improved, we'll improve it later. But whatever you might have wanted to learn as far as how Blender applies to this shot, I think you're pretty much seeing it. Now, what we could do, if we're feeling frisky, is we could go like this. We could go, oh come on. I'm gonna be rocking on this for like one more minute and then I'm gonna call it a night or a day. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and put the sun down a little bit so that as we go like this, go on the z-axis, we're actually gonna see the sun come up a little bit. Okay? And as I said, we could go in there and there's a lot of things we could do, but I'm going to just render because this is going to take a while to render, and I'm going to go take a break. I'm not going to worry about the clouds. I think the way I did the parallax and everything, the clouds were going to get lost in the shot anyway, so I think we're okay on the clouds, but I'm going to let this render, and I'll be back in 5, and then we'll cut it into the show, and then in all likelihood, let me see, probably going to log off after I cut this into the show because I probably could use a bit of a longer break. So I'm going to let this render and then I'll come back and see what we can do with it. some things never change, and it definitely still requires a bunch of waiting around if you want to render stuff. So thank you. When you post this video, name it Krita with Blender Parallax. You'll get more views. Yeah, you're probably right about that. So true. I wonder if the stream, while we're letting this render, I'm actually wondering if I can edit the metadata, create a cartoon with Krita / Blender Parallax move. You're saying Blender Parallax move? And I'll put an exclamation point on it and save that. So at least, I don't, it probably won't change now, but when it posts later, it'll probably change. So, stretchy. Okay, Jim. So you're pushing me in the right direction. Man, we've got, it's only about half rendered. That's kind of a bummer. Kind of a bummer. But we don't mind. We're not crying. It's, you know, I will tell you guys, I'm not feeling like this is the best background painting I've ever done. It's pretty challenging painting. If I probably would do better to do some of this offline and get some better reference material. And I can almost guarantee you this is going to happen. I'm going to probably go in, maybe, I might even wait a couple weeks and just come back to it, but come back, get some proper reference, and then every little piece of it, go in and sort of fix it up, tweak it, tighten up the mountains layer needs to be fixed so that the bottom of it isn't stupid. We could maybe stick the clouds back in, but I don't think the clouds are really going to be helping much based on the way it's edited into the show. But the idea of having a bird fly by in the foreground is probably a big win. Smoke coming out of the chimney would probably be a big win. Anything that gives it a sense of life is going to be better. Now, to do that, we're maybe talking about having to take the layer that's got the house, or not the house, this building, whatever you want to call this monastery place that they live. We might have to actually render that as an image sequence instead of just a static layer with the smoke baked into it. So these are all things that are going through my mind that, you know, we're going to have to sort of cross that bridge if we're going to make it work. So meanwhile, one thing we can do is just come back here and take this thing out of the show. Doesn't need to be in there. And then we'll go to the project media pool and just clean the pool so that there are not erroneous images that aren't actually in the show sitting in the media pool, clouding the, gumming up the works, you know, making things confusing. We don't want to be confused. So this sequence, as this thing renders, I'll just kind of think about this. I think this came out really nice. The thing is now, you know, same pose. But there's some acting, man. There's some acting we're going to have to do here with Mel, with his attitude. When he says, oh, lucky prince, you know. Could probably do most of it with their eyes and mouth. For whatever reason, I put a little bit of a push here on the final shot. So we got a bit to do still. But when it's done, what we'll have is about, it's going to turn out to be probably 4 days, frankly. Which isn't totally shocking. And that will be about 2 minutes. So 2 minutes in 4 days means 30 seconds a day. So that's actually what we're after. So I'm actually right on track. If I even give tomorrow to finishing up this sequence, then I will have averaged 30 seconds a day. At that point, I'll be at 20.5 minutes on my script. I will be at page 23. But it's a 54-page script, so we've got a little bit of latitude. So we're actually pretty much on track on our timing and on our pace. So that's good, because if you can keep that pace, that means you can create a 24-minute cartoon in 48 days. 48 days. And if that means you're working on well, if you're working on a 6-day week, that means you got 8 weeks of animation, which leaves 1 week to write a script and 3 weeks to do post-production, write the score, put the music under it, add the sound effects. The voices are pretty quick. I mean, the voices all be done in a day. That's not a big deal, but yeah. Okay, so JP Parks weighs in with the question. I noticed you're not big on Discords, huh? No, it's not that. I'm not. I've got. I mean, I have a Discord login. Okay, but you know, when you're spending 6-8 hours a day making the cartoon, I'm not really spending a lot of time on Discord. Now, I certainly could be Discord chatting while I'm live streaming. There's really no reason I couldn't be. I just haven't, you know, there's just not enough hours in the day. So, no, Discord's a pretty cool platform for, and I understand that a lot of you guys are there, and so that's probably in the works here sometime soon. Waiting for the render. Reminds me of that old jingle. Libby's on the label. Amar remembers that one. If Amar's still around, I don't think he is. So some people are bopping in and out today. Oh, it's done rendering. Okay, so let's just rock and roll and get this done so we can figure out what the next step's going to be. So I'm going to actually stick this right here. And, you know, we could get this cut in and find out that it's not actually working that well. This could be a disappointment. Maybe it moves too fast. Who knows? There's a zillion reasons why it might be less than stellar. But let's give it a crack. As Brian Johnson would say, oh, let's give it a crack. Let's do that. Let's give it a crack. See how it goes. Not bad. Properties, disable resampling, bring this down here, pop this over here, snap that sucker together, and then let's give it a nice long fade in. How long is this? Probably a second or so. Yeah, 5 seconds. That's like way too long for a black. So let's go like that, and let's see what happens. Blacks out, and Melchizedek, you've got to consider the consequences of your actions. Look at me. Okay, actually, not bad. Not bad. We could always... Well, I use Blender, Krita, and Tahoma for the most part. I mean, so if 3 is a lot, then I guess I use a lot. But now I'm a little disappointed because the sun coming up is a failure. So here's what I'm going to do, guys. I'm going to make this one change, and I'm not even going to wait for it. But here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go back here. I've already got the sun selected. So let me make sure. Okay, I've got the sun selected. And I don't... Let me look here. Okay, that is a paint layer. So the sun is here. Why is there another key there? I am going to actually remove this key. Okay. Land right there. And I want to do that. Okay, did that work? So we've still got the sun coming up as we... I think that's going to be better. Let me see what that looks like when we render that. Boom. Yeah, I mean, that's okay. That's okay. Is it a little too high in the sky? I think maybe it should be slightly below the horizon, like right there. Okay. So save that, and then I'm going to hit Control F12 and forget about it. That's that. We're done. It's going to re-render, and it's going to move the sun a little bit better into position. And what time is it? It is 2:28 in Eastern Standard Time, and I started live streaming at 8:30. So that's 6 hours. I've been rendering, or I've been rendering. Hopefully, it won't render for 6 hours. But I've been live streaming for 6 hours, and now what we need to do is go into Krita and do the dialogue for this final segment. Now, the question I must ask myself is this sequence... The good news is that the art is done, mostly. We've got this background, we've got this pose here, and all of this dialogue sequence involves that art. We could cut a little closer in on Mel as well. And we did have in our toolkit, as I recall, we also had a shot of Mel. I don't know if I cut it out of this scene entirely. So here's what I have to do. I have to put in all the lip sync. So my sense would be that the lip sync could all be done in an hour pretty easily. But then we're going to deal with acting. So the truth of the matter is, I got to tell you, actually, this might be a shot best done in Tahoma. Here's why. Think about it. We've got these backgrounds and we've got these characters. Now, these characters aren't going to move much, but they're going to move a little. So if I do the lip sync, if I leave this as it is in Tahoma, I could do the lip sync in Tahoma on a separate layer, and I'll bring in these characters completely colored and painted. They're all ready to go. And then I could put just a little plastic tool on him so that he could maybe nod his head a little bit and maybe lower his arms a little bit. So not much movement, but just a little bit to give it a little life. Same with Mel. He could lean a little bit in the other direction and maybe cock his head a little bit. So all of the animated acting that we need to do for these two poses are really all set up for the plastic tool. This is where the plastic tool can really shine. Because all I have to do is just bend them a little bit here and there. Potentially, I'm going to move this down here and jump back to here. It appears to me that most of the acting is in the eyes and then just a little bit of body language. So that means that plastic tool plus a couple layers, I could do this in Tahoma with maybe 4 layers. So I'll tell you what we'll do. What we'll do is we'll go back to Krita, grab the relevant layers, and we're going to literally just cut and paste the pertinent layers into Tahoma. And then I'm going to stop the live stream. Well, we'll see. I might change my mind. But, yep, we're going to go to Tahoma for this. Normally, most of the work's getting done in Krita, but in this case, I'm thinking it's Tahoma time. Tahoma time! So let's jump to Tahoma and Krita. We got to open up Krita so we can get our assets that we are going to cut and paste into Tahoma. So those of you who are like dying to see how Krita and Tahoma can work together, well, that's what we're about to do. But again, I want to say I don't know how far I'm going to get. I'm kind of like ready for maybe a bit of a break. Been working for 6 hours. 6 hours. It's a long time. So let's look at the dialogue. Mel says, "Well, what is it?" Asher says,
Well, Prince Vespar is to be betrothed to Tianara,
"Oh, well, who's Tianara?"
Kaliana's daughter.
"What? You mean that one girl?" Lucky prince. Okay, so that's what we have to act out. You should use the OpenToonz Discord. Well, yeah, I know. I know Darren's on there a lot. At least that's what I'm thinking, isn't he? I think Darren's on there. Well, and you know, let me ask you this. Oh, I don't want the ping. I want the craw. So, rats. Didn't mean to do that. I need 326.ping.craw. That's what I need. So I need to go to my scenes, and I'm going to go to boom, 326 dot, and this is what I want. Boom. Okay. Now this is all going to be cut and paste operation. Should be pretty quick. Pretty quick. pretty quick. What am I going to gain? What's the benefit I am going to enjoy, JP, by being on the OpenToonz Discord? You tell me, buddy. How is that going to be a big win for me? Okay, so now we actually have a little problem. I want to check this. Yeah, I mean, yes and no, my friend. First of all, I know OpenToonz pretty well inside and out. Like, I'm really, really sure, at the risk of sounding like an arrogant jerk, I know OpenToonz inside and out probably better than 99% of the people that are on the Discord. I would bet. I could be wrong, but I'm probably right on that point. So, number 2, feature request. Again, at the risk of sounding like a know-it-all, if I really had a feature request, I'd tell Darren, hey Darren, can you just kind of maybe mention this to Jeremy that this would be a nice feature request? Okay, so something went wrong here. So I'm not saying I wouldn't do it, but you know, we'll see. We'll see. Alright, so I'm going to add another layer here, like that, before I do anything else. And I'm going to take this and drag this here. You say, why in the heck? Why did you just do that, Dave? I just copied this. I want to see something here. Yeah. So I copied this into this layer because now, got to make sure I'm not having a dyslexia moment here. I'm going to grab this, and all I want is in this frame, I want to GE erase his head. Okay? Now we have the proper head. But in this frame, I need to erase, okay, hold on, grab this layer. In this layer, I need to erase all of this. Okay? So now what should happen is I get the right head and I've got the acting. Okay? So now that I have that, I need to make sure right here that we don't have this continuing on, and that's it. We're good to go. Now we can re-render shot number 325, and then we'll be able to cut the pieces over into Tahoma. Okay? So with that, I'm going to take this layer, that's that little correction I just did, I'm going to hit Control E and bake it down into the characters layer. Now I'm going to hit rewind just to be safe. I'm going to let it play once just to make sure everything's working the way it's supposed to. Don't think you do. I don't know what every line is there. Yeah, I know, that's true. Schematic node effects. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I might learn something. I mean, for sure. I might learn a lot. You never know. Boo-doop, boop, ba-doop, doo. Well, there's no harm in it, that's for sure. Cool beans. It's looking good. So now we got to render, but Krita will have surely messed up our render settings because it's going to think we want to render into the last shot we did, which is 326, and it's not. It's 325. Boom. Now, before I go too much further, it wouldn't be a horrible idea to just double check this. Ooh. Ooh. Bad move there, dude. I just had a dyslexia moment. Because it's actually 326 we want. Well, that's why we check these things. I'm going to pop this up on the other screen. Okay, I'll take your word for it, JP. Well, like I said, I'll probably do it here before too long. Pop over there, just kind of see what's going on. I'm not trying to be too snarky or anything. It's just that I've just got so much I'm doing here, just getting the work done, that I'm not spending a lot of time. The only reason I'm socializing is because it's kind of fun to have, you know, to just have people that I'm sort of chatting with while I'm animating. So there's really no reason that couldn't be Discord just as well as just the YouTube chat. So. Okay, so this should look right now. Got a little bit of a hiccup there. But let's play this. Let's play it and make sure we're not seeing anything egregious I see something egregious there, but it's such a small thing that probably no one would notice it. Basically, because I scaled the background image, the frame of the door is really too thick. But, like I said, that's something probably no one would ever notice. If you learn something every day, then that's a good thing. Okay, that looks good. That looks good. Everything looks good. We're good. Alright, so now what we can do is we're just going to look at this file number. This is 339. I'm going to look at the properties on that one. Look at the media. Pop that up there, yeah. 339. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to jump to Krita, and we're going to go find... Well, do we even need to go to 3... Yes, let's do it. Let's save this as minus 339.ping. Okay? So now that's going to save over the storyboard image, which is fine. And all that did for me is it just gives me a backup. All I really want for this shot is pretty much this against this background. So I'm going to actually do a little cleanup here. I'm going to take these 2 frames, get rid of them, take this and put it here. Okay? As far as Mel goes, the mouth layer can be deleted completely at this point. There's really no reason to keep it in there. The eye blink, I can do an eye blink any old time in Tahoma. So we don't need the eye layer. Let me double check Asher to make sure his eyes aren't doing something here. Okay, so let's get rid of that layer. This is the paper layer. So this is all we need. And now, believe it or not, I'm going to take all this. Whoa, hold on. Krita's being a little bit silly. I'm going to grab everything, delete. I'm going to get all this stuff out of here. We don't need any of this. Delete. And now I'm going to take these frames. I'm going to hit Alt. I'm going to just drag them to the west. I'm not going to try to make the timeline drag for me. That was a boo-boo. That was a boo-boo. I want to go like this, and I'm hitting Alt so that it ripple edits. Get these guys back to the beginning. Alt. Nope, it did it again. Sorry. Grab both of these guys. Put those back to 0. And let's take Mel and put him there. So now that's our shot. 339. That's everything we need. And in point of fact, we could even go like this and offset those. Insert, just so it's kind of clean. So we got background image, Asher, Mel. That's it. That's all we need. File, save. Just had to reconnect. Silly OBS had to reconnect. Okay, so Mikhail, that's a very kind thing of you to say. And you're right, JP. What I'm referring to, Mikhail, is that you say I can interact better with my fans. Just the very fact that I have a fan is kind of like, really? I have a fan? That's like an alien concept, but okay, could be. And JP, you can write a whole book on the features in the FX schematic. They are that good and plentiful. I'll tell you what I would suggest, JP, is I personally would suggest that you do exactly that. I think you could do. If you could do that, then you should do that. Why don't you write a book on the effects schematic? Because you know what? You'd probably make a pretty good chunk of change on that book. That would be a good selling book. The only book I ever helped write was the Blender tutorial guide, Volume 2, which came out in, I don't know, I'm thinking 2001. Back in the early days when Blender was like at version 2.18 or something. I was one of the premier Blender gurus in the world. Created the world's first Blender training videos. Blender Basics and Blender Modeling 101 and Blender Modeling 102. While we're here, why don't we... And... Yeah, look at that. That's kind of fun. That's kind of fun. Look at the sun coming up. I'm liking it. Boom. Okay, so let's go to Tahoma. Let's rock and roll. Okay, so what we're going to do is grab the background layer. We're going to Control A, Control C, go to Tahoma, and I think I'm going to have to create a layer. But let's find out. Control V. Ah, I didn't have to create a layer. Awesome. Okay, so now I'm going to go here. Control C. You don't have to create a layer. You just have to wait for a second. Paste in place. Okay, there's my two backgrounds. Now I'm going to go here. Oh, this is so easy peasy. And I'm going to grab, and actually before I do this, I'm going to make a little tweak to Asher because there's obviously a couple problems here that I'm going to have to fix in Tahoma if I don't fix them here, so why be stupid, right? So I'm going to hit the G key and then E. I said E, curse you. Thank you. That's better. I'm going to go ahead and clean up this garbage. And I'm going to make one additional change that is just sort of appropriate to the shot that I'm about to do, which is I am going to remove his mouth. I'll leave the shadow there a bit. So let's let that shadow kind of be there. Oops. Got to get our color right. And then, because in Tahoma, yes, into Tahoma, what we're going to try to do is bake in the lip sync without actually moving the head around, right? So, hope that makes sense. So I'm going to go like that. Yeah, that's cool. Grab the outline color, B key. What brush have we got right now? We want that one. Yep, there we go. So we might as well make it as utilitarian as we can, rather than giving ourselves a bunch of grief to do. Now, or I should say a bunch of grief, period. Not a bunch of grief to do, which of course makes absolutely no sense. But this looks pretty good. I like this. Okay, and then while we're here, again, why don't we just make this even just a little bit nicer? A little bit nicer. Yep, we'll just fixie. Cool. And one more thing I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this, and I'm going to erase his eyes because his eyes are going to be darting around a bit. And let me think about this for half a second. Let me jump over to Mel, but I think what I'm going to probably do here, is I'm going to cut and paste his eyebrows onto a separate layer so that I can animate them easily in a separate layer in Tahoma. I mean, as long as I'm here, I might as well cut this guy up into a puppet, right? That would be somewhat illogical. So let me think about how I would want to do that. I'm going to say, I think I'm going to grab this whole section right here, like this, over his nose. I'm going to grab this whole section in the interior. I'm going to cut and paste it. And then let's quiet that layer down so that we can see what we're doing. Control Shift A, and then I'm going to hit the fill tool on the character. Okay, that's okay. It's not like amazing, but it's okay. That gets us where we probably need to be here in a half a second. So there's his eyes, and then I'm going to allow this. That's probably pretty good. Now, yep, there we go. And then that can be edited with the painting tools in Tahoma pretty easily. So let's go up here and maybe make a little adjustment here just to kind of get it ready. So we're just trying to front load the job as much as we can, because the painting typically is a little just easier to deal with in Krita than it is in Tahoma, you know. So what about Mel? Well, let's go look at Mel. Mel, I think everything we're going to do with him, I will just manually paint in as needed. So that's that. All right. And like an idiot, I just painted that onto the background. Silly me. Cut that out. Go here. Yeah. Okay. So now we're going to grab Mel. How you doing, Mel? Select all. Control C. Back to Tahoma. We're going to go here. And it actually should be here. Control V. And there's Mel. Okay. Then I'm going to go here. We're going to grab Asher. Control C. Control V. And then we're going to go here. Yes, even one more. To this paint layer. Just because I'm hedging my bets here. Control C. Because you just never know what you're going to get. Paste that. And as you can see, what Tahoma kind of sort of does is it looks at the drawing and figures out or decides if there are any, if there's like an alpha channel. And if so, it kind of crops it to its alpha channel. So that's not the most convenient thing ever, but there you go. Okay, let's save this. What did I say the file number was? 339. So we're going to save this as file, save all. And Tahoma's going to actually save this. It's going to save all the individual images, probably in the extras folder, would be my expectation. That would be normal OpenToonz practice. So just to check, because I cut and pasted this stuff in, we should see those drawings appear in here, I think. And there they are. You see that? There they are. Good. That's what we expected. So they get stuck in the extras folder by Tahoma. I'm not concerned about this cropping at the bottom. Okay, so now I'm going to take half a moment. Nah, you're not knowledgeable in OpenToonz enough yet. I know loads, but when I look at how the studios use it for major films... Oh, really? What studio uses OpenToonz for major films? What studio uses OpenToonz for major films? Name the studio who does that, because I'd love to know about that. Darren T has a course for OpenToonz. Well, yeah, I know that. Yeah, it is. He's doing well with the course, I think. I mean, I don't know how much money he's making, but I'm sure it's a good course. And right, they're always creating new features in FX Real for animation productions. Okay, in FX for real animation production. OpenToonz is what's a OTTO? Making vectors in Inkscape and importing it in OpenToonz as SVG is bad. Yes, I agree completely. If you're gonna cut and paste, you can cut and paste vectors directly from OpenToonz, or I'm sorry, from Inkscape into Krita, and they import very, very well. Now the editing of the vectors in Krita is not great, but you can animate them if you think about it. You might wonder about this if you're into vectors. The way you would animate them, let me show you this, guys. If you're really into vectors, I'm going to show you something that you might find valuable, actually, and you may not have thought of. So I'm going to show you something actually pretty darn cool. I'm going to create a custom document. So this is bonus coverage today, just because I'm feeling like a nice guy. All right. This is how you would do it. Do you know... Mikhail, do you know how you would animate vector art in Krita? Well, yeah, but JP, okay. The thing about it is, ever since OpenToonz came out, you know, what they cite is like Studio Ghibli. Okay, it's like, okay, we get it. And they cite Futurama. Those are the biggies. Futurama and Studio Ghibli. Well, basically, Studio Ghibli did do some modifications to the non-open source OpenToonz. That's true. Okay, I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you. First of all, if I'm a vector guy, it's probably partly because I don't think I can draw that well. So what I'm going to do is I'm not going to try to draw my character the normal way. I'm actually going to go like this. I'm going to say, okay, let's just go like this. Let's just make a bunch of shapes like this, and boop, we'll close it. Okay? So then we're going to go and we'll give it a flesh tone, just because why be stupid? So I'm going to hit F2, and now I'm going to grab this and I can just pound this into shape. Oh, if I want to, I could grab this and make it a tangent. I could grab this, bring this over here. I'm going to say, well, we don't really need that one anyway, so we'll just delete it, and then we can just kind of fine-tune the curves, yada, yada, yada. This one, we'll take that one out too. So we kind of have a rounded skull thing going on. And we're just trying to make a silly character. Okay? Silly character. Alright, so now I'm going to go and maybe, just to do it quicker, I'll go ahead and maybe make a circle like that. Okay, and now I'm going to hit F1, and I'm going to grab this and kind of get that into shape, and then I'm going to go Control-C, Control-V, move this over here and actually flip it. Just drag it out like that so it's flipped. And then I'm going to go Control-C, Control-V again and make it black, and then this is going to be the guy's eyes, and we'll just kind of go like that. So there's our character. We'll make these a little smaller so it kind of looks cool. Not going to bother with, you know, specular highlights or anything right now. We're just going to kind of get this in there. Okay, and then I'm going to take my pencil, and in fact, I'll even say, well, you know what? Since I'm feeling frisky, I'm going to grab this shape, make it, and we'll make it a little darker color. Whoops, I want to hit Shift so it actually fills it. Hello? Hello? I thought it was Shift. I bet you Control-Shift F. I'll bet you if I look at this, I'll bet you, yep, I knew it. I knew it. There you go. There's your problem. Okay, so then I'm going to go in here and kind of go boom. So I'm hitting Shift for the stroke and not hitting Shift for the color. So actually, probably that's what I want for this guy. And because I'm in a real hurry here, I'm just going to give him a smile. Okay, so now here's my character, and I'm going to grab, and I can do all kinds of things in OpenToonz. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to go Control-C, and I'm going to jump over to Krita and go Control-V. Boom. Now what Krita just did was it actually imported this character as vector art. Okay, so now you're all excited now to say, oh man, we can do vectors in Krita. I didn't know that. I can go in here, and if I select this tool, I can go in and edit it. I can do all this stuff. It's great. Okay, you're right. You're right. It's great. Now here's what you want to do next. If you want to edit your character's expressions, what you would do is you take your vector layer and you put it in a group. Okay? Now, you got to do this the hard way. I'm going to duplicate my group, and then I'm going to isolate the active layer. Okay? And the reason I'm going to isolate the active layer is because now I can toggle between these. Okay, so now all I'm going to do here, just to keep it simple, is I'm going to just change this guy's expression a little bit. Just change something. Okay? Now, this is kind of ugly. What you see here, you don't really want to have to mess with that too much, so I'm just going to give him two expressions. Okay? So now because my layers are soloed, I can do this. I can actually make a little change to it, and I can quickly toggle between them. So it's not true animation, but guess what? Guess what? JP, guess what, Mikhail? Guess what? If you come up here and you go to, I believe it is Edit. I gotta remember if it's Image. I wonder if I can do it with my, no, I can't do it with my right mouse. So I'm grabbing the group that the vector layer, that the vectors are in, and I'm gonna go, here it is, Convert. Convert group to animated layer. Now what it did, you've lost your vectors. Okay, you now do not have vectors anymore. So I'm gonna hit the B key so I can go in here. But what it did is it converted your vector shapes to back to a paint layer, but then turned it into a proper animated layer. So that's what you can do. Now if you're going to cut and paste into Tahoma, you don't want to do that. I don't think that'll work at all. I'm going to hit Control-C. It could be that under the hood it's going to get switched into a pixel drawing, but let's find out. And it, okay, it did. So actually we can cut and paste from Inkscape as well, and what it actually did was it converted it under the hood to a paint layer. And so now, of course, with my B key, I can paint into it the normal way. So yeah, you lost your vectors in the process, and that's no big deal because SVGs dragged into Tahoma don't work very well anyway. So that's bonus coverage, folks. If you're really dying to go from Inkscape with very strong vector editing into an animation program, that's two ways that you can do it. Okay? Back to work. Now, hope you guys appreciate that, because, man, I'm going to go into my scene settings, and I'm going to change my scene settings to 8 frames per second. Okay? Close that. Save our work. Now, I want to be able to edit quickly. Now, if I go back to my script, Mel says, what is it? What is it? And he blinks. Okay. And Prince Vespa to be betrothed to Tianara. Okay, I want to check something. Okay, that's cool. Alright. So he's going to say, Prince Vespa to be betrothed to Tianara. So that's about Prince Vespa to be betrothed to Tianara. It's about 4 seconds-ish. So I'm going to hit Alt down arrow, and I'm just going to slide all this down. 8, 16, we're going to go to 32. And we're going to come back here, and I don't know how long he talks, but we'll just go like this and flip it on down. Now, if you don't want to be kind of dumb, a good step right now would be to take Mel and put him on his own layer, because if we're going to use the plastic tool at all, we don't really want to muddy the waters too much. So let's name this Asher. This is obviously Asher's eyes, so we'll call it eyes just because we're trying to be complete. And then we'll call this Mel. Okay, save. Alright, so we hit rewind, which is the K key, and say, Prince Vespa to be married to Tianara. Okay, it's a little bit slow, I mean, a little bit short, I guess is what I meant to say. So I'm going to hit the insert key right here, and it looks like in Tahoma the insert key doesn't quite do what I expected it to do. Let's do this. This is the eyes layer, but it really isn't the eyes layer. This is actually the brows. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new layer that's going to be a regular Toonz raster layer. Level, I should say. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. I meant to go shift, zoom. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit that B key. And before I go too much further, I'm going to take this. I'm just going to do a really quick and dirty layer here. Okay. Now here's what we're going to do. We're going to take the animate tool, A key, go like this. And how quickly would this be? This would be boom. Let's go here. And his eyes aren't going to move very far, actually. Okay. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab these two keys, and I'm going to actually hit Control C, and then I'm going to paste them here because the eyes are going to jump back. After he reads one line, he's going to jump back quickly to the beginning of the line. Okay, so now we've solved that problem. Now we've added some sparkle and some life to our scene because Asher is actually going to be actively reading Prince Vespa to be married to Tianara. Right? Good. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome, Mikhail. Here to help you, buddy. Okay, so now we're gonna go in here, and we're gonna hit the B key again, and boop. Okay, I just created a smart raster level. That's all I need. Okay, now we're gonna move quick here. Somebody out there is saying, "Hey, Dave, you could use vectors because they're like filled automatically." Yeah, I know that. I don't want to use vectors. I don't like using vectors in OpenToonz. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to do this the simplest way possible, which is closed mouth, open mouth, and big open mouth. We're just going to do it the anime way. Okay, I'm going to turn on my onion skin so I can see what that last pose was. I'd make this mouth a little bit bigger, like so. Fill that in. Okay, so now we've got all of our mouths done. And what we'll do is we'll take the color and we'll just tone it down a little bit so it kind of marries to the skin tone a little bit. And it's kind of about the same shade, frankly, as the outlines. And if I say, well, yeah, but I want a little bit of that red to sneak through, like we have in our outlines. Well, you can do that. That's what makes the Toonz raster or the smart raster level kind of cool. Okay, so he's going to say, let me look at the pacing on his speech. Prince Vest. Okay, that's about right. So I'm going to go like this. Prince Vespar to be married to Tianara. I know this. You're going to go. There's no way this is going to work. There's no way. No, you're wrong. This is going to work. Now I'm going to take this, drag it in here, and then let this breathe a little bit. Let's let it breathe for maybe a half a second. Okay. Now we zip back to the top, and we look at what we have. Oh, Prince Vespar to be married to Tianara. It appears Prince Vespar is to be married to Tianara. Okay, who's Tianara? Alright, so there it is. This is good news. I am going to stop here. I think I'm going to take a break and go pump some iron. I'm going to go lift. I'm like ready for a break. But it looks like the way we're rocking here that it's going to be no problem at all to knock out all the dialogue. And then we're going to wind up, when this is all said and done, we are going to have an entire let's see. Prince Vespar is to be married to Tianara. Okay. Tianara. Yes, Carliano's daughter. What? That girl? Yeah. Okay. Well, what that's going to give us is 1 minute and 5 seconds-ish of show, which isn't too bad. In 3 days' work. So it does seem to be the case that no matter what I do, I always seem to be able to pretty easily crank out 20 seconds a day, but it seems to be pretty hard to get 30. It's really weird because literally no matter what I do, 20 is easy, but 30 is hard. You wouldn't think it would make that much of a difference, but it's the way it turns out. And plus, when it turns out I produce more, when I go into the show and actually edit it and you actually make it flow nicely, it always winds up getting cut down. And so, yeah. Looks like 20 seconds is actually the magic number. Just kind of unfortunate, because that means 24 minutes would take you 24 times 3, 72 days. So, yeah. 72 days working all by yourself to create a 24-minute episode. 72 days, which doesn't leave tons of time for post-production, but I think it's manageable. I can do it. I'll try. So anyway, that's it, guys. I'm ending the stream. I'm going to log off and go take a break, get some lunch, blah, blah, blah. And, yeah, before I go, I will answer this to JP Parks. Okay. Batman, Pro Memory. Yeah, the Mary and the Witch's Flower. I saw that. All the stuff you're talking about, I have definitely seen. The Ghibli and Futurama are definitely kind of old news. And I think for Futurama, I don't even know what it was used for Futurama, but I think just basically scanning paper art or something. I don't think they actually did digital production with it. Glimpse of how they use nodes and stuff. Okay, cool. Groovy, man, I appreciate you posting that for the enrichment of all. And I'm going to say goodbye. As you guys know, there will be more later.